in general.
Get boyfriend.
Okay, there we go.
Hi, I'm back.
Welcome.
Oh,
Well, now that
welcome
we're
to my
live,
new-
hello, Mello.
He's not gonna. Uh,
Hey, he's not new.
Hello, everyone.
Face is on call for once.
well, if you
Yes.
want to join the Discord, you'll get to hear the 20 minutes that we talked before going live that we didn't realize we were live, so join the Discord. It was really funny. That's how you usually
yeah.
go.
Yeah.
right?
Anyways,
I
can I push my
have
genders now? Can I push my genders now?
No, well, real quick, just
I
to recap, we translated Shiver Me Timbers.
Yes, I heard that. I was there for that.
And we also
Yeah, but I think
translated
he's saying
this.
But we're gonna make
Yeah, I
this
think-
thumbnail right now.
Yes, I
Oh,
think
Also,
you wanted to make
When you copy it over, do it in all caps, just like the title.
Oodie,
yeah.
There's also.
can I push my Neji agenda now?
Can
Well-
I just say some of the stuff? That
Yeah,
We're
sure.
definitely gonna do this first.
Well, besides talking
Oh
about.
God, what did that
translations,
Jetsu one?
That's for Camp Cam.
Besides pirate translations, if you will, there's a brief discussion for those who are curious about Black Clover has recently ended. As a result, it's sort of the end of an era for shonen manga, as all the sort of mangas that started immediately after Naruto, Bleach, minus I guess Boruto, unless you count that or not, since it's a spin-off sequel, has now officially ended from the late 2000s and 10s. So now you either got like the old ones like Hunter x Hunter and One Piece still ongoing, and the new ones that are started in the 2020s. So yeah, it's an end of an era for manga. So it's like all those like JJK, My Hero have officially ended their mangas. Though granted, some of their animes are still ongoing, like Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen. But nevertheless, for manga, it's like an end of the era. And Oodie and Kamui, I still cannot believe that One Piece is getting like a second rebooted anime, and My Hero getting a Ritzy special thing, and Naruto can still not get those 4 filler episodes based on him being the leader of Team 7.
And we are very upset.
We also translated Arg and Ahoy.
And Mitty.
That's a lie.
These are actually
I never
decent
translated those
thumbnails. They're
ones.
just not what we were looking for.
They're pretty good.
I still like
Oodie?
your Inochine one there.
Are these thumbnails drawn by human?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
yeah.
Yes.
Positive.
We drew them.
On the net.
That babe will be coming one day soon, and they will be generational.
No, let's be honest. AI is a Ned generation.
And I
What?
wonder what
Oh, yeah.
Sauron thinks about that. But I think we pretty nicely
Neji,
recapped
agenda.
the
You know
whole
what,
scene.
Sauron? My
Which is like 20
response to you
times less funny.
not coming on is ARG.
Oh,
Shiver
yeah.
me timbers,
Oh, yeah.
Sauron.
We also asked
Walk
this
the
fan
plank
about
onto
the
stage.
unparents intro. And
You're gonna get scurvy if you stay out there.
Miss Ann, what's scurvy in Japanese?
I was gonna ask that before. Does Japan have scurvy?
Does Japan have scurvy?
I honestly
Yeah.
have no idea. Because I feel like pirate culture is not that big. Other than One Piece, obviously. But like
I was like, well, One
actual
Piece.
pirate culture.
Yeah, the thing that sells better than the Bible.
Oh, yeah. One Piece is currently the highest selling comic book series of all time. It surpassed Superman recently. It's why they're doing their second worldwide popularity poll, if you will.
Oh my god,
As the-
Sauron.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah.
Sauron, it's not even our idea. It was Sanjay's. We're just stealing the title.
By the way, whatever happened to him? Where'd he go?
Yeah, it's his idea.
And
Apparently
and for those wondering, Miss Anne and I was also explaining the popularity of One Piece in Japan, and to the extent its recent years of popularity worldwide. As well, but yeah.
Ooh, I guess
Bit of
one
description.
more thing.
The 4
that we
Naruto
have.
episodes would be more popular if they were just released.
Oh, yeah,
Apparently
you probably
scurvy,
get
by the way.
Oh yeah, you get a lot of Naruto
Let's
fans
see.
saying that on Twitter, as well as a bunch of Boruto fans acting like
We'll
now
post
that
it on
we're
Twitter right now if you have to.
but a lot of Boruto fans, ever since Black Clover ended, they just talk about, oh no, it's the only true peak manga from the previous era that's still going on, or like it's still better than all the rest because every manga post, I guess, Naruto has had a sort of mixed reception for its endings, but I don't know. I can't really say Boruto fans can act all high and mighty when half the fan base is a bit divided on Boruto's popularity.
Well, Jonathan Oliver can.
Uh-huh.
And
But
shout out Black
anyway.
Clover that ended. Did we recap everything? Oh, and Jay the Great is a scaredy cat to the betas. He's chicken.
Oh, yeah, he ducked it. Yeah.
Oh, Ducka.
And so is Sanjay.
Oh, should we change the title to that again?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna write this down for you to pin. Okay, I'll put in pin messages for. Okay, you're gonna love this one. We can even do this one for the cheese debate, but here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have the use the scene of Sasuke calling Naruto a scaredy cat for the thumbnail with the text of what Sasuke says for J debate.
We also
And
forgot
say
to do
he is
the Mr. Spiraling thing you wrote down the other day. We need to get back to that.
Oh yeah, but we can do that anytime. That's just for the
Yeah.
group chat.
yeah.
But we could use it for a thumbnail, which would be funny.
We should not use that for a thumbnail. We should definitely not do that.
It would be funny though.
For further recap, Fairly Odd Parents intro in Japan is in English. I think that's everything.
Okay.
But now that the
Yeah,
recap is
interesting.
done,
Interesting. You kind of reminded me of the one anime ending I know that's just completely in English is Gintama's second one, Mr. Raindrop.
well, Mello,
I
have
know,
you
because
heard that
was-
one before?
Hi, hello. What
You know, Mello, I said hi to you like 10 minutes ago, and you rudely ignored me.
Oh no, that
That's
was the me in the past. I'm a completely different version of myself now.
That was
Wow, I see,
Flello.
Yeah, that was 10 minutes ago, Mello. You can't hold me
That
to
was
that standard. What are you
Melly,
talking
who's
about?
become Mellow.
Either that
What's
or
your-
perhaps
What's your
either
question?
that or it's his favorite Kamui.
Oh, well, Mello, I was just curious what you thought about Gintama ending too.
Oh, I didn't even know. I've
Yeah,
never seen it, so I can't say.
Oh,
I was just saying that it's, as far as I can recall, I think it's the only anime ending or opening I can think that's just completely in English.
Have
Well,
you never
Mello-
seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Almost
No, I
every
have not.
single ending theme is a classic rock song. Anyway,
Okay, fair enough.
I think
Well, Mello,
Yu Yu Hakusho has one in English.
oh, does
Like,
it?
It does have an English dub
I
opening.
don't know where to
yeah.
go. No, that's the opening. It's like, please don't break the seal. Just wait a little while. Give it time to heal. That I think I remember
Okay.
that.
Okay, fair enough.
every
There's a few of
Naruto
them
opening
that-
has an English cover on YouTube.
All of them, I think nearly all of them have an English covered.
Emily just goes around English covering everything. So
So, Mello, what do you
Hot
think?
take, maybe, because I think I heard you guys talking about like One Piece. I actually really like the dubs theme song. And like a nostalgic, like the Gaio
A
Gaio.
quoted one?
Are you talking
Gaio
about
Gaios
the-
does not sound
Yeah, the
English to
four
me.
kids, yeah. The Gaio Gaio. Ho, ho. I really like it. It's kind of catchy.
It is catchy. Very, very good.
Nothing can top the Cartoon
Oh, yeah,
Network Naruto opening.
Yeah, ironically,
I bet the 4 Naruto episodes opening would be even better.
If we ever got it. Which, Mello, that brings us to our topic. Mello, what do you think about the fact that we're getting Black Clover's ending, Jujutsu Kaisen's sequel anime, and what else was it? We got Bleach, obviously.
MHA's special
And
episode.
MHA's special episode. All of that before the 4 Naruto episodes.
There's also
Oh.
there's also the Bleach Blood Wars final season coming out, and also
Yeah,
possibly
that's
the
coming back.
One Piece remake by Wit Studio.
Yeah, you know the thing they canceled Boruto for.
I already said like they don't respect their fan base. Clearly, it's not really. I don't even think it's an opinion at this point. Just look at their actions and just arrive at like accurate conclusions. Yeah, I don't think they have enough
Crazy.
respect for their fan base. So it doesn't surprise me.
Well,
But you're never getting those episodes, bro. I don't even know why they said anything.
well, Mello, maybe we mistook it. Maybe they meant 20th anniversary from the date of that post.
Mm.
Oh, that is dope. The amount of dope you just melting, indeed.
There you go.
I'm not gonna hold you. I have no idea what you just said. Can you repeat that for me?
Wait, what?
You, Space. What did you just say?
Dope. What they say is dope.
It's Cope.
I got you.
He's saying I'm coping, but I'm just
No.
being honest.
You can still
honest.
dope about being honest.
And you know,
To be
since
honest, I
we're
think
being honest, I was hoping we could all honestly review the 10th anniversary of Boruto that's coming up in 8 days from now.
That Sauron approves the idea of.
It was
You think
Sauron's
Walkley will have some
idea,
fun watch
actually.
for it?
So now that Sauron's gathered us here tonight so that we could talk about the 10th anniversary that's coming up in 8 days, where would we like to begin?
Well, I think we should all just start with the top 10 things we hate about Boruto.
That's tough.
Konoha
Take it
11
away,
Market.
Mello.
Wait. What? Hold on. Am I like the only Boruto stan on this stream?
Yes.
Well, we like
Well,
Naruto Next
absolutely
Generation.
not. We are Boruto's #1 fans here.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Well,
Yo,
you're
Chris,
right. It
thank you
is
for your
really hard to
$20
get us to
dono,
like
bro.
Boruto
That's so
because we
awesome.
love it too much.
No, we don't.
Wait.
Your
I
name's
mean,
really
Space.
Aikimoto Greedy.
Paradox, how much have you spent talking about Boruto lately?
What do you mean? I haven't been on any of the streams lately.
Well,
Exactly.
Ikimoto doesn't work
too, I
on
haven't.
Boruto. He
Your
works on
name's really
Two Blue Vortex.
Aikimoto Greedy and Aikimoto Forgot. How is that liking Boruto?
Paradox, I think you have it backwards. We love Boruto. What we hate is Ikimoto.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
So you want to start off with things you hate?
We'd love to.
Go on. You can suffer
Konoha
the ire
11
of your
got
audience,
bitch.
okay?
Konoha 11 got bitch. Konoha
Well,
11 got bitch.
All right, Miss
Konoha 11
Sand,
got
why
bitch.
don't you kick us off here?
Ew.
No, actually, here's how I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna start it by quoting Kidomaki. Oodie, if you search Ikimoto's #1 fan in the chat, you'll see my response. But it'll be in that like little spot.
I'm just gonna search from Kamui and then do Ikimoto, and hopefully that works.
Not there. Yeah, the problem is cap. Okay, just do #1 fan.
See, but that's the thing. Is it number one?
No, it's the word number.
Okay.
Just search number.
Is it the
I think
word
Sauron
one?
wants to hop on.
Wait, no, not that
See,
one.
that's Kamui. That's the problem here.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so scroll up slightly more. When I asked him, I gotta figure out exactly what it is. Just click on the
Vortex. All the vortex.
yeah, click on that, and then
Now
click
it's
on that again.
you. Most
Okay,
boring
yeah, click
thing
on
in
that one more time,
Boruto.
maybe. Okay, so
Oh my God.
Kino said something about boring. So then I asked him to pick like the most boring thing in Boruto. Because originally he just said everything not Osusuki. I'm like, all right, let's pick something specific. What's the most boring thing in Boruto? And then
Wait, Kidomaki thinks Boruto is boring?
well, all right, let's just go up slightly higher then, I guess, to figure out exactly how this started.
Kamui, this is awful.
Yeah, I think you should probably add some context to that, yeah.
They got
So his
Osusuki related.
Audience won't be looking at him
In
strange.
your opinion.
Okay, this
Multiple
here,
series
okay.
attached
So-
together.
the brackets
Shibai.
said Shibai is the most boring part of Boruto, to be honest. And then Kido said Cap. And then he asked, what is that
What?
in your opinion? Kido's answer to that.
I like
No,
Kamui's answer.
Wait, how is Shibai the most boring character?
No, I know. Well, as you can see, I retracted my statement. I said, just kidding. The
Okay.
meme alone makes it far more interesting than many other things. And then, so that was like, that's a good stream topic. What's the most boring thing in Boruto? Sakito said not everything is Suzuki related. I made him be specific.
You definitely
And
did say that.
his answer. Oh,
Well, I was just gonna go to the topics as we
yeah,
already looked
okay.
at this answer, but you know.
okay. I took a screenshot of some of my things, but I didn't get Keto's in there yet. Well, we'll go through each of these, but all right. So go back to what Keto's answer is, just because I just want to really let it sink in.
Sink it.
I'll list some of the first ideas. I said, the elders? Ryu, who didn't even go after his target? Victor? But Koji killing him wasn't boring, or everyone blaming him for losing Kawaki. You gotta really think here. Something with no secret interesting things revolving around it.
Would have been
So
a lot
scroll
better
down
if
a
I
bit
just
more.
read it in your board to topics, but that's what you do.
I feel like the word meandering's coming up.
Oh, Sauron! All right, hold on.
Hey,
Let's go down
Sauron!
slightly. Just scroll past certain B now. Just keep going. So whenever
See,
you
Kamui,
see
I feel like you're doing this in the absolute worst way possible.
it's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
bro,
right now
pacing
it's
for
the
this arc
Kamui.
is
shit. There we
super slow,
go.
bro. Come on, this is a
Kamui.
filler arc right now.
Wrap it up. Get to it.
No, okay. And then, so Keto's answer was the Shinju. I made him clarify. I said, in TVV only or all of Boruto? He says, in all of Boruto.
Wow.
Wherever
Scroll
you said
past
it.
this.
Because of how you did this, it lost all of its fun.
Okay, so
Wrap it up.
just to clarify,
Sauron's right.
any random background character is more interesting than the entirety of the Shinju, the main villains of Boruto TV Vortex. You must really love Boruto TVV, huh? Ikimoto's #1 fan.
Yeah, you know, the guy
Keto
said
did not
Ikimoto's too
disagree.
scared to even call villains.
So you guys think the Shinju are boring?
Well,
That was
Keto
Keto's
does.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
In comparison to...
Well, the question is, what is the
Sauron
most
answered the
uninteresting or
Yes.
boring thing in Boruto?
Okay.
Okay, hold on, because this is getting weird. Okay, the pacing for this arc is strange. Let me get you out of filler. Okay, let's get back to canon. Okay.
Yeah, let's start with the
stream is lagging,
manga
boy.
art stuff
What's going
only.
on? Look, I'll say this about the Shinju. I think they can come off as boring if you view it from like the monthly manga release, when you're like kind of having expectations after an entire month of nothing, and then you get like lackluster content from a certain point of view. Shout out to Obi-Wan Kenobi, okay? But I think I'm on my like optimist, not Mr. Prime. I'm sorry. My optimistic approach here. I'm trying to view things from a different through a different lens. And I think if you kind of like try to find the good in it, you can. But I can 100% understand what he's saying. Like how they deal with the Shinju it does come across as a little lackluster in my opinion. It can be a bit boring.
I don't think
To
the
be
Shinju are
honest,
boring. I just think
I
they're just
think-
not executed the best. But
To be honest, I think the monthly excuse doesn't really work when you have other monthly mangas that kept people in suspense, like Attack on Titan.
well, honestly, just look at earlier Boruto. In my opinion, I don't think many people for most of this. Let's just go with the Kawaki arc for now. For most of that Kawaki arc, that was like the peak of like YouTube views on Boruto topics. Like people were invested every month. I don't think the monthly issue is inherently a problem. It's just how you use your monthly release. So I don't think that inherently matters.
So I wasn't really saying like it was like an excuse. I'm more so saying it's like it can be a reason why you would think it's boring. Not that like because it's monthly that could be like a way that it's not. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
But
that
it's
wasn't
not
hard to
really-
understand. I don't understand the responses. I got it the first time.
Yeah, I was kind of confused. I was
Well,
like, did I say
Sauron, I'm glad you're here because you have to choose
Anyways.
something. What is, for you, Sauron, the most boring thing in Boruto?
What? Of True Vortex or in general?
Just, you can just do
All
this,
of
you know.
Boruto, but not counting like
Mm.
Mitsuki's cat. So you
Not
could just go with,
like
action stuff.
nothing in the anime, right?
We'll
Nothing
go
in the anime, just
manga
manga.
only for this.
Just manga only. I like
It
this
could
game.
be anime adaptation if you really want, but you know,
most boring. Most boring.
Oh,
No, Misty's Cat is fantastic. I won't let anybody trash talk that ever.
Okay.
Hell no.
Oh,
Those
glad you agree.
episodes are
The
great.
problem is they
recently
didn't
realized
have
I'm not
Wasabi
even
in that
joking.
episode, though.
They're good. Freaking love those episodes. Misty's my
Look,
favorite.
I just didn't want
Always
anyone
was.
to pick it. Okay, that's all.
I
It
mean,
was
to
never
be
gonna
fair,
happen.
to be
It's
fair,
not my
Saw,
pick.
on rewatch,
Mhm.
like 2 of those 3 episodes aren't focused on Mitsuki's cat. I rewatched all 3 of them recently. it's more
No,
so
they're
focused,
not.
like,
They're
the
actually
other
more
people.
focused on Mitsuki. But
Well, it's not
they're
even on
not
Mitsuki,
just
it's-
focused
Two
on
of them are
on-
focused on some other guy who's heavily involved in those
Yeah,
episodes.
Also,
it's really
especially Mitsuki's
focused on
Rainy
that.
Day. Especially Mitsuki's
Oh,
Rainy Day. I like
yeah.
Mitsuki's Rainy Day.
It's a good
I
episode.
agree. I also I like cats, so of course I like Mitsuki's cat.
Most boring thing. You're gonna have to give me a minute, cause
That's okay. I have my answer.
You got to
'cause I
think
thought
about it, because
this.
again, like for example, Victor, well, Koji killing him was interesting, so that might not be your pick.
So I do have
all
my
right.
answer.
That didn't land the first time. It wasn't gonna land the second time.
So for my answer, Kamui, you know we've memed this. I thought about it first and foremost, but it's not going to be my final answer. I thought Boro, because you know Boro the boring, he's the
ruined
meme
Boruto.
on the channel who ruined Boruto.
yeah.
You know Boro the boring. That's like the most boring thing in Naruto. That's the very first thing you think of, but with not recent, but kind of recent involvements of Boro through, I guess through Ada and Damon, what happened there, I'm gonna say he's not the most boring thing in Boruto, especially like the Boro cult stuff in the anime, if you want to count that. But like, I think what I will go with, even if you include the anime, it's not gonna be Shoujoji, but rather the Mujinit Bandit Gang. I think that gang is the most boring thing in all of Boruto. The gang itself.
I was gonna say like I was gonna select a specific randomly select a gang member who wasn't Shoujoji.
See, but similar to Mitsuki's cat, I feel like we can't just randomly choose like, oh, Kawaki's left toe now. That's the most boring, because that's not a
Oh,
detail.
well, to be fair,
It has to be like a major canon
Very
thing.
interesting.
If it's Boruto manga only, I think you're right. I think that is actually the most boring section in terms of antagonism in the story. And then we join a gang in general.
Not
yeah.
even section.
I would say that is.
First of all, it's pretty short in the anime. It's only 4 episodes. Second of all, it's actually a pretty good arc, but ignoring that, I think just...
No, I'm
the
talking
gang-
about the gang itself.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad we
The
agree.
antagonist of the arc. I would say that is the most boring section.
Well,
I
mean,
reread the Mujana bit.
I think another contender is going to be Katasuke's lab. You know those ninja
It's-
tools that just never came back and they're useless?
It was boring like the first time you watch it, but like on rewatch, everything they do there is pretty important. Obviously, we knew at the time it was important for Boruto's character, but even then, it's actually, if you rewatch it, the tools they introduce, most of those tools are actually used during the OW arc.
Wait a minute. Just because
Besides
it's
the
useful doesn't mean
lightsaber?
it's entertaining. We can start there. But also, like, I think maybe there's like an underlying problem, at least for me, if I had to answer the question. Like, Boruto is like, they don't finish things in an exciting way often. I guess that's what I would say. Like,
Oh, yeah,
like,
actually, you know what? I got a good answer for my pick.
I think
Jura's
the
reason for
emoji-
leaving in chapter 12.
Wait, chapter 12?
Well, that doesn't mean
Vortex,
boring.
when Jura just left because Hinari's gonna rot.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my pick for the most boring thing in Boruto.
I guess its implications led to a boring outcome, but I don't know if I would call that itself boring.
No, it's like
bad.
okay, I'll give you like an example. Like the Inojin thing, I think that was just like such a sudden and kind of like abrupt end. I was like, oh, okay. And I keep getting that. Like even with like the Konohamaru Mitsari fight, that was just such an abrupt end. It's just like
Yeah.
they don't pay. Like I don't
You
feel
call that a
satisfied.
fight?
Like the way
Yeah, I don't-
Boruto killed Matsuri, as
Wasn't
opposed to like how Trunks killed Frieza. Like that's night and day right there.
I wouldn't really call it a fight. It was more like an exchange. Konohamaru didn't really fight her.
Well, you can have like different types of fight. Like if you go like the Death Note, you like the L versus Light fight was a fight, but it's not like a
Yeah.
conventional one. But they just don't finish things in a satisfying way for me often.
Mhm.
So like even the
Yeah,
Mitsuki
'cause, like-
stuff was just kind of lackluster.
That
I'm
was the
thinking
last.
like for
Boruto.
some comparison. So like look at like the owl fight. And just like all the strategies and efforts and different things they're doing just to finally land that last Rasengan, or the Boro fight, everything leading up to Sarada finally landing the Chidori, and technically the fight continues in Borushiki, and it's like an epic finale. Yes, that's technically
I
abrupt
think
per se, but that's like
the
the
owl stuff is good
epilogue.
though.
Yeah, exactly. It's the coolest thing ever after they basically beat Boro in a
Well,
way,
it's also what
and
a
beat
lot
him.
of authors do, including in Naruto. They have like the narrative fight and then the physical fight, and usually the physical fight ends after the narrative fight. Well, like sort of flip flops, but like with Boruto,
Yeah.
they, especially in Boruto, they tend to end the narrative fight and then the physical fight afterwards. For example, Boro, they physically, well, I guess they narratively defeat Boro, but then he's just like a rampaging monster after the Chidori, after removing the core, and then Boroshiki happens afterwards. But like at that point, it's like kind of weird to call it the same fight, but it's just like happening in the background as he sort of rampages. So
Kind of,
yeah,
yeah.
I think that works for me though, because it
Yeah.
pays it off with like an epic moment with Momoshiki manifesting. I
exactly.
think it wasn't that the first time that happened.
It was,
Yes, it
yeah.
was.
Yeah, so that was a great payoff for me. So I wouldn't use that one for me, or even like the owl stuff. Like the way he kind of like came back to himself at the end and saved Boruto. So I thought that was epic. It was great
Exactly,
for
it's
his character.
good.
No, I wasn't
Um,
using that as a bad example. I was just using that as an
yeah.
example of it happening. Another good one would be Naruto versus, I guess, Neji. He has like wins the physical fight through the uppercut, then he has like wins the narrative fight through explaining it afterwards. Same with Naruto versus
Yeah.
Gaara. Wins the fight the moment he punches Gaara at the end, then he chin crawls his way over there to win the narrative fight.
I don't think you want to use this on Naruto because Naruto is like absolutely amazing.
Again, I'm
And I
saying
don't-
this
I don't
was
think
like
you
the
want-
good examples.
Oh, okay, fair
Yeah.
enough, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah,
But,
Well, I
but,
mean,
but
like,
then you're
I
not,
mean,
you're
they-
not doing Boruto justice then, because that's not a
My-
fair. Like Naruto hucks Boruto as a series, bro.
My classic example for Naruto for this, I think it's my least favorite fight in Naruto. It's Naruto versus Kakuzu. This is like the example. It's an epic thing landing the Rasen Shuriken, but how we got there is just too abrupt. Like,
Well, I think the reason that was so abrupt is because I think Kishimoto was having some
It is
back
fine,
pains,
yeah.
and I think the editor also told him to hurry up and get to the Sasuke stuff.
which,
because
okay, real
otherwise I
quick,
think
I don't understand the logic of this. Kishimoto, you're in the hospital, so finish this arc and start the next one. How is that helping? He's still releasing at the same pace.
I don't know. It's I think just Shonen Jump. I think it's just Shonen Jump and stuff.
But
Like,
these should not be
basically-
doctors at Shonen Jump, because that
They were-
does not help.
They were basically telling him to just change content.
What better medicine than rushing the manga?
Yeah, that'll make his back feel better.
Well, but yeah, I think if that wasn't the case, we probably would have gotten Team Yamato versus Kakuzu. Because given how they were like posed up, ready to fight, but then it's like, oh no, you two go help Shikamaru with Hidan, even though Hidan's pretty much been dealt with, and it's just like Naruto, Rasen Shuriken beats Kakuzu. So, yeah.
That fight is quite lame.
It's,
It was really lame.
But yeah, going back to Boruto only comparisons, I mean, like you look at like even in anime only, bro, like Diva versus the abrupt endings, two blue vortex, like
Yeah. Now, to be fair,
Wait,
you
Depot?
could. I think the biggest issue with the Konohamaru versus Matsuri ending is it seems you could argue that Konohamaru, quote unquote, didn't win the narrative fight, but he like forwarded the narrative through Shikamaru. He did the development of the arc that it needed to do. The problem is the fight clearly wasn't over then, and then they ended on a cliffhanger for a month, and then they instantly have Boruto come in the very next chapter and just stop the fight when it seemed like it was going to keep going. As opposed to, like, for example, Demon Slayer's like most popular episode ever in season 1. It seems like the main character is about to win the physical and narrative fight, and then in the next episode, it's revealed that he didn't win the physical fight. But like the previous episode, it seemed good on both fronts. But
That's why I brought
Demon
the
Slayer stuff is-
monthly release pacing. Like it can come off that way. Like if you view it from that perspective, like, hey, it was following a course of action last month. I'm waiting this entire time. You have no anime out. You have no other type of content I can absorb outside of content creators. Okay, and then a month later, you give me Boruto just sneaking her. It's like, well, that
Bruh.
was abrupt.
Bro,
Thanks
Mello,
for
you
that, I
have no
guess.
idea how disappointed I was. That was literally my favorite part of Two Blue Vortex, the Konohamaru versus Matsuri stuff.
I know, to this day, I still kind of...
Sorry,
It's
I call
it's
bullshit.
up there
You're
for
lying.
me.
There's no fucking way that was
Of
your
Two Blue
favorite part
Vortex,
of
it is
TBV.
mine.
No, we
personally.
think we
shot.
both genuinely
No
think that
shot.
is arguably the narratively best part. We're not saying it's perfect,
Well, here,
but
let me
narratively
convince
might be
you.
the best part.
Let me convince you, Mello. In fact, you never even watched this arc. I went back and re-watched the boring Ramon arc of Boruto. That's following Konohamaru and his, for an arc, girlfriend. Where Konohamaru has like one fight towards the end of the arc where he has like 3 different cool new jutsus we never see before. And I'm sitting there for a month pleading, expecting, getting out of my seat, excited that we're gonna get Konohamaru summoning Monkey King Enra and doing these cool, like, ethereal summoning jutsus and sealing jutsus and all this cool stuff to fight Matsuri, and it just never happened. Oh, it's the worst thing ever.
That fight was clearly like, again, a different type of fight, so you're gonna get a different type of choreography.
Honestly,
And I just feel like since
Matsuri felt like it was going to be like a long-term villain that got killed off quite shortly, to be honest. But sorry, go on.
I mean, personally, the Matsuri one is the one I'm the most okay with abruptly ending, because for what they were doing, I understood it, so I was fine with that, especially since, things continue in the arc
but
anyway.
they didn't complete what I think they were trying to accomplish. That's what kind of made it feel like abrupt, in my opinion.
I think
That's where it's tricky, because Boruto did prevent them from essentially completing that. But that was also, but by doing so, that furthered a different thing for the arc that the arc's doing. So it's kind of tricky. Like
that's not as much of a problem, though. Again, going back to the Demon Slayer example, you think the fight is done. Let's say Konohamaru's Rasengan took out Matsuri, her soul thorn was there, and then we get the reveal next chapter that Matsuri can heal just normally from her soul thorn without the tree. Then in that same chapter, Boruto comes out of nowhere and takes out the fully healed Matsuri. That's not a problem. That's establishing Matsuri as an even higher level threat than we ever thought before, and then immediately dealing with her. As opposed to, let's just say, Borushiki isn't revealed in the episode that he's revealed. He's revealed next episode after it seems like Team 7 has to fight the monster Boro. So that's where the episode's going to end. The next episode starts where Team 7's getting ready to face down the monster Boro. Then Borushiki comes out. Now it's kind of more of a problem. It's sort of the same idea here.
I take it back. I actually do think it was completed. I
But
think
didn't
the point
Boruto
was
show up
to
at the
be
end of a
kind
chapter?
incomplete when it comes
Yeah.
to Konohamaru's like any conclusion that he can arrive at. I just think I think the whole reason why Boruto intervened because Konohamaru was not able to fulfill the mission. And I think the ultimate conclusion would have been like they both died. Yeah, I kind of do think that fight was.
Yeah, I've been trying to think about what about it wasn't completed. The whole idea that, like, okay, so Konohamaru isn't able to actually go through with actually killing Matsuri, to then go around, and especially in the fashion that he tried doing it, which was by betraying her, to then turn around after he gets stabbed, which we see in the chapter before, have him try and go and this summon Monkey King, his monkey with his staff, do all these cool jutsu in order to continue fighting her when she's just half legs. That's just weird. Why would you continue the fight that way? That doesn't really.
Put
That's
respect
just
on
odd.
Enra.
Because he couldn't finish. He didn't want to kill her. So he's going to turn around and then try and kill her after that?
He hesitated
You know,
for
I
one
agree.
moment. There's nothing saying
think
he
that was
wouldn't
the
have done it
conclusion.
afterwards. And also, it's not like her legs were really giving her the strength of a real arsenal there. It's more of the tendrils.
Yeah, but I agree there. But like,
No,
I think
it's
the reason
more so
I
that
feel okay with
the
it.
immediate turnaround would just be kind of jarring without some type of conversation first.
Yeah,
Right.
to really make him.
I think you first need
Because
to
the
understand
point
what
was
the fight
completed.
was about. Like what that particular exchange was about. It wasn't really about a physical confrontation. It was really about like emotions and like
Exactly.
human elements and that type of
Uh,
thing. So from that
100%.
perspective, I think Konohamaru being from the school of Naruto, he has like a conflict with being like this kind of demon time type of ninja in this type of way in this specific situation, and especially given who she's based off of, Moege. So I think ultimately he could not finish that fight to completion. So the way that it ended was complete from that character's perspective.
Yeah.
That's how I'm looking at it, because the point was he
100%
wasn't going to continue. Like, he wasn't going to go through with it. He couldn't. It just wasn't in him. And so he was going to die or be saved. Basically, are the two conclusions you have. And obviously, him getting devoured would be an interesting thing that they could have done. But
Like,
I'm
suppose the
okay with Boruto
incomplete
saving
feeling
him
for
because
me-
Konohamaru did his part.
would I
The
have
incomplete
loved
part for
it?
me is kind of coming from like the Mitsuri side, but I'll let Sauron cook.
Would I have loved your version? Ood, absolutely. You know how I feel about Konohamaru. But I didn't
Yeah, you
see it
clearly
happening.
hate Monkey King Enro over here. But,
No, I freaking oh my gosh, you know what?
Yeah.
love
Earlier you say like, oh,
Konohamaru,
Monkey
yes.
King, yeah, whatever his name is. Yeah, you really loved him in that moment, huh?
Bro.
Infernape is better. Infernape
I was
is-
gonna say Enma, but I forgot it was Enra. Calm down, boy.
So what
You
the-
understand what I'm
it's
trying.
very easy to remember.
Chimchar is better.
No, but like you guys are framing it in a way to where I disagree. If you remember at the start of the conversation, I actually was the first one to say this. So I agree with everything you say. I do think this was complete. I think the problem here, as opposed to the other examples, is this one was misleading by ending it and like having the resolution in a different chapter in a way that felt like it was going to continue when it really didn't need to in the first place, which tells you, if anything, oh, why is this going to continue? Oh, this must be hype going forwards. Otherwise, it would have just ended here. But then it didn't. But then it did.
Yeah, I looked at how it's spaced out. Honestly, the problem with it is just because they were doing this 50-50 split with the Sarada fight, the Ryu fight, and the Matsuri stuff, because it's like halfway through the chapter when Matsuri attacks Konohamaru again after he falters, and then it's all Sarada until the end of the chapter where it's continuing off where Konohamaru and Matsuri were, and then Boruto shows up. It just like
What part exactly was
interrupts it
misleading?
for Sarada, basically.
What part was misleading? The chapter ends with Konohamaru seemingly getting like massively injured, although he seems to have less injuries in the following chapter. But I digress.
Yeah, we've
He
already
gets
talked
he gets massively injured, and then what? And then Matsuri, they're just in the same position the next chapter.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's obviously going to be
What was
going into the
misleading?
chapter, going into the one where Boruto comes. Not the chapter where Boruto comes, but I guess the previous chapter where that left off. That'd obviously be... Because, I mean, Kamui, you remember how much I was hyping up this Konohamaru sealing jutsu from the Ramon arc
and
for
I also remember telling you that wasn't going to happen. So maybe it's because my expectations were normal. But
I think that ending is more so about like Boruto's connection with Koji and like Koji willing to sacrifice his comrades. I think that was more like for him and less about like Konohamaru.
Well, that could have happened at any point for Boruto to bail out
like Konohamaru's
fight.
part ended with the chapter 19 or whichever one it was, and then Boruto's part comes in, like Mello said, like the Boruto Koji conversation where he comes in.
Hey,
Hold on, real
it's
quick.
almost
I think Blue Star was trying to say something though.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell you, Ood, Kamui, I've made a sort of list of like worst Boruto moments that see when
Oh,
doing that.
let's go.
A list, wow.
Let's go through them. Let's go through them.
Wait.
Oh,
Wait, do you guys like... Okay, who here actually likes Boruto? So I can just understand.
Me.
Me.
I mean, you're not gonna believe us when we say we do. But
I do. I really
What
like
do you say, Miss
Boruto.
Ann?
I
Yeah,
hate
she likes it as well.
Okay, well,
I love
I
Boruto.
don't see that.
that is an
but
opinion.
I
be
loved
fair-
Boruto. I fell out of love with it after like chapter 4 of TBV. And
If
then
anything-
I
if
don't love it
anything-
any.
Okay, I mean this unironically.
I still love Boruto 2.4.
Wait. Miss Ann, like, why do you... I mean, my God, man. Why do you think... I mean, my God, ma'am. Why do you think Boruto is better than Naruto?
Oh, we don't have to harp on this. This
Oh, is
is
she
not
talking? I can't
necessary.
hear her. Let me leave and rejoin.
Let her cook, bro.
Let her.
All right, first things first.
Okay.
I
Yes,
really
dude.
like romance, and the majority of what I watch is romance. And the payoff and the
Oh, you.
development for the romance in Naruto was gosh awful.
Well, that's
So you're
because
saying
they
you
made
don't
Boruto
like
such a
Naruto
lot
for
of
getting
times
about
together.
Hinata's
Yeah, okay,
confession.
I'm glad we're getting this because I wanted to get Miss and Blue Star's conversation on the same topic, Kamui. You know where that's going. on
Yeah, I know where
the
you're going with
romance
this.
there. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what did
Yeah.
Blue Star say in response? What did he say?
I wanted to
Yes.
hear the
Yes, me
top
too.
10 worst sports moments.
Can I not hear Blue Star now? Or is he not talking?
Sauron, I'm trying not to
I'm
be
talking.
negative.
Oh,
Yeah.
there he is.
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry. I was just
Okay.
Bro, maybe we can turn it into a positive by defending those moments. You don't know.
This is true.
What am I doing?
This is true.
See?
Do you want me to stay on my list?
Let's go.
I do. Yes.
Where's
Okay,
yours, by the
I
way?
put in. I put in the chat. I've put in the podcast chat thing. I'm not sure if you
Okay.
want to share
Okay.
screen it. Or... I'm
Yeah,
not sure if you
I
want to
did
share
want to
screen it.
find this.
Ooh, first one to tell me you can't defend that one.
Other end.
All right.
I'm trying, Chad. I'm trying to be positive, bro.
Omnipotence.
You
All
did not
right.
let me.
I
Omnipotence, bro. Come on, man.
Nah, bro.
Oh my
that
god,
doesn't
Miss Anne! Okay, I
doesn't belong on the
low-key
list.
understand why you're saying number 2, but that is controversial.
Omnipotence,
I
for
know it
God's
is.
sakes.
And that's
My
like,
God. Fucking
I don't know.
omnipotence.
Anyway.
I don't think omnipotence belongs on the list. The first one you can't defend.
I mean, it's
Third
better
one?
than impotence.
I
Hey.
can't remember the spelling. I apologize.
Hey, don't make fun of them. Okay.
No
Let me-
reaction to Naruto's death from other villages in Sakura and Kakashi.
Yeah, it's like seriously.
That's a W. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's like Naruto is literally supposed to be the most powerful ninja in the ninja world. He's literally supposed to be the reason how the Five Nations able to keep the stability and all that stuff, and yet no reaction from like any of the Five Nations, from the rogue ninjas, and let's see, especially no reaction from Kakashi and Sakura, especially when apparently Sasuke apparently helped the one that supposedly killed Naruto escape, and it's like, no, why is there no reaction? Particularly from Sakura, because that's supposed to be her best friend being murdered, and her husband supposed to be helping the one that did it. Seriously, no reaction for that. There is no absolute reaction. At least when, let's see, All Might retired and Gojo was sealed, you got reactions to like everyone about from their world about all the chaos that was going to happen afterwards. But yeah. So but yeah. That is why I think it's the worst thing. It's the fact that those shows the lack of world building in Boruto, where you don't see the reactions to this kind of thing. Heck, even when the third Hokage died, you had a reaction to the Five Nations, like at least Kahona, at least with the council and Daimyo wanting to appoint a new Hokage immediately. So it's like all that at least. Yeah.
Can you debunk this, Sauron?
Can I debunk this? No, I can't,
Or maybe
because
I'm
I
just
have the
talking
same opinion, unfortunately.
Yeah, I
So-
think I agree too.
I can't really defend that one. That's why I'm
mean-
like, anime. When you come back, let's go do like sometime, okay? Let's have some.
Maybe Naruto is secretly hated and despised because the way that the system was structured was actually beneficial to people, in like a kind of shadowy, dark way. And so like, but even then, like, would you want to show like the reaction of them hating him as well? So, I get your
I would
point.
love to see the political reaction to like those who hated Naruto preventing future wars and all that stuff. It's like,
Or there's like enemies in the there's like enemies in the woodwork.
If you like political enemies of Naruto, show them. Show the chaos that these kind of Sutskis have
I don't-
caused Naruto's absence.
I don't know if I need that. I'll be honest, but
No, you need something though, like some kind of reaction in either
yeah, you
direction,
need
I
some
believe.
type of reaction, absolutely. But I want to focus on. I don't really care about any of the political stuff, to be honest. I actually care more about the political stuff in terms of like how the village selected the new Hokage, and if Kakashi still exists within the story, why didn't they pick Kakashi over Shikamaru? He's more
Well,
powerful than him,
it's
and he's also
all gonna be
intelligent.
political. There's no way to avoid it. He's a political figure. You can't.
Yeah, but if I'm
reaction in
going,
either direction. Yeah. So, bro, who's sucking cock on the stream, bro? What is that? What is
Okay,
that,
that's
bro?
hilarious.
We can't say that.
What is that, bro?
Especially when it's the girl.
Oh hell no, bro. Miss Ann, what's going on over there? Who you got over
That's
there,
what
Miss
she
Ann?
say. She's doing chores.
Miss Ann got a little special
yeah, I was
somebody over
doing
there. What's
chores.
going on, Miss Ann?
Wait, what are we talking about?
Um,
There is
I
a
don't think it was
horrible
her, bro.
sound going on in your mind. Whatever. It's okay.
What is
It's okay.
that, bro?
It's not even that bad. Just like a little bit of static, but you probably should fix it for the streamer right now.
That
Oh,
is kind of
I'm
awkward
sorry.
that
Hold
it
on
was
one
the
second.
one female person.
No,
who could have
it's
been
the
there,
it's
though.
it's that
That was bad
cockroach in a
taste. My
room,
bad.
or it's the guy who's trying to flirt with her.
I
Oh
didn't
my
think it would
God.
be her.
Yeah, I just wanted some type of reaction from with Naruto's death from any of the Konoha 11 characters.
That's just
I also,
I apologize.
No, you're
Well,
I also would have,
okay, technically, you do kind of get it from Shikamaru.
yeah, again, I think I've discussed this with you and Kamui, Ood and Kamui before, that I just wanted to see. I don't like the way the Boruto Part 1 ends. I would have liked to see the aftermath a little bit. I would have liked to see a bit of how they pick who's going to be the next Hokage. Get Kakashi involved. He's not allowed to be Hokage because Sasuke ended up being a traitor, and he was the one responsible for letting Sasuke out. And the village elders are going to be like, "We were right about Sasuke the whole time. He went off with a traitor." Like just stuff like that, drama like that. I would have liked to see how Himawari deals with actually like being alone. That's like all stuff that I would have really liked to see. And then like Boruto Part 1 can kind of end with seeing like maybe a year into the future and you see Boruto and Sasuke, they're like chilling. And it like pans to like the sky or something. I would have preferred something like that than like this abrupt ending because I think at the time a lot of the community was actually confused that this was the ending. It wasn't 100% clear to everyone, especially me. But I think ultimately I just didn't like the ending of part 1. I felt dissatisfied. So I would have liked to see more drama about the aftermath.
It's funny.
So I
you say that
I agree with Blue Star.
because, as you know, over time I've only agreed more and more, especially on my
Oodie,
Boruto rewatch. It's
Kamui
become
has to go
even
soon.
more obvious.
You guys gotta blitz through this list, bro. We spent like 10 minutes on one thing. Kamui gotta go at 1. So it's Omnipotence.
It's an hour and a half from now, to be fair. But
Yeah, Omnipotence. This one.
but thank you for remembering, Mel, because I forgot until you said it.
I know you did. We
I'm
same, okay?
counting on you.
Neurodivergent as fuck. I get you. So Omnipotence. Are we moving to Omnipotence?
Shout out the noise in Kamui's background, or it might be Sauron's.
That's not me.
Okay,
No,
someone.
that's Pardale. Is that person?
Yeah. For once,
There,
Oodie,
okay.
it's not me. Thank you for blaming me.
Okay, I muted him. Okay, we're good.
I guess I gotta mute him now.
Did I not mute him on the server?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, just on
I still hear it.
okay, server mute. There you go. Fix it.
So,
and no longer showing the screen of like the West moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, move on to number 2, Omnipotence.
Star,
Why do you hate it?
Omnipotence, I think. I may have spelled it wrong. I apologize.
Impotence?
Stop.
Omnipotence?
Stop harping on it. Let him explain why he doesn't like it.
We can't help it, Sarah.
I just feel like it's just a sort of convenient plot way of like just suddenly making Boro become like swapping Boro so Kawaki's position when it's like it's kind of like how I should it's just like I found the ability too broken and it, like the whole rewrite thing and frankly it makes me think like okay this feels like that means anything could have been rewritten before in the past so and stuff like that. I remember I can't remember all the reasons why Ritzy initially said it when I think I talked to Ood and Kamui when I first joined their podcast. But yeah, I think it's just too broken of an ability. I think it's just a bit of a cop out of getting Kawaki and Boruto to swap positions, if you will. And yeah, I just don't think it's I just think it kind of breaks a lot of things in Boruto's world, to be honest. But yeah, let's see.
Do you think it breaks things, or do you think it potentially breaks?
I don't know it breaks anything.
Actually, I think I would agree with Mello with the potential there, because I do think that does matter, by the way, because when you're writing a story, then you need rules and restrictions in place so that you can understand the universe. And without those, then all stakes go out the window, because why would I care if anything can happen at any time?
But it can't though.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
There's
like,
clear restrictions on omnipotence that was
yeah,
stated
Yeah,
because of who was
but
the
if
caster.
there's not, then there you go. Like
yeah,
if
but we're
Shibai
not
comes
there.
back. No, but if like Shibai
We're
comes
not.
back,
That's
or
like
We're
a
not
fantasy future
there.
that doesn't exist.
Like,
That's
I'm
just
not
some
gonna
prescient
criticize
shit.
something that hasn't happened yet.
okay, I
That's why I
guess
said
we're
Um,
just ignoring all
is
potential.
it breaking it or does it have the potential to break it?
Well, that's literally what I was going with, but so whatever.
Oh yeah,
But nobody answered
agree.
that question though.
I
You just
do.
agreed.
Well, then you must have. Did I cut out or something? Because that's how I started off by saying my thing.
Okay, so if this breaks it, what does it break? How about we start
Yeah,
there?
what does it break? What, if you have anything that you can think of?
Well,
Or is it just like the
I'll just restate word for word how I started. So
But why
I
are
agree
you
with
stating? It's
Mello
Blue
when it
stating
comes to
this
the
is Blue.
potential.
Oh, this isn't about you.
Yeah, it's like we're talking to Blue.
Oh, my
He's the one
bad.
that made the statement, not you.
Okay. Sorry for being defensive.
okay. It's been a while since I remembered the omnipotence, so frankly, I think it's one of those reality things of like this alteration of its swapped memories and all that stuff. I think like it's a bit too convenient how it can just get everyone to think one person is there, even when my understanding later in the part two, there's like even though there's physical evidence that Boruto is Naruto's son with like photos, I think, from my understanding, but people in their mind will always just make some excuse, and the only time when this is broke was apparently when Shikamaru listened to, I think, was it Eido's about how his work, he could see his work in Kawaki, even though Boruto was supposed to be the one he thought modified and something like that. I don't know. I think it's just stuff like that. I feel like I don't know, like that. It's just so it's been a while. I just remember just really hating on Omnipotence at the time. But,
Okay.
but yeah,
Okay.
I'm sure
I think I can
women have.
understand. No, please
Sorry, go
continue.
on.
No,
No,
please
no,
continue.
go on. You think I can understand what I was saying?
I know I was gonna say I think I can
I was,
understand the heart of your issue with it.
yeah.
I don't necessarily like agree, but I think I understand like what you're getting at, and I think that's okay. Yeah.
Okay. I think Oodie and Kamui had their own issues with it, but I can't remember what they
We've had
said.
too many issues with it.
But like, what about number 3 though? We gotta kind of.
Okay, let me just check the list.
More
Let me just check
becoming a
the list.
9%
So many people
Well,
in the
the
comments now.
Jinchuriki, to be exact.
Yeah,
Himawari
here
becoming the 9th. Oh yeah.
yeah, I just felt like okay, the one major death, and you just actually is now gone. So it's kind of, I felt like there's no one major death from the series had, and now it's like gone, and now it's just like you just did this to give Himawari a power up. I feel
Is
like
this like
she seemed to
the
be
bad or boring list? Just I forgot. Just boring or
Uh,
mix
bad?
of bad.
worst.
I'd say mix of. I'd say
Okay,
worse,
okay,
but
okay.
yeah. But yeah, I
Gotcha.
just do not like him becoming a ginger, to be honest. And I feel like it's just a cheap way of getting her to power up. And I don't like how Naruto had to be depowered down the line for this. But yeah. Also, actually, to be fair, don't think I still kind of disliked Himawari ever since she sort of ruined Naruto's chance to to have his Hokage ceremony. So it's like first you take his big day, now you take his power. But it's like I don't know, but yeah, I just feel like it was just a cheap way of giving a power boost when she really had nothing to her. If you will, but yeah, and then suddenly she's this perfect Jinchuriki, even though I'm pretty certain the Hyuga bloodline had nothing to do with the tailed beast, when it's always been like the Senju Uzumaki who she has. Stuff like
Okay.
that.
Okay. What about
Um,
number 4? Oh, you got it. Oh, my bad.
That's what I said. An idea.
felt like
I
it was a bit of a cop-out when, okay, you kept going on about Naruto's going to die at this point, Naruto's going to die. Oh, no, break, Rama is. And it just feels like it was just a way to depower Naruto, and I guess you could argue Sasuke to accept when Boruto, possessed by Naruto, stabbed him in the eye and all that stuff. I felt it was like just a way to depower them, just so the new generation can actually now properly surpass them, if you will, when they couldn't before. Just mainly just, and also like Kurama gets resurrected down the end. It's like we're not going to see him again. Oh wait, he's immediately resurrected at the beginning of part 2. So
Can I ask you, what do you
yeah,
think about Baryon mode? Like, because you
I
seem to
think
have,
it's
yeah.
I think it's the worst power power has ever had, to be honest. I also think it's the worst design.
I wouldn't.
Well, okay. Well, hold on.
I can't
Let's
disagree with
actually
that. I don't like Baryon mode either.
with the
Okay.
when you say the worst power. Okay, so I'm gonna because there's
This
a couple ways
it
you
should
could
be
be
on the
viewing
list.
this. Like, for just as an example, when Naruto uses like the cubey-eyed form in like 5 different situations, are you just calling that one form, or are you specifically saying it's worse than each and every individual instance of him using that one form? Does that question make sense?
A little pedantic.
Are you saying
Well,
he's
depending
worse than-
I don't know
on his
why that was so
answer, I'll
funny.
pull up some examples and just see
Blue
what he
Star is
says.
nice
That was
and
just
muffled
perfect
for
comedic
anybody
timing.
else. It sounds like muffled to me.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, it's not just you, Mello. I hear it, dude.
Okay.
Is it my
It's like,
phone?
do I not speak English? Like,
Sorry, I'm just I'm trying not to be too loud, just in case I understand my name. Apologies.
It's he's 5 hours ahead of us. So.
Yeah.
oh, I got you.
But yeah, I'm trying to speak a bit more clearly. So, could you say the question again, Kamui?
Yeah. So, like, when you say like of all the Naruto transformations, it's the worst. I'm just using this as an example. When Naruto uses like the Kyuubi eyes form in part 1, like 5 different times, are you just saying it's worse than the Kyuubi eyed form, or are you saying it's worse than each and every individual usage of that form?
What the hell is a Kyuubi-eyed form? I've never heard.
You know, like what
anyone
Naruto
say
does
that.
versus Haku, and what he does versus Orochimaru, the Force of Death,
I'm
and what he
not
does
like
versus
calling it
Orochimaru.
eyed.
I've never heard that. Okay, that's cool.
Well, what do you want me to call it? I'm describing
Aqua
what
cloak,
he has.
Karama's cloak. I don't know.
Well, he
QB
doesn't have a
clone?
cloak in those forms.
Karama mode.
QB.
But then
Yeah,
you call it like
Karama.
the 1 tail, 2 tail, 3 tail, 4 tail. Like it'll be the cloak.
And
then
it's
you
not
have the
any of
tail.
those, so...
Karama or
And if I say
mode?
0 tails, well, what about versus Neji when he doesn't have a tail? Yeah, exactly. So that's why
Karama
I described
or
it as.
mode?
No, but that's
I would
never
probably,
mind.
I would probably say each of those part 1 transformations, if you will, I felt were a lot more iconic than Brian mode, if you ask me.
Oh, okay, all right. So, okay, I've got an interesting one.
Man, that has a lot of
Not the overall fight. Okay, throw that out the window. I'm only referring to the moment where his eyes are the Kyuubi eyes. When he does it for one panel versus Gaara and immediately goes away. That one
Okay,
versus
so,
Baryon mode in its entirety.
So number 5 on this list, like Ikimoto's design of female cast.
I'm interested
What
for
about
this
that?
one.
Okay, so
I don't
I'm
know what's
interested in
going
this
on.
one too because I actually like
I think
majority
I
of his
know where
designs
he's going
for
with it.
Yeah, I think he's
female
going with my
characters.
Vegeta Bandits complete with Sarada's interaction there.
Is it just
the only thing
so-
we get out of Vegeta Bandits.
for all the
Yeah.
female
Learning.
cast or just particular characters?
Well, I would definitely say Sarada is the most obvious. I think
You
Ida.
didn't say
She's
why.
Your mic sounds
See,
great. Man.
Ida, I think would also be. Sometimes I feel like Ichimoku
Really?
gets a bit creepy, but I'd
When-
see. But
does he
say
get creepy?
I definitely say Ikimoto's legging designs for like his female cast. It's like I could maybe understand if it was the more older ones, but the younger ones, okay, you're getting a bit. This is sketchy. And it's like I didn't need to. And I definitely say the whole Sarada flirting with those bandit situation
Vegeta
was like
Bandits.
arguably the worst one.
The only
I
thing
feel
we
like
got
the- I don't-
from him.
I feel like the flirting isn't the issue. I feel like the issue is the outfit in general.
Yeah, the
There's
outfit in
just the
general is the
outfit.
biggest.
I don't think the
Do
flirting
you
was
think
the
it's
problem.
sketchy, or do you just think it's straight pedo? Like, I'm just curious. I like to just get to the heart of it. Stop bullshitting.
Well,
No.
I was saying sketchy to try and avoid using that word, but
Too late.
yeah, but yeah, I would say it's definitely questionable. I'd say, but yeah.
Ikimoto design. Ikimoto had like three.
Not too far.
Ikimoto had like
This is
three
how-
alternate designs for Sarada's younger design, and he went with like the worst one that he had created. There's like
Kishimoto
there's another
gave
one that I really like.
Wait, what are you talking about, Sauron?
had like a design as well.
I'm gonna show you the one that I really like for it's Kamui. I'm gonna show you the one that I like. It's basically different colors than the one that he ended up going with for this Sarda design, but it has a longer skirt. And I ended up
Okay.
liking that one more.
Where are you gonna
Because
put
this I'm gonna put it in the
Or they're ninja. Why are they wearing skirts to begin with?
they wear unrealistic outfits consistently anyways. It's not really much of a problem. You look at what Tamari was wearing back in part 1. She's wearing like
it is a problem for me personally. Like when Japan in general has like this pedo, like
Oh, don't let Miss Ant's got some bad news for you, Mello.
No, he told me about how they be pulling pennies out the vending machine. We had this whole.
Oh, that's right. You were there for that stream.
She agrees. Yeah. Yeah, like they have this whole like weird pedo thing going on with anime, and I don't like it at all. And I think that's the heart of the problem.
I'm aware of
Tiptoeing around
it.
is bullshit to me. Like, especially
I'm
with
aware-
extreme stuff. Like, nah, this is creepy, bro. This is weird.
No, I'm aware of Japan's issues with all that stuff.
Let's call it out.
But I am saying, okay. I'm basically like, I don't think.
Well, shout out the dog that interrupted Sauron.
So, if your point was like the skirt ninja bad, right? That's what your point was, and I was like,
Well, it's
okay,
the most
like,
dumbed down
a
version of
lot
this
of
point, but yes.
characters in this show
Yeah, it was
wear
kind of
outfits that
the
don't
start
make
of a point, but
sense to wear for being ninja, even back in Naruto. So I just think it's like a consistent pattern. Tamari's wearing like the highly
That's not
restrictive.
the heart of my point, though. The heart of my point is the pedophilic atmosphere within Japanese culture broadly, but also how it manifests through anime. That's the broader point.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
Anime in
that's
general, like her wearing high heels as a ninja is not really a problem because she's like a ninja. Like, yeah, that's fine. But like when you add the context of that culture, then that becomes a problem. You add like the context of like the way the world is revealed to be in the last couple of years, that also expedites the problem. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'd also say that
My issue with
Kishimoto also never went kind of there with his female cast designs, particularly when they were younger. So
yeah,
Out of
he
curiosity,
definitely did. He told Ikimoto that he thought it was a bit egregious, but it's his characters. He's gonna like whatever.
out
And
of
I
he's gonna be
honestly,
like,
when
whatever.
we tiptoe around this topic, it just kind of perpetuates the problem. We kind of become
Yeah.
No, I just want to focus on
That's why I
like
like to be
the
direct about it.
actual like. I just want to focus on like the actual design. Like the whole like Ikimoto's a pedo for what he did with Sarda thing is kind of it's been talked about in the community forever. So I just want to focus on like the designs as a whole. So I'm like, people often complain about Sarda's design because skirt bad. And I'm like, I feel like the
But I don't
skirt
think that's
length
the
is what
heart
the
of
actual
Blue's
issue
problem
is.
with it.
Yeah, the design's really creepy.
Honestly, for me,
Hello?
I just don't like her. This
Hello.
is a Japan fashion thing nowadays, K-pop, whatever. I get it. I don't like the
choker.
sock boot, whatever things on her calves. I just think it's ugly. Personally, it's nothing more
The
to
what
it.
on her calves?
Whatever she's wearing in Super Vortex, I just don't
The
like
sock
that stuff.
boot.
I get it. It's a new whatever thing. I just don't like it.
Yeah, well, let's just ignore the
honest, I
fact
think-
that this is a Naruto fictional universe that isn't reality. So it doesn't need to follow current fashion trends at all.
Well, I don't even mind it following current fashions. I just don't like the fashion.
To be honest, I feel like
That's all.
Boruto Part 2 designs. To be honest, I feel like Boruto Part 2 designs are kind of look like Tokyo Revenge designs rather than
That's
Naruto Ninja designs.
Well,
Yeah.
what do you guys think
That-
about
that-
Namida? If you remember, that's the anime-only girl that cries and has the clothing of Naruto almost 1-for-1.
I like Namida's design.
It's like Black Canary from DC Comics.
Yeah.
She's
I
cool.
like Namida's design.
Ooh,
I
Black
like
Canary.
I like the I like what she's wearing. Uh,
But anyway,
The-
I suppose that we can go to like number 6, the Boro fight.
wait, do you have any
Bro,
others?
I actually disagree with this. Okay, I understand why people say it, but I disagree.
Kamui,
like
the
the
channel
Boro
meme. What happened?
Why was Boro naked the whole time, bro?
You ruined
See,
Boruto.
that's what ruined Boruto.
He's fighting little kids, and he's like, gotta-
Well, Udi, to be
Well,
fair,
how is he
Boro
can't
can
regenerate
ruin
his
Boruto,
clothes?
but not be boring.
Okay.
It's interesting how he ruined
It
Well,
was
to
Boruto.
be fair,
Regenerated clothes.
Kamui, it's both of our channel memes. It's that he ruined Boruto and that he's boring.
And
I
I
like
don't
the
remember
Boro
why.
fight. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of like the
Patrick Star.
Boro
That
fight.
was tough.
I just think it just wasn't really that good a fight. Okay, it's the one fight where you got Team 7 working as a team. Kind of like how Kaguya is like the one fight you got Team 7 working as a team. But I just found it boring, and Boro's not that really engaging or an antagonist. And I feel like, okay, this is supposed to be one of the inner circle, but he feels more like an outer. It feels like more of a henchman than like one of those main guys, if you will.
In my opinion, I think Miss Anne might agree with me, but you guys might not. I think the Delta fight, and specifically the Ishiki, not Jigen, but Ishiki fights, are more boring than the Boro fights. And I put Boro is less boring than those.
I like the Boro fight. I was really engaged with it. I do agree. I don't really like Boro as a character, and as like an antagonist, especially in the manga only. The anime tried to give him more dimension, but they didn't commit to it at all. They kind of just like, oh, here's an extra dimension to his character. We're not going to do much with it though, so it was kind of pointless. But in the manga specifically, you only have him being like this regenerating guy, and that's really all you have to his character. You don't even have the aspect of him being a cult leader, what he's trying to achieve with the cult, how he's like misleading people, how he's manipulating people in the town. You get none of that in the manga. So he's just a regenerating guy. So he's not a very engaging character.
Well,
I
he's
can agree
also
with
a
that.
gunpowder guy and a virus guy.
I do still enjoy the fight despite that, because I don't know. I guess I just enjoy like a lot of the exchanges.
It's
I
weird.
can
In the
understand-
English
I can
dub, they don't
understand
even
not
say
liking-
gunpowder. They just say he mixed explosives and with the virus. I'm just sitting there wondering what's happening.
No,
I
no.
think
In the
it's weird
manga, they
that
say
he,
gunpowder. In the anime, they don't say gunpowder.
It's so weird.
I think it's weird that like he's getting bested by like Genin. I think that's a little weird. Like these characters are supposed to be like monstrously strong. Like he's
Yeah, but
supposed
he's
to be
not
so strong.
trying.
Like,
That's the problem.
he's
is
so
he's not
strong they
trying.
trust him to guard over Naruto Uzumaki. Like
Well, the thing
Yeah,
is, he's not trying that hard. Like he's not taking the fight all that seriously. It's the
Yeah,
classic.
he's
gimmick
suffering
of-
from that. Literally, that
Yeah,
character flaw.
and he puts himself at a disadvantage every single time because he lets them like get hits on him to like blow up his arms and stuff because he knows he can't die from it. So he's like, whatever, it's fine. But he
bro
puts
got
himself
blitzed by
as
Sarada. He's like, she's
I
fast.
think this is also the biggest problem you have with like Boruto Part 1. It's like you got arguably what should be like Part 2 level villains, if you will, fighting Part 1, let's say, level characters.
I mean, Boro
It's like-
literally says in the middle of the fight, I have power you cannot get from training. That's why you shinobi can never beat me. So
yeah. The
Yeah.
power that he's talking about is like the regeneration stuff and like the virus and
Yeah.
stuff. That's what he's
And-
referring
and-
to.
I mean, he's
not like-
he's essentially Boro's kind of doing the owl fight thing of he is specifically. I mean, Boro technically uses ninjutsu too. I get it, but he's abusing his ninja tech, shibai cells, whatever stuff. It's pretty much exclusively, and he's putting so much stock into it that he's just letting them demolish him because so he can basically say, my God-given power is so much better than yours, and I'm going to prove it by doing nothing and still winning. That's basically what he's doing.
Yeah, he's like,
That's
I'm
what makes
chosen
it
by
boring.
God.
That's what makes it-
And Sarin, I get what you're saying, and I do agree, but there's another end of me that wants to think this is just a rehash of the Al line I talked about last time, to where Al was saying that he's singing back to the Tin Tails from the War Arc. Al says something along the lines of, there are creatures in this world that you can never surpass. They're just that powerful. No matter what you do, you can't ever surpass them. I think that, and I understand what you're saying, but it's possible that Boro's just talking about raw physical power just in general. You could say as a combination of all of his might because of his tools, but he's to say that you cannot surpass me because of my strength. It could be because of my tools, but because of my strength. That it is unnatural level of strength to where humanity will never surpass me.
Yeah, but again, when
Have you guys seen,
Naruto, when they say
What does it have?
strength, they
I don't
don't just
know
mean bicep curls, they mean their abilities. So
They mean their entire toolkit.
But exactly, all that's in combination
and a lot
with
of
what
the
they
focus
are.
on the
Because he's not saying you can never surpass my toolkit. He's saying you can never surpass me.
Kamui, not Kamui, Oodie. This is the thing. I think you know what it's trying to say, and you're.
No, he does, bro. He just.
I think it's pretty obvious. We don't need to do that. He's obviously talking about his entire toolkit.
Sauron, why are you saying that like that's not literally what I just said? It's the same thing as Gaara. He's saying you can never beat me. What he really means is you can never beat my sand. His sand is what makes him powerful. Obviously, that's what he means. What are we doing here?
Have you guys seen Hunter x Hunter?
Yes.
Just real quick. Yeah. Okay, there's a scene where there's a character named Kite and he's confronted by a character named Nefelpito. And what you have is like the two young cast of characters being backed by a senior cast character who's strong. And like the idea is like, yo, we're confronting this like monstrous presence. I think maybe if like a Shikamaru was there with them, it would make a little bit like it would kind of like balance itself out. Like if they had to support him in the battlefield rather than them being the focal point. I think maybe that could have helped out a little bit to a certain degree, but
so I will say,
and
you can say execution wise, maybe it's not ideal, but I'm at least just going to present the idea here. That's kind of what Raging Boro's for in a way. It's Raging Boro is basically to say, this is how strong Boro actually is. And if he had just fought, like, obviously he's not always big, but that's his true strength. If he fought that way the whole time, they would have all been slaughtered, just like if they fought Delta without Naruto. And it's just the fact that he is going out of his way to be a dumbass, basically.
By the time he got to that stage, they were at a disadvantage as well because they
out
were
of chakra.
Like out of chakra. So it's difficult to even measure like what that even
Well,
looks
you could
like
say the
if they're
same
at
about
full
Boro,
strength.
because he's wasting so much chakra on his regen, which should cost chakra.
Well, it's scientific ninja deck. I don't know if it would.
It seems like the lack of resources was clearly illustrated visually from like the kids in comparison to him. Like it looked like he was raring to go. He was just packing them one by one at that point.
Yeah, they were all very gassed out. Like I think Mitsuki mentions lack of chakra. Mitsuki mentions lack of chakra, but like.
So this was actually their strategy. They were trying to do that so Sarada could devise a plan. They mentioned this. In fact, this is what Kawaki pulls Sarada to the side to discuss with her. Kawaki obviously doesn't know anything about the Chidori, but he pulls her to the side to discuss their plan. They're going to use up all their chakra. And Kawaki is aware Boro wants them to do this because Boro knows they will run out of chakra before he does. That's what Boro's waiting for. That's what Kawaki says to Sarada. So Sarada has to like figure out a plan.
And he's counting on Sarada to figure out, where his core is so that they can beat him before that happens, basically.
Yeah. Number 7? What's number 7?
Anyways, I like the Boro fight.
No, I like it for Sarada for obvious reasons.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the reason that they didn't bring Shikamaru, because ignoring logic, narratively, if Shikamaru's there, then it's going to be difficult to get Sarada to be the team leader, which is what he really wants.
Yeah, and also, I honestly
all you have to do is just write it to where that happens. So it's not difficult at all.
It makes it less feasible, but yeah, you could say that Shikamaru was the first to be poisoned by the virus, or however you want to say it. And then Mitsuki.
Yeah, but
why is it Mitsuki?
Why?
Yeah, but if what I'm saying is, if Shikamaru's already so far gone from the virus, by the time he gets the antidote, then maybe he's already unconscious and not waking up.
Yeah, but Shikamaru as a character wouldn't be the guy rushing and getting cut. You know what I'm saying? It just feels like you're
just
forced
think
to
there's-
See,
Shikamaru would
no,
be
I'm
the one-
trying to do the thing to where I make it work,
Shikamaru-
and people are naturally having complaints with it already. That's why this
Yeah,
doesn't
No, it's
work.
not
exactly.
complaints, it's just like I think you're assuming how I think Shikamaru will actually fight in this fight. Like you're just making assumptions. I never said like what role he would play necessarily, but outside of him just being like the front man, I just think it's weird that like these these guys from Kara, these monstrous powerhouses that you get folded by children. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Maybe if you
but
had like an actual adult there, then it can maybe take that medicine with a little bit of sugar.
I just don't. I agree with that point. I just don't think that like it doesn't. I still think it works in this case when it comes to Boro, because it's pretty obvious like what's happening in the fight.
For me, I agree. I agree with both of you because on one hand, I mean, Boro's not trying. That's the end of it. And there's a certain extent of, I don't like that when it's abused. And I do think it's kind of abused in the Boruto franchise. That they're not trying again. And that's why everything, it seems to be the solution to everything. But as a concept, it works. So I'm okay with it, but it is a bit overused, I will say. Which is where it's like, okay, so they're this strong and they're just not trying by this amount that they're all losing, basically.
I think part of Ikimoto's decision for not bringing Shikamaru along is he narratively at this
Kodachi?
time. Yeah, Kodachi. My bad. You know, can't get Ikimoto on the bridge. I think part of the reason that Shikamaru wasn't there is because at the time they're narratively making a point, writing wise, that Shikamaru doesn't trust Kawaki. In fact, they're trying to make the audience think that possibly as well, that he is being the Kara inner spy and he's faking this change. He orchestrated that thing of blowing his arm up against Delta to get on the good guy's side, to reveal information. He's doing that.
I actually don't think that. I don't think it was ever framed that way. But
at the same time, you could argue that if Shikamaru was there, then that they could just play off that even more. So
I think if based on what we have from Boro right now, like they would have to write Boro a little bit differently, to be honest, because based on what we see from him, if Shikamaru was there, the fight's dealt with considerably easier.
Like, well, to be honest, but Boro also might just take it way more seriously if Shikamaru is there, and that works against them. So
yeah,
but no,
maybe.
I think that works better for the character though. Like it just adds more for Boro. It might even get him off this list. But what about number 7? Because you gotta go soon.
Oh yeah, Himari and Team 10 off-screen relationship. I just feel like
I completely agree with this one. No complaints.
I'm trying.
Suddenly, Himari in part 2, Himari is suddenly close with Team 10. It's like there was no hint of this in part 1. At least if you did something in part 1, and now you've got like apparently Ino and Sai's son has these romantic feelings for Himari, which let's see, for some people it opens a whole can of worms, but yeah, it's just like,
wait, what kind of worms is that open?
You know, the fact that I think there's like a bit of an age gap between them, but
it's not that big. They're literally not. It's actually they're like 14, a year and a half apart.
Inojin's 14, Himari is 13.
Okay, fine.
People have exaggerated ages. People think that Inojin's like 16 or something. I'm like, where did y'all get this?
I mean, blame Boruto Part 1, making her look like she's 2.
If you look at her heights in comparison to the other characters in like Boruto, she
not
looks
in
like
some panels. Not in
some
if
you're talking about the manga, then sure. But in the anime, she looks like she's like 10 years old, which she is.
Nah, bro, it looks like she's going to freaking pre-K on her day off.
No, it doesn't. Look at her next to Kawaki. What the hell? And Kawaki's like
the anime does a way better job of that, I will say. But the
manga did end up changing her design later on. Ikima ended up changing her design to where she did look older. You look at Himari in like the first couple chapters, she did look 4 years old.
Yeah, like she's fresh out the womb or something. I don't know what they're doing there.
Oh, she also looked incredibly
going younger and younger.
What about number 8?
Number 8. Alive. I just found.
I agree.
One of the few.
I hope the anime does something with that. That's all I'll say about number 7.
But yeah, also for Our Alive, I just felt like one of the few casualties of the 4th Great Ninja War. It's like you just. I feel like if you wanted to do
Sauron's
like
background noise.
Yeah, I just feel like if you wanted to do like a deluded character from like the ninjas that joined Kara. You could have done, I don't know, someone like C, or I don't know, maybe even like just like just someone that isn't like, isn't dead. I just feel like don't bring back this one character just to kill him off again. So it's like it was kind of pointless.
Fair though, I feel like Ao is the right fit for a shinobi's or tools type of theme mindset.
Well, to be
I'm
fair,
fine
Kami, I
that
don't
Al
think
was alive.
Ao in
I like what
particular
they did with
really
it.
was the epitome of that part. I think he could chose literally anyone. It would have been just as effective.
Well, it should just be like a Mist Village and older is the point there.
Sure, that's
I'm
fine.
surprised Kashi and Koji's not on your list, by the way. Just curious.
I nearly put him on the list, I will admit, but I nearly put him on the list, but
Because I think that's such bullshit. Like, nah.
oh yeah, that's like I feel like if you're gonna do like Jiraiya Legacy, I don't know, just do his actual like a son, if you will. They had with
You're like
like
some
this
bastard
grand,
son. Yeah,
yeah,
It's cool
yeah,
in part
do something
one.
like
that could be sick.
yeah, it just do something like that. It's kind of like how in Fairy Tail 100 Year Quest, the main bad guy is the son of Igneo, the dragon that raised Natsu. So it's like you got that personal connectivity thing. And I feel like if you did that with Kashin Konjin, that would be like something personal for Naruto, because like he's like the god's son, and it's like one of his antagonists is like the actual son of Jiraiya or something. But yeah. Or at least if you wanted to do something interesting, make it like the genetic offspring of Jiraiya or Tsunade or something. But I don't know.
I have
But
a
yeah,
question really
well,
quick. Do you think Jiraiya would be like kind of proud of the job Naruto did, or would he like disapprove?
I think he'd be kind of disappointed in some ways. It doesn't really feel like Naruto has, changed the ninja system all that well. I mean, you still got those fossil elders in charge. It's like those guys should have been dismissed a long time ago.
I think I agree to a
I
degree.
think
Yeah.
Jiraiya would approve, but that's only because I think Jiraiya himself is a disappointment to me.
That's fair too, actually. That's an interesting perspective, actually,
Yeah.
to give that some thought.
I take it you want to do number 9?
Please.
Yeah.
Now, throughout Awakening Mangekyo Sharingan, I just felt like it kind of feels like contradicts how Mangekyo Sharingan's awakened, because my understanding is supposed to be awaken after the despair of losing someone, and as far as I can tell, no, they didn't really lose anyone. It's like, oh no, her crush is being hunted now or something.
I'm pretty sure it's just
It doesn't-
trauma, not a fear of losing somebody. It's just trauma.
It doesn't. Okay, well, they say different things throughout the story. I don't think it doesn't contradict anything, but I'll be the first to tell you I don't like it.
I didn't like it when I first saw it. I've eased up on it. I don't dislike it as much as I first did. I think it's fine. I've cozied up to it. The last time I reread,
I've gotten used to it, but it's
I
still
already
just
know
as
this
bad.
is Mello's cream of the crop.
like I don't dislike it, to be honest. I want to see how. What I disliked about it was the paneling and stuff. The scene I thought it was very anticlimactic.
Exactly.
It just kind of
I
like
agree with
popped
that,
up. I thought that was really lame. So, but I think the moment can be made really cool in the anime, depending on how they direct it. But I don't see Awakening itself beyond visually anymore. I didn't like, but I can
think you're
understand not
cutting in and
liking it though. Oh, I'm outside. It's gonna happen. I might mute.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Just tell the
Okay.
crickets to be quiet.
Am I cutting out now?
Right now you're speaking.
Yeah, you sound fine now.
All right. Number
10.
And Code is a joke. I just feel like this hype of him being stronger than Ishiki, he has just not lived up to any of it. It's
That's
like
not the
every
hype,
time I
to
see
be
him, I
fair.
feel like it's like
Wait, is he stronger than
he
Ishiki?
just gets. Yeah, how they were describing him as apparently being a potential bigger threat than Ishiki, but every time
That's
we
not
see him,
what they say, but I get the idea.
it's like
No,
I don't know, he's
I'm
just a bit of
fine
a
with it. I'm fine with it. The fan base is
Bit of
going
a-
to get on you for it though, but because it's the Jigen versus Ishiki nonsense. But I get you. I get you.
But yeah, and also the fact that it's the one victory you say you could have is trapping Sasuke off screen. I just felt like that was also a bit anticlimactic, especially the
The
fact that
whole thing in the anime.
yeah, it's like
Please.
there's like only like a few kilograms, and it's like if you're gonna take Sasuke down, at least do like a massive army of those or something. But yeah,
Like I want to see Sasuke in the weeds fighting the claw grinds while he's trying to fend off Code's overpowered. I want to see the whole thing. Please.
Bro, Sasuke and Code were set up to be the greatest of rivals, and they fought once off screen. How disappointing can it be?
yeah, arguably I could also
Literally,
put that in that C10
the
thing.
first- The first third of that chapter can literally be an entire episode in itself and be
You cut out.
Well, it can cut out, but it can definitely be.
It can for sure.
A chakra lightsaber, number 11.
Yeah,
not an
I
issue.
remember that. I just think it's stupid. It's
Fair
too
enough.
Star Warsy for me. And I put as number 12 the whole rich kid arc that after the Boruto movie
Vegeta
arc
Bandit?
that you did in the manga.
Yeah.
Vegeta Bandit?
The Tento arc, yeah. With Shoji.
I like that
Yeah.
arc. I like that arc.
It's the most finished manga arc thing I have ever seen in any manga, and including Mifune versus Hanzo, by the way.
To be
It's
fair,
the
It's
most-
the most,
I
I think
can
you could say it's the most boring arc, but I do think it's good.
I can
Bless you.
understand the perspective if you're someone who is so sick of seeing Boruto be a brat and you're like, oh, thank God, we're done with the movie. All right, time to see some mature characters. And then immediately you jump into a character even more immature than Boruto.
You're watching the wrong series, buddy.
Well, I don't know,
Actually,
just
I
felt
enjoyed
much
that
like
aspect, to be honest.
Oh
in
no, I
relation
loved
to
it as well.
Boruto.
But I'm speaking from other people's
honest-
perspective.
Is that the
Yeah, it
fight
just-
with
it just
Shojoji
reminded me-
at the end?
Yeah.
It just reminded me
like that.
too much of that one filler episode of Naruto babysitting some spoiled rich brat, if you would ask me.
The one with the money jutsu?
Yeah, and also the money jutsu, and also that. I also found the antagonist to be kind of lame. Let's see, just this cannibal giant man, if you will.
No, Shojoji's
Shoji's cool. They
dope.
just
I
didn't
like
really
him.
do much with him. I
The
think.
Zephyros or Zephyro shield or whatever they called it. That
Zephyr
thing was cool,
shields.
Bro, low-key unironically
That battle was
rewatching
fire.
the fight, ignoring all story. Rewatching the fight, Boruto versus Shojoji is one of the best looking fights in all of Boruto.
It's so good.
It
bro.
is.
It's so
It's
good.
so good.
Episode
And he gets to use his,
152.
like new Rasengan. Like,
Yes.
151.
You get to see
Wait,
like the fruits of his actual labor of a jutsu he actually earned. It was so cool.
That
I love
episode
it.
was given priority.
Even leading up to Boruto versus Shojoji, Boruto versus the Mujina gang is basically just him being Minato.
Yeah.
He's like
I actually like
chopping people in the
I like
back of the neck. So good.
I like the prison section in the anime too that they added to make Mujina Bandit's arc a bit more interesting, and that's how I first experienced the arc. So
It was
I
a bit
like
long.
I
and
like
didn't
the Mujina
add
Bandits.
much, but it was alright.
I still enjoy it. It's fine.
Bro,
It was fine.
number
but-
13 needs to be Sasuke fighting a raptor. Like, what the fuck?
That
What
is in the-
that?
Well, what was wrong with that, man?
Why is Caution Koji not on the list?
Oh, bro, that shit was weird, bro.
All
Kashin
right.
Koji should be on that list.
Okay, Kashin Koji's number 13, and
Why do you guys
and
hate
and I-
Kashin
and I-
Koji aside from Two Blue Vortex?
I have a
No, I
different
don't hate
question.
him.
Why
It's
is
just
it
like
Yodo on
it
the
I
list?
just-
Why-
I
where's
don't-
Yodo?
bro. Like, fuck out
I
of
don't-
here with this.
No, I just don't. There's no justification for his existence. Like, how does he? Why? How does he like come to be? Like, how did he get cloned?
You mean in Two
How did
Blue
that
Vortex?
like happen?
There's nothing about that character that needs to be linked to Jiraiya, bro. Except for
I
that
feel
one
like he
little
could have
line
just
that
But it was
been-
cool.
It's
He
literally
could have just
just
been
Ishiki's one line.
himself.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
I
was
feel
that
like he
one
could have
line.
just been himself. He didn't have to be a
Yeah.
clone of Jiraiya.
Ignore that
Like,
Dave
they
and
actually
Aiden are
would've
stronger
preferred
than
They
him.
didn't even have him meet with Naruto at all, or have any interactions at all with Tsunade Like they played off of none of that. He's just Jiraiya's clone for reasons, I guess.
Naruto had that one line where he almost figured out he was
Don't-
Jiraiya based on
don't
his
get me
fighting
started.
style.
All that would have justified it, him being a Jiraiya clone, if we got
Right.
interactions with him and Orochimaru. All would have been gold. Would have been gold.
To be
Didn't
fair,
happen though.
it's possible Kodachi was going to, but Ikimoto doesn't want it.
Exactly. Before Ikimoto retconned it.
Yeah, but anyway, Melo,
Give
I've just decided-
Kodachi credit for things he hasn't done yet. You don't know he was going to do.
He was obviously going to, Sauron. It's the most obvious thing in the world.
Oh,
Literally set up
okay.
in the manga.
Okay, Melo, I was just gonna say, in terms of that Sasuke versus Raptor, that's in a spin-off, let's see, Sasu story, which I of course find garbage, as I do not like the Sasu relationship at all.
Pretty
I
good
think-
story though.
You know what?
And,
No, okay. Oh, you know what?
You
You
know,
know,
I agree with
we've
you.
said
I
the
agree with you.
words enough. I'm gonna get address it. You know what I hate? It's the stupid Borusara Sakusumi. It's the naming scheme. Just say their names. That's what I hate about it.
Bro, Sasuke's
Yeah.
relationship with Sakura is trash.
Every story though.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, like post like redemption Sasuke is not Sasuke no more, like anymore. I don't like that character. I like demon time
Yeah.
Sasuke. I like conflicted Sasuke. Like that made him. Once he got like, I don't know, but once he lost the arm and started wandering around like a weirdo, I'm like, bro, this
I
dude,
don't
bro.
like
Who is
Saucy
this?
Sasuke.
I think he's still cool. I like his
I
character.
like
Yeah,
Sasuke still.
he's so
Yeah.
lame, and then they like the nerfs with his abilities just made it even worse. They just like,
Well,
who-
that's a
like, and then
separate problem.
they had him dressing in a
That's a-
trench
yeah.
coat in that time slip arc. I'm like, man, he lost all his aura, bro. Like, who is this dude, bro? Get him out of here. He's trash. Even Sakura as a kid didn't even recognize him as an adult. He looked just the same. That's how trash he was, bro. I don't know,
But
bro.
Jiraiya noticed, and he's like met the
Sasuke
kid for
and
3
Naruto as
seconds.
adults are fucking disappointments. Okay, I said this in my last
Yeah.
stream. Naruto should have been Gojo. That's what he should have been. Like they should have paid off the promise that this is prime apex Hokage Naruto. And nah, now he's rusty.
honestly, he should have gone that gutsy ninja look design, not this bitsy
Yeah.
buzz cut.
Hell no, no. I hate when people say that. No, 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 no,
Anyway,
no, no.
Anyway, I've got to head off now. It's getting really late now, so I need to get some sleep now. So I will.
I like
bro.
your list.
Thank you, Ood and Kamui, for having me, and then it was nice chatting with you lot, particularly you, Mello, and Saron. It was an interesting discussion, I will admit. I suppose
Pleasure
I'll
meeting you.
get more on this. Yeah, no problem. And also, I guess, Miss Ann, I think next time, I think Ood and Kamui might just get me into more of a, I don't know, ship debate with her, given
Oh, that's
some of the
absolutely.
Bro, I still
seeing,
want to know why
and,
she
yeah.
thinks it's better.
But yeah, I'll say this. I do not see in regards to like the confessions. I do not think Sakura was lying in that confession, minus the Sasuke stuff. But yeah, anyway, that's a whole topic for another day. But it was nice chatting with you all, and I will see you later.
Be
All
safe, bro.
right, that's okay. That's an. Oh.
Well, now that we're done with that, Mello, what is your most boring thing in all of Boruto?
We should switch to favorites.
Well,
Yeah,
I feel like we could have done that after everyone had a chance to answer. It doesn't have to be as long as Blue Star. It could just be like one thing, but
I don't. I just think is what I said. It's just I think it's kind of boring. Like I mean, I guess what pacing it makes it boring. I don't know. I never really thought about like man, what's so boring about Boruto? I don't know. It's I guess it's like I said earlier. Like the way they conclude things can be a bit underwhelming, and that can come off as a bit boring. I suppose. The monthly manga release pacing is a bit boring. There's like really nothing in between. But I don't know. I just
You know what, Mello? I have a specific answer for you. I'm going to give your answer for you. It's going to be the anime-only arcs that were so bad you didn't even bother watching.
okay, I'll take you watch that video.
Yeah.
Wait, hold
arcs
on.
in
What
particular?
video? What video?
Which arcs in
Like the
particular?
Remon arc here didn't watch. I don't remember any other arcs I
I
watched.
ranked, I did like a tier list ranking of every
You're
Naruto
referring
and
to.
Boruto anime arc, and there's just some I just didn't
Oh.
watch.
I also
Okay.
watched a stream, Mello. I thought this was hilarious. you had nothing positive to say about Boruto, but you went through every chapter and gave every chapter a 10 out of 10 without exception. Every chapter, like 1 through 26, a 10 out of 10. Perfect. Straight 10 out of 10. Maybe with a singular 9 out of 10, but nothing
That's not true. That's not. I had 1 8 out of 10 and I had 1 or 3 9 out of 10.
But I think you rectified it afterwards and said you changed your mind and it's
make it any better though.
Wait, you gotta add context. Okay, so people keep saying like, oh, you ruined Mello. You turned him so negative, Walky Talky. So I approached it from a different perspective.
I love that we're getting blamed for this.
We'll gladly accept it, regardless if it's true or not, just because it's funny.
It's untrue. It's not true.
In fact, Mello, we'll give you that out. You can blame us to get the heat off of you, just because we think it's funny.
No, my whole thing was like, this not. I'm like, I am a sovereign person with my own opinions. Like the fuck, like no, it's not your problem. It's just the sentiment that was being echoed. So I was like, okay, how about I just approach it from a different perspective and like glass half full rather than half empty. And once I did that, I could like view it from a fan perspective rather than a critic perspective. And if I view it from a fan perspective, then I genuinely enjoy the series and like my rankings are like legit.
I mean, but Mello, it's not just that one stream. Like, I watched like 2 or 3 streams ago. You were still doing like the same. Like this latest chapter, I think you gave a 10 out of 10, and you had 0 positive things to say.
That is such a Mello thing to do.
Wait. So okay, hold on, wait. Because I said before, you probably didn't see this. That's fine. Because I've been kind of inconsistent. I said prior streams, I'm done approaching the series from a critic standpoint because all I'll do, like, if I do that, then the entire series is a 2 out of 10. I said that. I said if I approach it from a fan perspective, then it's exponentially higher. So that's my approach moving forwards. Like, I like who wants to watch somebody like shit on their favorite series or whatever constantly? I don't want to see that.
Well, out of curiosity,
I don't even want to be the guy that does that. So, it's a different approach.
Well, out of curiosity, does that mean that the rating, let's just say the critic rating is 5 out of 10, fan rating is 10 out of 10.
Walky Talky podcast.
Different. What's the question?
So, like, if your critic rating is 5 out of 10 and your fan rating is 10 out of 10, what is your Mello rating?
The Mello rating would be like the fan rating. Yeah.
Okay.
Like because ultimately it's like I can critique it, but like, did I have a good time with the chapter? Fuck all all the other stuff. Did I enjoy that? Have fun with it? And I could say, yeah, I had fun with certain chapters for sure, like 100%.
Yeah, because there was a chapter, it might have been the Damon one. There was pretty recent where I was like, well, in terms of enjoyment, I was like, I'd give it pretty high, but it was like, but in terms of what it objectively is, it's pretty low.
Yeah, I just don't like viewing it from that perspective anymore. It's just to what, like, because I'll just crap on Ikimoto and I'll just crap on the series. And at that point, it's like, I'm just in like a low frequency, like negative mind space. And just that in general, I don't want to be in. Never mind Boruto. It could be anything. I just don't want to be in that mind space in general. So I'd rather approach it from like a more optimistic fan perspective moving forward. And if I did rate it, it would be pretty fucking low as a critic. Yeah. Like that, like the way that Mamushi went down, bro. Like, my God. like, why wasn't that like, from a fan perspective? Never mind.
I can't defend anything because I stopped reading Boruto after chapter 20.
I think Sauron, unironically,
chapter 20.
I think Sauron, unironically, is the biggest Boruto hater among all of us here.
The thing is, he used to be like the biggest Boruto fan of all time.
No.
He hates the series.
Once I don't hate the series. Once I fell out of love with it, I just stopped engaging with it.
Yeah, so you dropped it.
Yeah. So when Sauron broke up with his manga, and never went when he went to get the milk and never came back. That's how much he loves it.
Well, it's like,
and I still read spoilers and stuff. I just don't read the chapters anymore because I fell out of love with the series. But I'm still, once TBV's anime comes out, I'm gonna be all over it all over again. I can never not. I'm always.
You cut
out.
It used to be. I'm always going to love Boruto. I'm just not as into it as I used to be.
But
I
know,
feel that.
fell out
But
of
my
love
child
with-
that went to
I get
jail,
your
they're
point, I
my
get your point.
child, so I love them. You just, you know.
No, look,
Ish.
Boruto's like it's not a like a AAA series. If you view it like a maybe B tier series, then I think a lot of the criticisms like you can kind of backseat that and just have fun with it. Like it's not like a Dragon Ball. I mean, it just depends on what you think is an A tier. It's not a Hunter x Hunter. It's not a Code Geass. It's not a Death Note. It's not scratching that. It's not even a Naruto. Naruto is like a AAA series. This would be like a B series maybe.
I
B
give
minus.
Boruto a B. Oh, a C plus B. So that's like a 6 out of 10. Like
Yeah, it's
6,
just
7.
like above. Don't do that. It's just like above average. Yeah, like if 5 is average, then like a 6 would be above average. Yeah. So
You're
I
doing
mean, if
grading
I'm
systems, and then that means it's bad.
yeah, like if it's a critic, like I said, I think this series is a 2 out of 10. Personally, I like if I wanted to, I could eviscerate this entire franchise. And
But
like
okay, so
I don't
Bella,
think
full
there'd be much you
transparency.
can do.
So again, like you
Mhm.
said, I haven't seen every stream. I'm just gonna guess I've seen half of the streams, and that's only the ones that I know that you did before you've done listed them. So of the half of the streams I'm guessing I've watched, from my perspective, and I liked your content beforehand, so nothing's changed from my perspective. It seems like I just said, nothing's changed to where the only thing that's changed is the rating, but everything you say about it has been consistently the same. Just from my perspective. Like maybe again, like you said, it's different from your perspective of how you feel afterwards talking about it. But from my perspective, how you talk about it, in terms of like the negativity to positivity ratio, I guess, it just hasn't changed. And it's very funny
Well,
because it's
Yeah,
like
like-
just the contrast
I can't
of
lie.
I know. But it's hilarious hearing the things you say. Like, this is the worst chapter ever. It ruined Boruto. I guess I'd give it a 10 out of 10.
I can understand that. No, I,
It never
well, I
worked
have,
that way.
I'm not capable of like lying about it. That's the
Yeah.
truth. But also like I do draw the distinction between the fan critique and the critique. What would that be? The critics critique?
I guess
I
that's
do
kind of
draw a
funny.
distinction between those two.
No, okay,
But
so
yeah,
I'm
I
not,
just-
get you.
I know this isn't what you're doing, so I'm not saying this is what you're doing. But I think it
Mhm.
would be funny if what you were doing is regardless of what you're going to say. And in fact, you're going to say that you're going to do this so you can say whatever you want. You're just going to give it a 10 out of 10 no matter what, just so everything else you say is something you can be open and honest about without the fans giving you crap.
Oh, it's like a way of like covering my ass.
Yeah, it's just like you add on. Oh, by the way, it's a 10 out of 10 after everything, after every critique.
Okay, we
Yeah,
should
it
start
can
doing
come
that,
off that way.
Oodie.
We should. Okay,
I can see-
okay, go, we're going to start
I
doing
can
that
see
right
how it come
now.
off that way.
Yeah.
No.
That is
Wait,
actually
okay,
kind
wait,
of
instead
funny.
of Vortex 2 with Vortex chapter, whatever makes no sense, we'll see it's a 10 out of 10?
And then only. Yes, that's a good idea.
And only complain.
I just don't think Boruto is like, I think it's a lower tier series, and I just don't think it's worth that much effort at this point in my life. To be honest, that's the reason why I'm like, man, I just want to have fun with this shit. If I didn't approach it from the fun perspective, I'd just drop the series
Not so,
at
yeah.
this point.
It's
just not-
Maybe
It's, yeah.
that's
But Sauron, since you're so eager to move on to favorites, before we do that, you did say you wanted time to think. So Sauron, what's your most boring thing about Boruto?
boring.
Yeah, so go ahead, Sauron.
With
critique
nothing
the
interesting
series.
about it.
Yeah, you know, your
Nothing
kryptonite.
interesting.
Critique Boruto, Sauron. Go ahead, you can do it.
Mm,
Break your streak. Do it for the first time. I believe in you, Sauron. Let the negativity
Most
sit on your
boring.
tongue. You can steal one of our answers, but I
boring.
prefer if you do an original answer.
In the anime, it is the Ramon arc. In the anime, it's the Ramon arc.
Kill my eye.
Jesus, my lord.
To be fair, Sauron, are you really gonna say Konohamaru's like coolest 3 jutsus he's literally ever done? Argue like top 10 coolest jutsus in the entire franchise? Are you really gonna say that arc is more boring than the Cho arc?
I know, like the Chocho potato chips arc.
Okay.
Like, come on, bro.
But I laughed during the Chocho arc.
Listen, when there's an episode titled "The Mind Transfer Jutsu That Lost to Potato Chips," we have a problem. It's not a joke. That is a title of a Boruto episode, officially.
Bro, that That episode
The
with
thing
Konohamaru
is,
dressed up like Naruto is golden, bro. It's so good.
fantastic,
I love that. It's hilarious, bro.
so funny.
That shit had me rolling.
So the Chocho episodes, I was laughing, right? And a lot of the
Yeah, how bad it was.
comedic and funny. So it wasn't like
Bro, y'all fucking hate Boruto, bro. God damn.
But we love it.
Exactly.
10 out of 10.
a lot of the laughs of the arc were not ironic laughs.
Bro,
To be fair, I haven't watched this
This is
so
supposed
long.
to make
I
you
can't really
laugh.
speak on that.
Okay, I do have
Sonny,
two more
I've
answers.
been trying to
The
get
arc
her,
is
I've been trying
not
to get her
played
answer
straight.
for hours, bro. She's not speaking, bro.
Well,
I
just
still want to
saying,
know why
whenever
she
you
thinks
want to come up.
Boruto is better than Naruto. That's tough.
I don't
I'll
like the
be
Chocho
honest,
arc, Kamui, but the arc is not played straight. It's meant to be absurd.
No, I know. So I guess one argument you wouldn't have would be the first half of the Mirai arc. You could say that's the most boring, though I do like it. You could say the parent-child date,
That's on the list.
specifically the Chocho and Choji eating
Yeah, you
contest
know what? Screw it.
episode. Could say that's the
Unfunny,
most
very
boring.
unfunny.
Okay, I'm glad you agree.
Yeah,
the last
that,
one,
that.
one. Okay. Well, I'm glad you agree.
I don't
Last one, I
mind
guess
that
you could
stuff.
say, would be the Mitsuki desertion arc, specifically the Ryuchi cave episodes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, bro, that arc
Yeah.
would be so. Oh, if that section was good, the arc would be like another number higher. If that section of the arc was good,
Yeah.
What is Gattaca, bro?
the whole arc would be like a 1.5 thing higher. Damn,
Same-
that section was awful.
Same arc. There's
Anything
also
with the parents and the children, I think, is rewarding as a fan. It should be. So I have zero problems with that.
See,
Like
but
the
you're remembering
Himawari
the first and the
parent-child
third
day.
episode of that arc with Naruto and Himawari and Sarada and Sasuke, respectively. You're forgetting the Chocho and Choji episode.
Yeah, that was
I'm
the
even
worst
fine
one.
with that. I just don't like Choji, so it doesn't have any payoff for me. I can't stand Choji. But if I liked Choji, I think that episode would be well earned.
Okay.
I actually really like that if I like the character. So I'll leave space for the people who like the character, but I just don't like the fucking character.
Okay.
But yeah.
So then I guess the only other one I had would be same arc, Mitsuki's retrieval. It'd be the episode where Onoki and Boruto and that other kid from the stone
yeah.
are
They're freaking
trapped
stuck in
in the weird purgatory land that they can't get out
Oh,
without finding the stone first. They have to fight the wolf
The
to get
future
out.
Tsuchikage.
Yeah.
Wait, I actually like that.
I like.
I
it
think
too.
that was better than the Ryuchi cave putting the shapes of the walls kids game, you know?
All of the Mitsuki stuff is peak.
Yeah,
in
it
the
is.
anime.
I agree.
It's just really good writing.
I rewatched. So if you didn't know, Mello, I'm actually rewatching all of Boruto. I got to the Kaguya mention, so it's like right before Ishiki comes out of Jigen. So that's where I'm at in Boruto, like episode like 209 or so. It's really good on my rewatch. I've been enjoying it. So
I've been wanting to
glad we're doing
rewatch it as well. Like do like arc reviews. It
yeah,
can be pretty
yeah,
fun.
it'll be good.
Thing.
So Kamui, you're the most in touch with Miss And in the chat right now. Stage, is she like here?
I'm still here. I was just
Hey.
muting the
There you
mic
go.
because the dryer is on.
Yeah,
That is a
well,
good reason.
well, as long as
My
Mello
dryer
knows
squeaks.
what your background noise is, I don't think there's going to be any problems.
Yeah, especially if he knows when
I
it's
don't-
not.
I'm not causing no problems. I'm cool.
Well, you know, Miss Ann, Mello had a question for you.
Wait, I did.
Go ahead.
Go
oh
ahead,
yeah, I
Mello.
did. Yeah, my bad.
like
Yeah,
an
I
hour
was wondering.
ago.
I was wondering why you like Boruto over Naruto. That's all. I think you said like the romance stuff.
Yeah, so I talked about it in chat a little bit, but basically I like emotional payoff way more than I care about like action and fighting and like ability payoffs. So in that sense, like whenever there's fights and stuff like sorry, it's gonna be a while if you scroll through the chat. Oh no, it's right there. Okay. But yeah, so like the romance just was not done well in Naruto at all in terms of tropes or payoffs. Like it was the trope that they used was like kind of backwards and convoluted. I broke that down in a analysis video that I just recently posted yesterday actually. But the emotional and romantic payoff in Naruto was just awful, but Ikemoto constantly keeps like the emotional payoffs as the main payoff in Boruto, which is something I really really appreciate.
Can you link that video for me?
Yeah,
I'd
I
like to
can.
check it out.
Actually, it's 2 hours long though, so I don't know if you want to watch.
Yep.
Like the
That's
video.
awesome. That's
Also
I'll watch the whole
uncut.
thing.
Yeah, what does uncut mean, by the way, as opposed to your normal cut video? Like that's 2 hours long.
It just means I didn't edit it and I went on a lot of side tangents that I just didn't bother to cut out. Because usually I have to go back and like edit out all my side tangents.
Fuck yes. Sorry, the Lakers just won. My bad.
My mic is so bad. I keep having to yell. Can you guys still hear me?
We can.
I can hear you now.
Here is the link to the YouTube video, and I linked the post up here. So, because I also wrote like a regular blog post.
Reply to
Like
that.
release like a cut version?
I'm just saying. I mean, just Land of Waves alone. I
It's
think
better than
clears
all of Boruto.
No.
I high key think clears all of Boruto, bro. Like I'm just saying, but just the first arc alone, I think clears all.
I
of Boruto, bro.
agree.
Oh my
Although
gosh.
I think the Kawaki arc and the Momoshiki arc were really good. Even honestly, I think the Ao arc's the most underrated arc in Boruto, but
Probably.
I still think the problem with the Land of Waves is try to critique it. Try.
It's flawless, bro. It's flawless. It's the most perfect shonen arc I've ever seen in my life, bro.
I think it is. I think objective the Sasuke retrieval arc I think is a really close second for this,
At
but I
least
think
for
the Land of
opening,
Waves
at
might
least
be
for
the most flawless arc in Naruto. And
If you
Boruto.
remember,
For an
Kam, we
opening, bro, like,
tried.
that's
We did
perfect.
try. He came up with
Bro, just
something.
split off in that.
I'll have to go back and watch it again to critique you guys on that from like a shoujo perspective, because I know like so the other issue is like everybody who watches Boruto is usually super into shonen and they don't know anything about shoujo. So like me watching Naruto was like looking at it and seeing everything just done and done poorly and being like, what is this garbage?
Well,
Well,
to be
from
fair,
that
Boruto
perspective, I
is
can
a
understand.
shonen and not a shoujo. So if
I know,
Ikimoto's
so-
running a shoujo,
Well, you know,
If he's supposed to be
despite how
appealing
much
to shonen
Ikimoto
trope,
wants
he's
you to think
not.
otherwise.
Bro, the Minato Kushina stuff is pretty solid, I think.
Exactly. Okay, so that's my favorite part of Naruto is Minato and Kushina. That's like
Your
Minato
favorite.
and Kushina, and then
You like the one shot?
Kakashi and Rin and Obito's like side story. Those were my 2 favorite parts of Naruto. The rest, in terms of romance, was just gosh awful.
But you also said
I mean,
like
Chimaru and
the emotional
Shikamaru,
aspect.
they're not that great, but they're not that
Bro,
bad.
the last was peak.
I like the last. It gets
was
such a
okay.
bad
No,
rap.
okay. The
Bro.
last
Oh,
is good if you
God.
ignore the rest of the series. If you
Oh
watch
my
it only in a
God.
vacuum, it's
I-
great. But if
I
you
will
pay
say that scene where like
attention to
I'm
the rest,
being
when
serious.
Naruto
I
is
think
like
the last is not
levitating in
good,
the air with her and holding her, like that was amazing. But like
Bro, the last like
how
15
they
minutes of
got
the
there was
movie.
creepy, bro.
I rolled my eyes at that scene. I just thought, I was like, oh, y'all did not earn this.
You're just a hater.
But
Not
okay.
at all, bro.
The whole
Y'all did not
series
earn
earns
this.
it. How are you a fan of this franchise?
Naruto and Hinata thing and that kiss was not earned. I didn't like
It
it, bro. I'm sorry.
But
There's
The way they
something
got
more content
You don't
in
deserve
Boruto,
to
and
watch
not
this
just
movie.
like there you go.
more
put
content
that
that
scene at
in
the end of the
Naruto
pain arc,
manga.
and it makes more sense than it does here.
that scene where Naruto is like asking Iruka to do whatever the hell he was supposed to do. I forgot the role he was supposed to play for him. But that was just beautiful.
wedding?
Done. Like the build up to the wedding, yeah. Like everything
That was good,
That
yeah.
was fantastic. Like even like the designs for like her dress and like the way they looked was fantastic. Like everything was just A1. But like how they got there was just so bizarre. It's like not even like a Naruto thing. It's like Hinata, bro. Like you did not earn this man. You didn't earn him, bro.
So hold on, I actually have to explain this because that's part of a shoujo trope. Is Naruto wasn't the main guy in the trope. That was the issue. They focused so much on Naruto, but he was the rival. He wasn't the main guy. And then Hinata was girl number like or guy. How do I explain this without
Mitoneri?
going into? So in shoujo tropes, right? Usually in the kind of the guy rivalry trope, there's a light prince and a dark prince, and usually the dark prince character is somebody who's like kind of standoffish and tsundere and has some other goal that he needs to focus on, or some sort of
Sasuke?
evil something, right? Sasuke, there you go, Sasuke. So and then the Light Prince character is somebody who's like, I'm gonna do my best, and he like tries to get the girl the entire time because they're both in a rivalry over Sakura, right? He tries to get the girl the entire time and he fails. So usually what the anime does is focus more on the Dark Prince guy and his developments and all of what he does like throughout the show, even if he's doing something separate. It focuses on him and like the girl trying to get to him, while the Light Prince guy is kind of more like a side character. But because the show is freaking called Naruto and they focused it on Naruto, it just makes everything confusing because Hinata isn't even Sakura's rival. She's just the side character of that like trope. And usually the side character is just kind of there, like friends with a girl or whatever, just like hanging out, and she gets some side developments. That's all completely normal. It's just the focus of the show was on the wrong character for the romance.
I have a question. What age group does shoujo? That's what you said. Typically like focus on.
So high school
I
girls
wanted to say
or
that.
elementary school, like elementary, middle, and high school girls. So there's like younger shoujo, which is like Gakuen and Alice and stuff. I think Kanoto Yome makes like a little bit for younger people, and then like josei is like for more mature like adults, and then shoujo is like, but shoujo is mostly high school, so the payoff will be something like a kiss or hand holding or elongated eye contact or just some sort of like you have something to know that they're together. But then josei, they'll like actually potentially go farther than that. But yeah.
And then there's those other Japanese stories in those special stores.
Oh my god!
I can tell. What you eating, bro? What you over there eating? I kind of feel like Naruto never actually liked Sakura. I just think he liked her because she liked Sasuke.
Well, do you mean that
That's
in
a whole
universe or
That's a whole can of
I
worms.
mean, are you
I
using
don't
the
agree.
Naruto the Last answer,
Retcon?
or what you just think in general, ignoring Naruto the Last?
That
if
is
you
the
take Naruto
rewriting
and
of
the last into
history.
consideration, like he doesn't even know what love is. So what
See, that's
feeling, whatever
why
feeling
I
he
don't.
had towards Sakura was not love. It was something else, and I think it was really about Sasuke, to be honest.
well, that's if you take the
No,
retcon
but
into
it's like,
consideration.
bro, he was through the promise of a lifetime and all this shit. Like,
I mean, them two were holding hands in blood at the end of the series, bro. I mean, come on, it's so obvious.
Oh my god.
But yeah,
Well,
so that's
that was
one of
just a
the
SpongeBob
reasons.
reference.
Sorry. One of the reasons I don't like the last because it destroys essentially what Naruto built up as a trope and was just like, oh yeah, that didn't happen. That's just like, well, what do you mean?
But it's not just the
so, like,
tropes; it just destroys the series.
it destroys the romantic
Nah,
buildup
hold
and
on now.
like,
That's
because
tough.
then why,
That's tough.
if Naruto didn't like Sakura, then why, when she was hugging Sasuke, was he like standing there all pained with like a sad smile? Why was he like suffering every time he was like, I'm gonna go get Sasuke for you, like making that promise? Like, why was all that
Exactly.
stuff
The promise
happening?
loses its half of its meaning when you just
They
take
tried-
away Naruto loving Sakura.
They tried to frame it as, oh, it was just out of jealousy and rivalry with Sasuke, and like, no, that's just not true. You can't say that. You can't do that.
At the very least,
watched the
Naruto
series.
genuinely thought she was hot.
I think Sakura was just an excuse for Naruto to pursue his goals towards Sasuke in general. She was like a catalyst. Like, she was just a means to an end.
Well, if you take the retcon into consideration, I do think the one caveat is, from what we know, supposedly know, Kishimoto had additional like shoujo writers helping him with this movie. So it's possible Kishimoto never wrote that part. It's not necessarily an excuse because Kishimoto could have combed over the whole movie. We don't know if he did or not, but it's possible that he didn't. And again, that's not necessarily an excuse, but that's an explanation at the very least of how that line could have snuck in there.
There's
Also,
only one.
sorry,
There's only one extra writer on the film. I forget his name. I can't believe I forgot.
My
Jew
headcanon
and
is
the balls.
Kishimoto focused on the Toneri Hamura portion of the movie and left the shoujo romance between Hinata and
Because he said he
Naruto
didn't
to
feel
the side.
confident with that anyway. So
Yeah.
he
Bro,
got someone else to write it for
Toneri,
him.
bro. Free Toneri, please.
From what I remember, Kishimoto wrote the entire outline of the film.
No, I definitely think he wrote some
so
of
less
it.
than
for
3%,
sure.
like Boruto.
Okay, no, I do think he wrote some of the like the general beats of the Hinata Naruto stuff, but I don't think Kishimoto's out here writing that Hinata's falling into cobwebs and Naruto's making fun of her for her Byakugan and all that. Like, I don't think he's doing that. All the
that was
acting
very
stuff.
like very tropey.
That was
Exactly.
not Kishimoto's
Cliche,
writing.
yeah.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure
Kishimoto-
that is probably the case. But we know.
You
Matt,
cut out.
I
Yeah.
guess.
Cause-
Sorry. Can I like kind of derail a little bit and go back to the trope thing, or is there more?
Yeah. No, cook.
Okay.
Cook.
Yeehaw!
So if you also,
I
that's
highly
another
doubt it.
reason why I like Boruto better than Naruto, is because Boruto is way more original in terms of what it did with the story. But I have to say, it only could do that way because it started from Naruto and because it's a sequel series.
I think I've only watched 80 anime.
Only? Well, that's
Only.
over 10 times as many as me.
Well, you've only watched what?
I've seen 6 or maybe 7 now after Platinum End. I don't know.
You can count them on a single hand.
Bro, you watched Platinum End? Oh god.
It's a long story.
Get this, Mello. Oodie has Platinum End rated higher than Boruto Vortex.
It's not even close.
Okay.
Keep in mind, I love Boruto.
Bro, you do not like Boruto, bro. You just gotta drop this series.
No,
bro.
you're right. We don't
Just
like
curtains.
it. We love it.
Just be
Well,
Drop
actually, Mel, if
it.
it makes you feel better, there was one stream where Oodie did drop Boruto. Officially. He did drop it.
Okay,
Maybe
this is
all of
really
y'all should
stupid.
drop it.
But how does this get
Other
you, how does this
than-
get Boruto past Naruto in totality, bro? Like the pain
Well, from a
invasion arc,
shoujo
the
perspective.
philosophy, there's just so much more than just romantic elements.
Well,
to
I
the
think
anime, right?
her caveat is she likes romance.
That's
So
her
far,
whole perspective.
she
Well,
likes
no,
romance.
there's a couple things. So first of all is the romance, obviously, and the second one is the originality of it, because obviously Naruto shared a lot of similarities to Flame of Recca, and it was original for like what it
Okay.
did.
So I'm sorry to cut you off, but saying Naruto's worse than Boruto because of Flame of Recca, it's the funniest thing of all time.
Well, but also,
hold on.
I feel like it's unfair.
It was refreshing to watch a more original story. That was part of my reason for liking it more. The other thing is, like, obviously, since it's a newer show, Naruto has a lot of like random filler that makes zero sense, like, and just incorporated into it, and that drove me insane. There was also the fact of Kishimoto's like, hold on, I have to turn my dryer off.
We could
That is
tell.
It was
cool
also, like-
dryer noise.
Kamui,
I'm not
go.
a big fan of.
Go home. Go to sleep. Go to bed. You got work tomorrow.
I got 6 minutes, I guess, or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But yes,
I'm also,
thanks for the reminder.
I'm also not a big fan of Kishimoto's overall writing style, because the way he writes is a little bit more complex, where he has all these story threads and he takes a very long time to connect them. But in the end, the payoff is really good. But it's just like you kind of have to cycle back through almost in order to fully understand the story, which is a great thing in normal like literature. I'm just not quite that much of a fan of it. I prefer if it's more like straightforward with more like nuance and symbolism type stuff, or like how should I say it? Like Ikimoto does this thing a lot of times where he has like he uses words in a very specific way. So again, this is something that only appeals really to Japanese readers who are like literature nerds. But like he uses like in his one shot he uses Akunohana as the name of the bar, and like all of the characters have the names of like beer or cigarettes if they're on like the cigarette brands, if they're on the gang side or whatever. So like stuff like that I'm really interested in. And I'm not a major history buff, like that's super into Shintoism and Buddhism and all that kind of stuff, which if you are, Naruto is great because it deals with a lot of that stuff. But I just wasn't, so I didn't like appreciate that side of it as much, I guess, if that makes sense. But like, so the emotional payoff scenes in Naruto, I think, are really, really good, especially for like the pain arc and all that stuff. But getting there just takes forever, and that's one of the things that I didn't like about Naruto. Like, if Naruto was condensed down, I would say it would be better than Boruto, but it's just really friggin' long.
Have you ever read the Naruto manga out of curiosity?
That was what I started with, yeah.
Oh, I
Because
guess
the
Miss
pacing's
Anne.
much faster than it is in the
Yeah, I guess Miss Anne just need Kishimoto to draw some Subway Surfer panels on the side of the page. Jeez.
Bro, no. So,
Bro,
like,
that's
I
tough.
binged all of Naruto in 2 weeks, the manga. That was my first experience with reading Naruto. And I remember being upset at the tropes. I remember being annoyed that there was, like, a bunch of action that didn't really go anywhere for a while, just, like, fights for the sake of fights. And then there was, like, one very quick, like, maybe 4 or 5 panels of actual, like, you know, stuff going on, like,
What
emotional
fights are
stuff.
you thinking of for fights that didn't go
Okay, I thought of
anywhere?
3 off the
war
top of my
arc.
head. Oh, the war
Okay.
arc.
War
that's
arc
fine.
The
were
war.
fights for the sake of fights?
No, not fights for the sake of fights, but there was just a lot of like, oh, let me introduce this cool ability and let me like do this like
Give me an
whole
example.
like Ginkaku and Kinkaku, for
Okay, yeah,
example.
hold on. So let's not pick the worst fights in Naruto as the standouts for the whole series.
Wait a minute,
because
that
we're
fight
gonna
No,
do
was
that
I'm
alright.
just
before.
saying there
That
was a
fight
lot
was
of
alright.
those style type of fights, and there's not in Boruto except for Jigen.
Don't tell Hot Boy Spicy you hate Ginkaku and Kinkaku.
Wait,
But
what?
anyway, I'm just talking. So like even with Madra, there was like they had the Gokage face off against him, and then they didn't really do anything, and then other people had to like come up. It's the same thing with Dragon Ball where they give all the other characters like a chance, and then they're just like, oh, Goku, insert Goku. That's why I skipped a lot of the Dragon Ball fights because I was just like, this is gonna be boring. Where's the emotional part?
My
Whoa,
God.
See, this is why I said I was gonna be very controversial. But
But what
Wait,
about
wait,
the
wait, wait.
Mamushi arc?
She my shonen or you Dean? She my a shonen lady.
I do like shonen though. Like
Wait, I don't put them now.
What's up?
What's your big three, just in terms of anime? Like that you would recommend people watch.
that I would recommend to people. It depends on the person that I'm recommending, but my top 3 favorites in terms of anime right now are probably Princess Tutu, Fairy Tail, and Boruto.
Retail? Okay.
Fairy
Fairy
Tail?
Tail. Fairy Tail
Okay.
season 1
Oh, that
mostly. I didn't really like season 2 or 3, but Fairy Tail is like rooted in my very nostalgic like every time I can quote almost the entirety of Fairy Tail episode 1 because I've
Who's
seen
your
it so
favorite
many
character?
times. Ah, mm, it's kind of it's difficult to say like for sure my absolute favorite, but I would probably have to say Natsu just because of the kind of person that he is. Like I love the comedy with him, how he just kind of even though like he's one of the characters that just doesn't go down and there's like not a lot of payoff for him in like terms of consequences. I think that is okay because of the kind of person he is and just like they also explain how friendship like contributes to actual magic power in the show, so that's like it makes it less bad, I guess. But like how he's portrayed in general as like kind of like almost like the symbol of hope, like All Might, kind of thing where like he smiles and it just makes
Natsu?
everything like okay, yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
because everybody in
Huh.
the guild like believes in him and all this kind of stuff. Like even Erza, who's like supposed to be stronger, is like Natsu's got this, and then like Lucy is like, I don't know, like if as long as Natsu is like standing, we can keep fighting. And Gray is like, I'm gonna go, and you don't get Grays until the end, so I'm actually not gonna say it, but
Okay. I mean, my personal favorite is Loxus. I mean, obviously.
Laxus, that's interesting.
Loxus is peak, bro.
He
But when they
starts off a
poisoned
little
him,
rough, but
when they
yeah,
well,
no,
yeah,
that is
he
good.
started off as a
Anti-Interest.
bastard, but when they poisoned him, that's when I stopped watching the series. I was like, they nerfed my boy. I don't know what happens after that, bro. I just
Bro,
stopped.
in 100 Years Quest, he finally gets a cat. You have to watch it. So he gets a
Oh, for
cat.
real? Oh,
Yeah.
hell, bro. And I gotta look it up. I gotta look it up. If it has like a little scar on the eye, that'd be tough. That's so cool.
I think you're gonna be upset at who the cat is, but it's fine.
You watch any like cartoons?
Hmm? Oh,
Do
like
you
me?
watch any like cartoons that you like?
I love Codename Kids Next Door, Kim Possible, and Damn Phantom are my favorites.
Let's go. So
I like the first two. Danny Phantom, I
you
never
don't
really
like
got
Danny
into.
of all 3 of those. You don't like Danny
wait,
Phantom of all 3 of those.
Wait, what do you mean, bro? Like number one, Kim Possible is the best. Number one out of all 3 of those.
Kim
And
Possible's
then Kids
great.
Next Door is number 2. Shout out to Shigo. But no, I like Danny Phantom's concept. The theme song is fire. I like the artist. He has like a YouTube channel, so he does like some cool stuff.
Really,
But
that's cool.
I never got into like Nickelodeon because their cartoons look so ugly. Outside of like Rugrats and like that kind of like Cat Dog, everything else was just kind of eh. But I was just curious, like cartoons from like like from Japan, like do they have like American cartoons or something?
Yeah, they have Disney Channel and Cartoon Network. So you could see like Gumball and stuff like that. It's all dubbed. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends still shows. I like that show. But
Love that.
usually
Love
like for
Gumball.
little kids, yeah, they have Akazuki and Cha-Cha is like an older series that they reshow. which is it's still an anime, Doraemon Kenshin-chan. The I forget what it's called, but it's like it goes over like old legends of Japan, and it's like I didn't really watch that one as a kid because I didn't like history.
Hamtaro's an anime, right?
Oh, Hamtaro, yeah.
I like Hamtaro. Like, I remember this like pet it, pet it, pet it, pet it, pet it. It's like so weird, bro. It's like I love this freaking hamster. Okay, but y'all like
Yeah, Hamtaro is cute. They
you
have a
like
lot of.
Puka?
They still sell.
Is Puka American? Have you ever heard of Puka?
I don't think so.
Let me see if I can show
Maybe
you a picture.
I'm gonna look it up.
It was on Jetix.
I don't
Like it was
even
like this whole
remember
thing. Like
Puka.
she was in this like relationship with this like she always liked this like samurai boy. So I thought you might have liked it, but it sounds like you haven't seen it.
Yeah, no, I don't think I saw that one.
Gotcha.
Where's it? Oh, did you just DM it? I got to see it too.
Oh, yeah. Or you can just like look it up. Puka Jetix. Jetix.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, Puka and then Jetix. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't recognize this one. I thought this was
Oh,
gonna
that's
be
okay.
that other show. I don't remember the name of it, but it's cool. It's robots. They're fighting in a jungle.
Oh, I feel like I remember a robot
Robots
show.
in the jungle? Super
I
Robot
don't know the
Monkey Team
jungle
Hyper
though.
Force Go?
No, I know what you're thinking of, but it wasn't that. Once I see it, I'm gonna know it. Problem
Robots in
is,
the
I'll
jungle.
instantly recognize the name. It's kind of a crazy name. It might be that's too small. I can't really tell. It might not even been on Jetix. I'm never gonna find it, so we might as well move on because my.
Did you guys watch
Oh,
Sonic
I know what you're
Underground?
talking. Oh no, that's Super Robot. Never mind.
I'm gonna look it up. What are you talking
So
about?
would you
Super
ask?
Robot? Something?
No, what
I
did
don't know what
Miss
it was
Anna
called.
say?
Oh, I was
Yeah.
gonna. Did you watch Sonic Underground ever?
No, I've only seen Sonic X.
I
Okay.
think I remember one episode of that show.
Shout out Sonic X. Is that the one that did the Sonic Adventure game?
Yet.
Yeah, it's peak, bro.
Sonic X is fire, bro.
Chaos. Oh,
So is Mega Man NT Warrior is really good too. I think those are anime.
What?
What is it? MCU?
Bro, this gnat is like trying to like destroy my soul, bro. Like, what's happening, bro?
Oh,
I
I
feel
just
like
remembered Teen Titans.
One Punch Man. Yeah, Teen Titans. Yeah.
The original, not the Go.
With,
See, this is
Puffy
why I
Yami
feel
Yumi?
like because you have Teen Titans, you have Totally Spies. I feel like Kim Possible, as good as it is, didn't need to exist. It's just covered by everything else.
Nah, bro. Totally
Crazy.
Spies is really good, but like Impossible is better, bro.
No, I agree. But did you also have Teen Titans that covered the other half?
Teen Titans is fire.
Exactly.
Teen
But
Titans was
Puffy
great.
Yami Yumi was like really popular when I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm just hating because you said it was your favorite. Of those three. It's my least favorite of those three.
Teen Titans Go is trash. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of funny when you
Yeah.
stop hating on it. But I mean, it's like really hilarious. But like this is one like funny scene where like Robin is like pretending to be Batman. Or I forgot how it goes, but it's hilarious, and I hated that I loved it. It's like fuck.
You
I
know
hate
what?
this. I'm supposed to hate this.
I
Damn.
just realized the only reason people hate this at all is because an actual Teen Titans show doesn't exist right now. Think about it. Rock Lee's spin-off show is beloved. Every like chibi manga for Boruto or Naruto, everyone loves it. It's because those were running at the same time as the actual series.
Now the problem is that the original Teen Titans show is so god tier that the fact that they didn't just bring that back deprived us of more peak. And they brought back like
I
this
think
like dumbed down version of it.
I think the word a Teen Titan. I think the word should be Teen Titan by shorts when the show was going on.
There was just like
Yeah, that
one-off
might have been.
gags, but it was still the actual show. It's like they do the same thing in Naruto.
Yeah, like they took the humor from the original one and like made it dumber.
It's like all
And
the
just
meta.
like made them chibi.
Yeah, in meta.
Yeah.
It's very meta.
I doubt that you liked Total Drama, Mello, but they did the same thing with that series.
I thought
They
Total
did?
Drama. Total Drama was kind of like crude. It was a little too
It
crude for
was.
me.
Yeah.
I wasn't allowed to watch it.
I never really got into it. I was like, what is this? Like a reality TV show for cartoons? Like, this is
Yeah, then
trash,
they
bro.
just did a weird series where they made every one of those kids, every one of those teens into kids randomly. It doesn't make sense in an alternate universe, and they all went to like preschool together.
What?
Yeah, there was a moment where they did like baby everything, like baby Looney Tunes,
Yeah,
like baby
They
exactly.
still show that in Japan.
It makes no
I actually
sense.
really like baby Looney Tunes.
Ignore that they did Meatbag Kid. Same with SpongeBob. They did Baby SpongeBob.
They also did like a cartoon Tom and
Baby
Jerry.
SpongeBob.
I don't
They
remember.
did.
I don't.
Yeah, they
haven't
did
seen
do that.
Baby SpongeBob.
Baby SpongeBob is weird. Like, did he have a 9 to 5 job as a baby? Like, what was he doing?
It was the camp coral.
Hell no, Camp
Um,
Coral.
There's a
Camp
3D
Laugh.
Was that the creepy
Toyota.
bus episode where he was at the bus stop for forever and he got like stuck?
And speak. Freaking camp
Gosh.
coral, bro. Oh my god.
Terrifying.
Getting back to something I saw earlier, I just wanted to make sure we get to it before I forget. Miss Anne, so one of your two critiques, we've covered one of them. It's that Naruto was worse than Boruto, that you hate Naruto, it's the worst show of all time.
No, that is not what I said.
And the other
It
opinion
kind of sound like that's what you're saying. I'm not gonna.
Okay, hold on. Can I? Before we get into this, can I talk about what I actually like about Naruto? Then, if you guys
I
think
guess
hate
if you're
Naruto,
gonna make us,
bro.
So if you
Oh
put
my
a
god.
B
You're gonna
tier
yank
series
my
over
leg.
Naruto just diminishes in my eyes. But that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so one of Naruto's strong points, which are things that I don't usually appreciate as much in anime, but is the strong cultural background, so all the history stuff, which is obviously a main strong point, and the fact that the more you watch it, the more you can like get through it. Like watching it multiple times gives you new insights. So I think that's one of the things that I like about Princess Tutu actually is like watching it a second time and a third time feels different than watching it a first time. And the other thing is obviously like how he treats all of the villains instead of, I mean, other than Kaguya, but like most of the villains again have like
you don't
these
like
really
Kaguya?
in-depth. I mean, she's just okay. Kaguya does have it as well to a degree, but it's not like directly. I guess it is. Naruto just doesn't like treat Kaguya the same as he treats the other villains. I guess if that makes sense.
Keep
So
in mind, Mello,
terms of
she
the
started this off by saying the things that she likes about Naruto.
No. I'm still talking about. So I'm talking about the villains in terms of I like how they treat Naruto treats the villains, where he wants to understand their story and they have a whole backstory, instead of again just being like bad for the sake of being bad, which is another thing that I liked about My Hero Academia. And I think Pain's backstory was super interesting. Madra's backstory was super interesting about how Naruto has this whole history fleshed out. Like the world building in Naruto is incredible. Like, but because I am not like it jumps around so much for me that it takes a couple times for it to be presented in a more clean kind of style fashion. Like it was very jumbled in the presentation, I feel like, which made it a little bit harder to follow. But it does a really good job at building this whole, it's almost like Naruto is like a full legacy of a show, and it's not just like a show that you casually sit down and consume. So if you want to like enjoy Naruto, you can't just be a casual Naruto watcher. So I feel like because I was trying to approach it from this, I just want to casually sit down and enjoy a show, it wasn't as um how should I say, it wasn't as entertaining for me. But if the more you dig into it, the more Naruto does become super interesting, because there is so much to dig into, which is one of its huge strengths. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's so popular in the US as well, because people really like digging into their anime, but in Japan everyone's just kind of like casually watching it. So it's like something that you like consume like on the side, whether it's like putting it on while you're on TV while you're doing your chores or whatever the case may be. So on the surface level, Naruto is like a little bit difficult to follow, if that makes sense.
Naruto the Last has a great OST as well. I think.
No, rewatching Boruto, there's so many good Mitsuki OSTs. It's crazy.
I think I'm a call it though.
Yes.
I could probably go for another hour, but I think it's safe to call it here. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Space, Miss Anne, Oodie. I appreciate you guys having me.
Of
Guys, enjoy the rest of your night. All right, guys.
It was nice talking with you again.
Oh,
Likewise.
Well, Miss Anne, before we wrap up,
I'm sorry. Never got to it.
So, coming back to Naruto here, and Fabrino, feel free to join now. So, come back to Naruto. You know, I had to ask. So, whoever my message was, I responded to it. Okay, so Miss Anne, we covered one of your things here. We didn't cover the other though. So, considering I'm gonna watch it like tomorrow, probably by sheer coincidence, by the way, why is the Ishiki fight gonna put me to sleep rather than blow my socks off again?
Okay, so I have to phrase this from a perspective of what I said earlier about my critiques of Naruto and Dragon Ball and everything else, and why I
Yeah, so
didn't,
why is it
those
worse than the
shows
Ramon
didn't
arc?
personally appeal to me.
You know,
Okay,
one of the best
so
episodes of the franchise, by the way.
there are four. This covers almost 4 volumes, I believe, of just fighting. Sumire and Mitsuki are completely sidelined, completely out of the fight. It focuses a lot more on Naruto and Sasuke, who already kind of should have had their big moments in like bringing Boruto to, like getting him to the point where he could like train and pull his weight in the show. And then it focuses those moments back on Naruto and Sasuke just to nerf them and like give them a big central role in the story to like be able to do this thing, this really big thing, and then like get out of the way, kind of. But they didn't. I feel like they didn't need to do that, because like they did need to do it for eventually like what happens, and I think it's a good choice that they did that, and like he lost Kurama and then now Himari has, and Rinnegan is lost and blah blah blah. Like they needed that for the continuing developments. But because the fight was so long and because the fight really centered heavily around Naruto and Sasuke while sidelining all the other characters, it felt like the Dragon Ball Goku moment where like Boruto and Kawaki didn't really do that much until the end, the very, very end, where Boruto has this moment where he stabs Sasuke's eye and he feels all guilty, but then that's almost like immediately, like he feels guilty about it, but that guilt isn't played on as much as it could have been, I think. As well as Naruto losing Kurama wasn't treated as big of an issue as it should have been treated as in the aftermath. But because this fight again was just super, super long and covered so much while everybody else got completely sidelined, it just wasn't that interesting to watch because it was again just so long of just fighting and just interesting things. Now, I will say before I get into anything else, so the reason why it's boring to me is because of its length and how long it took to finish and focus on that. I do really like the way that they did like Kurama's death scene. That was very sad. I cried during that episode, even though like this concept of I guess the way that they did Baryon mode was okay, but this concept of there being like an extra secret power that would just expand all of, like it feels a little bit too convenient almost, or like expend all of Kurama's chakra, but I'm glad that they did it in a way that was like I'm not going to tell Naruto about it, like the way they worded it, although Viz didn't translate that correctly, so a lot of people were like what the heck. So there was that, but there was also like the whole Kawaki thing. I really liked Kawaki's like story going into that and the payoff of that arc. But again, that was like maybe 5 minutes. That lasted for about 5 minutes in however many episodes or however many manga chapters this fight centered around, and it was such a big chunk that it was just like, why are we spending so long focusing on this? I guess if that makes sense. So that's why I didn't like it. And why I thought it was boring.
So he made this 10 times worse than I thought. So it went from a Texas-sized problem to probably Antarctica, maybe the North Pole. So Miss Anne, from what I gather from that, it's not the Ishiki fight that you're critiquing here. It's the Ishiki arc.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So from the best fight of the franchise to the best arc of the franchise. just to make sure we're on the same page, just to make sure the throw up in my mouth is going to the correct place. And the best part of the arc, just to really hammer it home for you, was the Kurama death scene.
It was the way that they handled the Kurama death scene, as well as the final part where Ishiki was counting down, or Jigen, I don't remember which one he was at that point, was like counting down, and it related to Kawaki's trauma, and then he ended it with like a shadow clone.
Okay, that is like the best
payoff
part,
was, like,
absolutely.
beautiful. That was
So
amazing.
my problem with the Kurama death scene, honestly, I think it's better. This is the like one instance where I think the manga did it better. Every other instance of the anime always does it better. Specifically, okay, you've never heard this, and you're gonna laugh. You're gonna cry laughing. So ignoring the freaking rock and roll ending song they play in the background, I actually do like the song, and the montage is cool too. But ignoring that, so Naruto, you know when Kurama's like fading away and he's screaming like Kurama, Kurama. Well, believe it or not, the English dub has quite the adaptation of that line. And I'm going to mute stream so I can find it really quick. Okay, I found it immediately. Perfect. So let me get this work in here so that you can hear it too. And are you ready to have your socks blown off, Miss Ann?
I should probably stop eating Pringles, but yeah.
yeah. You're going to choke to death if you eat the Pringles over the next 10 seconds. Okay, so...
Let me swallow first, hold on. Okay, now I'm ready.
Alright, so get a load of this.
Kurama! Kurama!
Come on, you couldn't have done a second take on that one. You had to give me the Kurama!
What did they do? What the heck?
It's not a parody. This is an official version.
Oh no.
You know, just to
Why?
compare
what is
really
the rock
quick
music? Is that like
to the normal Japanese.
in the sub?
No, well, the music is in the sub too, but at least the scream actually sounds like, you know, heart-wrenching and all.
Oi! 待ってくれ! 行くな!
Oh, okay, missed it. Went too far forward. You know, something to actually cry about.
Yeah, that sounds like 1,000,000 times better than Kurama.
Yeah, then you just get here. You just get the way freaking Himawari says Kurama.
Kurama! Kurama!
Makes me
So
literally
bad.
cringe, like chills down my spines in a bad way.
So bad.
Kurama! It's like, what are you doing? Oh god. Like, are you dying or are you pooping? What's happening there?
Another reason not to watch the dub.
And I'm watching it tomorrow.
Dub any anime to me favorite.
But yeah, no, this is easily, and as I'm going back, I'm just reaffirming this thing I've already reaffirmed in the past. This is the best arc of the franchise. You know, Kamui tried to convince me that the Boruto movie arc, the Momoshiki arc, whatever you want to call it, tuning exams arc, the first arc, technically the freaking fifth arc or whatever you want. He's tried to convince me that's just as good or arguably the best arc. And for a time, he convinced me. You know, I had it right on up there. And as great peak 10 out of 10 as that arc is, this arc is just the whole way. It's just better. I'm sorry, Kamui, but this is just the best arc of Boruto. It's not close. It's close, but it's not close.
I was actually talking with Kamui about this in the chat. We were going back and forth, and like my reasons why I didn't like it as much, and I feel like he was agreeing with me. But why? What? Because like the reason that I would definitely say that the tuning exams arc is better is because it focuses on like Boruto's growth and development, Boruto and Sarada's growth and development as characters, and Mitsuki as well, like as a teammate. So it's like, not only is it introducing them, but it also has all of the ties back to the beginning scene, especially in the novel. When you read my novel analysis breakdown, you might change your mind. But I also had to do the family dynamic one, which is going to hammer that point home even harder. But like, because again, it was so much focused on Boruto's generation and Boruto's growth, whereas this one was just focused on like getting the older generation out of the way. It was just, I don't know, like overall what it was doing as an arc, I definitely feel like the first one was better. Because it still gave Naruto and Sasuke the time to shine without like completely overshadowing everybody else.
Oh my god, even Kamui thought you meant the fight. Oh, he's gonna be mad when he listens. So he agrees with me. It's like the best arc of all of Boruto. In fact, again, we actually genuinely are Boruto fans. As much as we meme around, we would argue these arcs are better than most Naruto arcs. So
Wow.
yeah, like we have these arcs very highly rated, very highly.
That is something.
To be fair, part of why we like them probably is why you dislike them, because we like Naruto. So, not to say that you don't like Naruto, but obviously we like Naruto as a character. We like seeing him in the story, and seeing Naruto develop further beyond his series is good for Naruto. I mean, at the
Oh
very,
no,
okay,
I 100% agree with that.
removing all of Boruto, if you just take this as an additional Naruto arc, you know, these are chapters 711 through 750. It's just Naruto. Does that change your perspective on this? Like, if you remove Boruto almost entirely as a character in the story, he's just like in the background, like almost like chapter 700 relevance. Like if it's just Naruto versus Jigen and Ishiki, does that like
that would
change
make
the
this
Momoshiki
so much worse, because then the main characters of their series are getting to a point where they won't be able to fight bigger threats.
So what if
it
what if
goes.
it's like not about the next? Okay, what if it? Okay, you're gonna laugh. What if it's just not set in the future, and this is like 16-year-old Naruto doing this like right after his Sasuke fight, like the next week? This is just Momoshiki shows up and then going to Jigen after.
So then this would have to be the grand finale of Naruto, where there is nothing after this, because again they're getting nerfed, and then that would be his sacrifice for peace. Like that would make sense. That would be really good. But because it's not, then it just kind of falls.
Don't lump me in with those brain.
No.
I know. It's not related to what you just said. I just thought it was hilarious.
Oh, you're just reading my comment.
Yeah, I'm trying to read and listen at the same time. It's very difficult to do, by the way. I'm managing. So you do regardless of the not liking it aspect, you agree that it is at the very least good for a continuation of Naruto and Sasuke's characters.
Yes, I definitely, because I've heard a lot of people complain that like Naruto and Sasuke got nerfed, but like I think this is one of the best ways that they could have gotten nerfed. Like they spent so much time playing up like them getting nerfed and the reasons behind them getting nerfed. So like I feel like they paid proper tribute to Naruto and Sasuke through this, but because I just like I care more about Boruto in Boruto's show, that this wasn't great for me. Especially again because they just straight up, especially after Kawaki came in, they just straight up sidelined Sarada and Mitsuki to the point where they're not even in their own manga for almost 4 volumes, and then after that they don't really do that much again.
Oh, thank God. I just checked my phone because it was lit up and I was calling somebody. And it turns out it was just my voicemail, so I'm good. It's like, please no. But that's interesting. Okay, but like obviously, I mean, sure, you could say they were sidelined, but like at the very least, I do think that the Kawaki arc, it not only introduces, but it develops Kawaki's character as well as Boruto's relationship with him in the same way that the Momoshiki arc is introducing and developing Mitsuki and Sarada's characters with Boruto and Boruto's character itself, obviously.
See, I feel like that's a good aspect of it, but I also feel like it could have been done differently, because before this, Boruto was very much like a kind of slice of lifey show, and they were developing Kawaki's character he developed in the same way through the Delta fight where he saved Himawari, and Boruto was like, good on you for, saving my little sister, thank you for that, and like putting back together the vase. Like they didn't really need to go on this whole 4 manga volume long fight scene of just Kawaki getting the final payoff of him being traumatized and using a shadow clone. Like again, that part happened within like
4 volumes of all time.
But it's the worst, actually, in my opinion.
I'm going back to again. Keep in mind, this week I've watched all 4 volumes. Well, technically the first 3 volumes if you want to be pedantic, but It's like the best episodes of all of Boruto. Literally the best part is like Kawaki in the village, like going to Ino's flower shop, bumping into the kids, learning about taiyaki, sharing with Sarada. Like all these things are like the best.
No, I agree. Those parts are good.
Well, I mean, the Delta fight, I guess, is 2 episodes long. The Jigen fight is 1 episode. That's 3 episodes. Outside of that, I mean, yeah, Naruto and Sasuke fight Ishiki, but like...
Then maybe I am just talking about the fight versus Ishiki. Whenever... The point where they go into the other dimension, where Boruto and Kawaki make the portal, that's when I start disliking it.
Well, Boruto and Kawaki, that would be the Boro fight, where Naruto and Sasuke aren't there.
Oh, wait.
So I think you just mean Boruto, because Kawaki doesn't... Well, Kawaki goes there at the end, but it's Boruto transformed as Sasuke's sword, and he teleports Ishiki to the other dimension. And then Sasuke brings Naruto there to fight.
Okay, then yeah, whatever point from starting from that point.
So, I
Everything
understand
before that, like,
because...
Kawaki needed development. Kawaki's development was really good.
So obviously, yes, Boruto's kind of quote-unquote sidelined during that fight because obviously he's not fighting Ishiki. Naruto and Sasuke are there, the powerhouses. Ishiki's obviously infinitely stronger than Boruto, so he can't do anything. But narratively, there's a reason that he's there, and it is very good. And he's just as, if not arguably more narratively impactful than Naruto and Sasuke when it comes to the Ishiki fight. Same with Kawaki when he does eventually get there. And even before he gets there, like, we're cutting back to him like every other scene for a reason. He's as relevant, the Kawaki scene sitting in the room, as Naruto and Sasuke are fighting Ishiki to, like, the story.
I agree with that. Like, they do have importance. And it's important for them to sit there and watch that. But at the same time, you can't say that, like, they could have, I mean, they couldn't have repeated the same thing, but they almost kind of did repeat the same thing as the first arc, but just done more poorly.
What do you mean?
Because Boruto was still sitting there watching, and his watching was so impactful to his character, and they showed the impact directly. Versus, like, again, Boruto's arm breaking and him stabbing, like, Sasuke's eye and all that kind of stuff. Like, he tried, and then for those few moments he tried, and then he failed, and then afterwards he just didn't have that much of, like, it didn't impact him as much as arc 1 did. Like, it didn't impact his character that much.
Didn't impact his character as much. I see why you're saying that. I think I agree from you from an audience perspective. In universe, you could argue it's technically more impactful because it's Boruto getting the conviction to be willing to die as a shinobi, which is, I understand the first arc, it's like a complete 180 change for Boruto. This isn't as big of a 180 change, but I feel like the decision to change is a lot harder in the Ishiki arc than it is in the Momoshiki arc for Boruto.
That's true. I'll give you that.
Okay. It's also more of Boruto's decision rather than Boruto just being a spectator and watching things happen, which is why he changes in the Momoshiki arc, because obviously he doesn't have any impact on Momoshiki arriving or Momoshiki taking Naruto. Technically, he absorbed Boruto's random jutsus, but I don't think that realistically made a difference there. And then Sasuke brought him along. That wasn't Boruto's plan or anything. That was all Sasuke. And obviously that was for, like, Sasuke's bet, and he's, like, Sasuke's master. And there's, like, a lot of other deeper reasons of learning the Rasengan and all that, but, you know.
Well, so one of the things that it talks about in the novel that it just doesn't really explicitly talk about in the movie is how big that moment where he stepped in and protected Sarada was for him, because he was using his own power without using the tool. Like, he threw it to he didn't have it anymore. He didn't have it to rely on anymore. And so that was the moment where he made the decision to change. And it really highlights that moment in the novel where it's just, like, something that they kind of, because it was all internal, like, thought and everything, they couldn't really highlight it as much, but they left, like, the ripped jacket in and, like, all that kind of other symbolism stuff that, again, he goes and talks about in the interview afterwards, and he goes and,
so awesome.
like,
oh, that's so awesome.
Yeah,
I need to read that immediately because I love that moment of the anime for exactly why you're describing. I just didn't know that was actually a thing. I just thought it was obvious, like, through implications, but it's so cool that that's actually a thing. I love that because I love that moment so much.
No, yeah, I went into it because it's such a big moment in terms of development for Boruto through Sarda that I really talked about
Yes.
it in
Yes.
the light novel analysis thing that I did.
I am grinning
So
ear to ear right now. That is amazing. I love that so much. Oh, that's so good.
and I
Okay.
feel like that the novel also probably contributes to why I like that so much, like that arc so much. Even without it, I really liked it. But then reading the novel was like icing on top of an already good cake. Like just like
Yes.
all of the toppings were just put together, and it became like I don't know.
Yeah. But I feel like at the very least, Act 1 and Act 3 of the Momoshiki and Kawaki arc are pretty similar. I'd argue Act 1 and 3. I'd argue the whole way through Kawaki arc is better. But I think Act 2 of both arcs, I think the Kawaki arc is just better, probably, because, like we were saying earlier, the development of Kawaki walking around Konoha changing through Naruto, as opposed to just as opposed to just Boruto cheating again in the tuning exams over and over again, and that's really the only thing we have. It's nothing really new happening. I feel like you compare those two, and the Kawaki one is just obviously better, but maybe you disagree?
Yes, because of the novel, but without the novel, maybe. Just because like the novel goes into Boruto's way of thinking about I didn't get into this in my analysis that much. I briefly touched on it, but I really wanted to save it for the family one because it has so much more to do with like past Konoha and new Konoha and how Boruto and Naruto like butt heads and disagree constantly with the use of the kote. So like which is the ninja tool because I know they like hardly ever say the name in the anime and the manga. But like I guess because he's constantly every time he cheats, he thinks like there's this moment when he's sitting in his bed after he cheats for the first time, reflecting on how Sarda like saved him from the falling into the ink and he gave up, and how his soul is literally less worthy of being a shinobi than hers is
That's so
because
cool.
she made the decision in that moment, and he's like, I have to try harder. And then in the moment when he
Remind me
uses it
really
for the
quick.
second time,
What does Sarada do? Because I know that Mitsuki's the one who like does the bendy windy snaky arm thing to save them.
Sarda is the one who throws the kunai down for him to catch and shouts his name.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So she's like, she says Mitsuki first, and Mitsuki's like, oh, okay, and then puts his hand up, and then she throws a kunai down to Boruto, and it's like Boruto, and he catches it, or it catches his clothes, and then he stays like up, like floating above the pool of ink. But anyway,
Okay,
and then the
so
second
cool.
time,
You're confirming everything I've always thought. Okay, there's a third thing. I need you to confirm this for me. This isn't a want, this is a need. So I've always headcanoned, because I thought it was obvious, that the tuning exams for Boruto were designed in a way that it's clear it's training the next generation to deal with Otsutsukis based on what Naruto and Sasuke had to do versus Kaguya. For example, the first round of dropping them in the oil pits or whatever, tar pits, that's the exact same thing as Kaguya dropping them in the lava pits.
I don't think there was a direct relation made to that, but I do see how that could impact, because Naruto was very much talking in his office about like how like the soul of the shinobi or needs to say that like you can't like
Exactly. And he's like
you
saying,
can't
to be
cheat your
frank, the
way
next
through it,
generation
basically.
isn't ready to deal with these Otsutskis. Like all those
Exactly.
other things of the five Kage, yeah.
He's like, even though there's times of peace, like they need to be trained and they need to be ready and their minds need to be ready. And like Boruto is like not understanding any of this and is like, well, if science is going to become a part of the future anyway, and they're probably just going to use it once, like, you know, if they're Konohamaru is already using it on missions and they're going to be using it in missions, and like why can't we just like dad is just like behind the times because he doesn't want to accept any of this like new technology and stuff, like even though it's gonna become a part of getting like training and stuff eventually is how to use these tools, so I'm just going to use it, like it's part of his like underlying logic into why he uses the kote. But like the second time he cheats, he also justifies it, like before each moment that he cheats he has a justification, and like they take all of that out of the movie and the manga and the anime, and I was just like, oh, it makes it so much better when you know.
What do you mean by justification, to be exact?
So
they take it
the
out.
first time he cheats, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna use it because," or the first time he uses the Rasengan in front of Sasuke is because Sasuke was like, "Oh, it's such a small Rasengan," and he immediately
Yeah.
goes off to Sasuke's, and then Sarada is like, "Oh, hey Boruto," like afterwards she's walking around with him, and she almost says the blue eyes line in the movie novel, but then she doesn't, and Boruto feels like after he feels like he can't look her in the eyes because he's wearing the kote in that moment, and he feels like completely unworthy of, and he's like, yeah, I'm not going to use it anymore, and I'm going to put my all into training with Sasuke, because he doesn't know that Sasuke knows, because Sasuke knows that he has the kote, and so he is doing all that stuff, and the first exam when he fails, that's when he puts the kote back on, and he's like, okay, well, just in case, and not just in case, but I need to do this myself and blah blah blah, but what if I'm not strong enough? Is the whole thing, I have to, Sarada's whole reminding him is like, you want to show your cool points off to your dad, right? And he also wants to show his cool points off to her, as he points out in the beginning of the novel. So he's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna sorry, I'm stuttering a lot, but I'm gonna, have this just in case, as a backup plan. And then in the first thing he uses it is during when he makes the orca wave or whatever, because Sarada's like, Boruto, and Mitsuki's like, I'll go back, you keep going. And in that moment it changes tense in Japanese, so it says Mitsuki Mitsuki did something, and then Sarada does something, and that's
Sage
screaming
of
his
Thick
name.
Calves isn't gonna like that.
I don't know, but anyway, it's
Sorry,
more
continue.
immediate in the moment. Huh?
Continue. Sorry, I just throw in a lot
Oh
of
no,
zingers.
you're good.
Wherever it is.
But yeah, so he was like, I can't let them down. I can't let everybody down. I can't look weak in front of my dad. I have to I have to, prove my worth. I have to be a shinobi. I have to that whole soul of it. And the narration also talks about how Boruto didn't understand that this wasn't the point. He wasn't getting the point. But he, I forget what the exact words that he used there were. But his justification for it is something to do with Sarada and Naruto watching. He was like, his dad was watching, Sarada was watching, so he had to pull through. He couldn't let them down. And then the third time he uses it is he thinks about his dream to show, get his dad to see him. And then he also says in Sarada's dream too, to become the Hokage, because he can't he actually starts caring about her dream to become the Hokage through the Chunin exams, and is he uses it again to show that as he's worthy as her teammate, and as well as he's worthy of being the Hokage's son. So he thinks if he loses, then he'll be unworthy, but he doesn't understand how cheating makes him even less worthy, I guess, is what the narration points out. But yeah, there's a justification in his mind every single time before he uses it, that the narration is like, hey, this isn't right, but he did it anyway.
Gosh, bro. You're bringing this arc back up for me. I'm not gonna lie. It's getting close to dying again.
It's so good, man. It's so good.
It's
And
so
then Kishimoto,
good.
the way he writes it, because he has all these little intricate things, and at the end he wraps them all up by repeating the same scene, the same scene from the beginning. It's just so good.
Oh, I want the Kawaki arc to be better so much, but you're making it hard. Okay.
I feel like
curious.
if the Kawaki arc had a novel written by Kishimoto, then it would be just as good, but it needs that background.
That's funny. Yeah. Okay. So do you agree with me on my training for the Otsutsuki's take?
Yeah, I would say that's that, because I feel because they know about the origins of chakra and all that stuff now, right?
The kids?
Yeah. Or no, the adults, Naruto and Sasuke do.
Well, yeah, of course they do.
Okay. So being that as it is, I feel like they're taking measures if chakra were to get somehow they weren't able to use chakra anymore, and that's a lot of what scientific ninja tools are doing. As well, because they're sealing their jutsu away to be able to use for later, and they're coming up with weapons that, I mean, although it drains your chakra, the sword and stuff, but that might play into it. I'm not 100% sure, but I also think like because they face this big threat, they want everybody to like have the mindset and have the mental preparedness to deal with, because you already like your theory lines up so well because they are looking for Otsuki remains and they are looking for like if there's any more Otsuki out there, like what would they do about it? How would they go about fighting them? What if they're stronger than Kaguya? So they do have to like train the next generation up to be that, and because they're growing up in times of peace, they're just not there.
It's cool because it's not just normal training. Because they're doing the tuning exams, they're seeing which of them would die against the Otsutskis and which of them would survive each of these trials, in order, by the way. Because it starts with Lava Dimension. I'll get to the next thing in a minute. But so that's to say, those who become tuning are those who the adults know are more capable of handling the Otsutskis, whereas any Genin, they aren't even going to think about sending them against Otsutskis in case of a possible invasion. Which is just really cool, because it's not just training. It's like, oh, they're Otsutsuki qualified, that's a tuning. Which sounds ridiculous. You know, that tuning level Otsutsuki over there. But so for the tar pit, it's not just dropping them, because obviously that's very similar. And obviously, again, the way they deal with it is interestingly also similar. Like Sarada, that's basically the exact same thing Kakashi does for Obito.
Yeah.
Which is also cool, because it's both of the technical Uchihas involved. But but it's more than just that for the tar pit one. I think the tar pit is a much clearer example. It's also the true or false quiz. So they don't know what the answer is going to be beforehand. They don't know where to stand. The standing really doesn't matter because it's everyone everywhere is affected, which is also another arguable factor. But it's similar to Kaguya because they don't know. They think that they aren't going to have to fight Kaguya. Like Naruto's questioning, like, oh, are you a good guy or are you a bad guy? And Kaguya's like, oh yeah, don't worry, Naruto. We don't have to fight. Here that is. And that's basically the equivalent of, oh, both answers are false. And then they just switch to the other dimension, aka falling. I think that's supposed to be what that true or false quiz is resembling in that moment.
Yeah, I agree.
Interesting. Okay, I love it. I love it. Okay, here's where it gets a little bit less clear. But I think if you follow the chronological order, so after the lava dimension, you have the ice dimension. Again, this is like real arguable and really kind of a stretch based on the first one. I think this could be a thing. The capture the flag could be the Naruto and Sasuke yin and yang seal. They have to touch Kaguya is the win condition.
Oh, yeah, I could see how that fits.
It's a stretch, I'll admit. It's a lot
It is
less
a stretch,
clear,
but it fits.
it does fit, yeah. Obviously, I think the third match, hand-to-hand combat, that's fine just as is, regardless. Oh, he's fighting Otsutskis! I don't think that's really a thing anyways, but, like, it's the same thing.
I think the second one would have been, like, more, relatable if they had, like, headbands on, like, what are those little, like, ribbons tied around their heads and they have to, like, take the ribbon or something.
Oh, yeah, similar to, the Boruto graduation exam.
That, yeah.
It would also, that would work so perfectly in that arc, because then Naruto's the one that strips Boruto of his headband when he cheats.
Yeah.
It's so good. What I was thinking is, and this would obviously make it way too obvious, but if there was like one of the people on your team that you have to protect, and they just have like a touch it and like it activates a hand marker or whatever on the side of your body or whatever. Like it's like a shirt you wear and it has like a panel that if you touch it, it activates. You'd have that, and it's just like the same thing as like the Naruto Sasuke touching, rather than the capture the flag, because that's not really the same thing. It's just kind of the same thing, but not really.
Yeah.
I think another good one would be, I don't know how they would replicate it, but getting out of the ice block as soon as you teleport into the ice dimension. Again, don't know how they would do that, but if they could do something like that, because Sasuke broke him out with Matarasu, ignoring how that doesn't make sense, but you know. But yeah. But Fabrino, what do you think about all this? Do you agree with my assessment?
It sounds interesting. Yeah, it's very
that
interesting.
wasn't the question.
If I agree, oh, hard to say. The first
Well, it's
seems
pretty
very
easy
similar.
to say. It's either yes or no.
Okay, no.
Oh. Okay, maybe it's a little bit harder to say than I thought. So go ahead about your thought process here.
Um, I
feel like the yes would just roll off the tongue a lot nicer here.
Yeah, it's either yes or no. It's I have to have more thought into this and the similarities.
Well, I think I've done enough thinking for the both of us here.
Yeah, also true.
Okay.
One question I have about the Schulen exams. Do you what is your understanding of the Schulen exams? Is it something like the Hunger Games, where every Schulen exam has different exams of different stages, different Prüfungen, or is it the new generation of Schulen exams is always the quiz, the capture the flag, and the fight at the end?
See, that's interesting. Well, technically, the anime, I'm not going to say changed it, but it added to it by showing the traveling in between the first location and the second location. That was the first exam to get to the true or false quiz. I forget what it was, whether it was a time limit or like the first 50 people here are the ones that pass, blah, 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 as I explain the rules, but you can go at any time, but I'm going to keep explaining the rules. I don't think that's really Otsutsuki. Well, technically, you could argue that this is hilarious. You could argue that's the equivalent of Madara transforming and Naruto and Sasuke trying to attack the hair or whatever. And try and take Kaguya down before she really formed. Yeah, because remember, like, as Zetsu's transforming Madara into Kaguya, it's like the hair attacks them. So you could, like, say it's like the equivalent of that, which is hilarious. That one is also kind of a stretch, but kind of more similar than some of it, at least. But yeah, do I think they change it or not? Well, we know they change it based on the anime. Because they didn't just repeat the same. Also, it'd be redundant to do the same thing again if they know what's coming.
Yeah. So in that sense, the first is always like a quiz or something like a handwritten exam, and the second is always a team exercise, and the third is always a tournament.
Yeah, I think the third one is always a tournament regardless, but yeah, I think the second one was always some sort of like outdoorsy obstacle course, survive in the wild against the wild things out in the wild. First one, like you're saying, more like the logical side, be a ninja, figure out the tactics, etc., etc.
Bluffs, get information.
Yeah. Oh yeah, get information. That's a good one as well. Yeah. I think that's the general layout at the very least, because it's what we've seen even with all the other like filler quote unquote shooting exams in Naruto Shippuden.
Oh, I don't know them. Are there many?
We see the time skip one where Sakura and like the Konoha 13, when they become Chunin, we see that tuning exams. We also see in an OVA Konohamaru's tuning exams, and it's similar as well. They have the tournament format for the third exam, and they have to survive in the desert for the second exam. So same idea.
This filler with the Jinchuriki Fu, I think.
Yeah, that's the Sakura one.
Okay.
Yeah, the Konohamaru one is like the same thing, though.
Where Konohamaru fights Naruto in the finals, something like that.
Yeah, so he fights him in the finals, but we do see at the very beginning of that OVA, it's the second round, and they're in a similar desert environment. But yeah. So Fabrino, why is Miss And so wrong about her take on the Kawaki arc?
There's also a thing I didn't understand. I'm also a huge fan of this arc. It's very, in my opinion, very, very good.
Yeah, but obviously the Remon arc was way better, right?
The what arc?
The Remon arc. It was way more exciting than the Kawaki arc.
Yes.
Yeah, you know that
I
that,
don't
that,
know.
that episode of the mind transfer jutsu that lost to the potato chips, like 10 out of 10 compared to the Kawaki.
Miss Ants, from what I've heard, you don't like the last 4 or 5 chapters of this arc, also the fight against Ishiki in the dimension.
Well, it was volumes, but she did kind of change it to fight. But
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's okay. So I do like the whole. I guess if you're talking about the whole arc, and including Kawaki's development, I think Kawaki's development is really, really good, and he's one of the characters that I want to write a long analysis breakdown of, along with I already wrote one for Sumire, but because they're so misunderstood by the general fandom, I feel like
Yeah, I feel like that too. Yeah.
I mean, he's the fulcrum of the
yeah,
arc. You could argue he's the main character of that arc rather than Boruto.
I mean, he is. I would
Yeah.
100% say that. And I think like they did a really good job in those initial parts of bringing Sarada and Mitsuki in terms of letting Sarada like experience what Naruto's perspective on being Hokage means, like what it really means, as opposed because she didn't like Kawaki at first, and then Naruto kind of made it so like she was like, even if you don't like someone, you need to understand where they're at and meet them where they're at, and like try to like be compassionate towards everyone. I think that's a lesson Sarada learns through that, so her character does develop. But like once they go off to the dimension to fight, that's when I have an issue with it, start taking issue with it. So I don't have an issue with any of the Kawaki stuff and him eating taiyaki or fixing the vase. I think all of that is really good, but it's just when they get to the actual dimension and start fighting, that's when it becomes a little bit long and boring to me. Even though there are the emotional payoff, it's the same thing with Naruto, where like the fights are really long, but the emotional payoff and the actual like mental like payoff is really, really good for that one like moment in time that it does that thing where it has that payoff. But again, that's like 5 minutes out of the several hours of whatever fight that they were fighting, where it's just like abilities and here's how Baryon mode works and here's I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna break your arm even though it's just gonna get healed and like all this other stuff. So like I don't know, it like there for the stuff that there isn't payoff for, I guess, is what bothers me.
So I'll give you that Sarada and Mitsuki obviously sidelined. They're literally not there during the Ishiki segment. But like you said, a little bit less with Mitsuki, but Sarada's there practically the whole time during Kawaki's development. She's literally there at the very beginning with the Garo fight. Obviously doesn't do anything, but doesn't even really say anything. She's the most sidelined of all of them there. At least she sees it. Then you get after that, you get Kawaki in the village, and she's there to witness Kawaki bumping into the kid and almost killing him. She's there at Ino's flower shop. She's there for the taiyaki scene with Kawaki. She's there for Kawaki training with, I think it's with Boruto. Yeah, she sees
Boruto,
that.
yeah,
and
and Naruto's watching, and she's like, yeah, she's like, oh,
she's
this
there
is
for
like
one
kind
of the
unfair.
trainings, but not the other. That's why it gets a little bit confusing.
Yeah,
the one with
she's
the
not
Delta, obviously.
Himawari's there for. She's not there for that one.
Yeah, because that's the one with the Delta fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's not there for any of that. But obviously she comes back for the Boro fight, where that's probably that's arguably her best moment in the entire manga.
Yes. I also would probably agree because it's like the I don't know what it is about like yeah. I mean, Ikemoto does a better job than Kishimoto did with his female characters in terms of development, in my opinion.
Yeah, my opinion too, yeah.
But like it's still just like it's not anywhere near like fairy tale levels with Erza and stuff like that, where it's just like she actually is her own person doing her own stuff. She's still especially since I'm not going to get into that whole argument. Actually, I should probably not say that on the internet. Haha. I'm gonna shut my mouth now.
Well, I would say, considering what her character arc, character role is in this arc as a supporting character, I think she's the best supporting character of this arc. She plays her role fantastically, and I think she's one of the best supporting characters of all time of this franchise, based on this arc. Because you consider it like you have like Akatsuki Suppression. Naruto's not the main character of that arc. That's the Hidan and Kakuzu arc. That Shikamaru's the main character. And Naruto's just
Oh,
like
that
the
arc was
supporting
so
character.
good. I actually really liked that arc. Anything with Shikamaru in it, I'm just like, yes, strategize, go, fight, yay.
But yeah, obviously Naruto takes a backseat in that arc. It's much more focused on Shikamaru. So you have to like
It's
take
so
that into
good.
consideration when you judge the characters in the arcs, in my opinion.
I agree with that. So like Mitsuki and Sarada being sidelined isn't necessarily why I think it's bad, but it's because the focus completely shifts away from that generation. It would be like if the focus was so heavily centered around like Asuma and Mirai's mom. I don't remember her name. You're gonna kill me.
Kurenai.
Kurenai. Yeah. I used that in my freaking. I drew her.
See, but
wow.
that's where I
can't
disagree
do-
though, because what do you think about the Mirai manga? Because you're saying that because
I didn't like it.
why? For the same reason?
Yeah, because it's just the main characters just weren't in it. So I have skipped it, and every single time I
Oh,
rewatch
because
Boruto.
Boruto's not in. Okay, I wouldn't really count that. I thought you meant because like the guy in Kakashi and technically Kiba and Shoji take away focus from Mirai, but I disagree because Mirai's the main character. She's throughout the arc and she has a constant change throughout, and you have supporting characters there to support that change, and I think that they play a beautiful role in that arc. Same with Sarada here.
I'm just mad that they put that as like part of Boruto. I feel like it should have been its own separate spin-off like series.
I mean, to
on
be
its
fair,
own.
that's just the anime's problem because everywhere
the
else
manga-
it
It is.
is its own series.
Exactly. That's just like why is this here? Like don't put that. Like I would have enjoyed it if it wasn't a part of Boy. That's the same. That's one of the big problems I had with Naruto was just random filler going off, and it's not that much of an interruption to the story, but like just why did you have to put it there?
Do you have the same problem with the Sasuke Retsuden arc being in the Boruto anime?
Yeah.
Not as much because it still deals with like, well, yes, but like again, it still deals with kind of the main characters, but this is just like characters that you wouldn't know unless you watch Naruto.
Main characters, it's Sasuke and Sakura. It doesn't focus on Boruto, Sarada, or any of them unless you meant something else.
No. I'm talking about Mirai. Like because Kakashi and Guy hardly get any time to be in Boruto, and Mirai is like there for a couple episodes. Like my little sister who was watching it without having the knowledge of Naruto was like, who are these guys and what are they doing here kind of thing. Like it was just like it was and she enjoyed it, but it was like a complete interruption to like it just makes it so you can't watch this show as smoothly, and that's one of my biggest things for enjoying Boruto over Naruto is it's so much smoother of a watch.
To be fair, I feel like that would happen with like every one of Kakashi's appearances in Boruto. It wouldn't just be that arc. So if he skipped that arc, you would just say that next time Kakashi appears.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the resident thing being there also is like, why is it here? But it's still, in my opinion, way better than Naruto filler, where they're just randomly doing some random thing that has nothing to do with anything that's going on and isn't even canon. Like, at least these things are kind of canon because they have novels.
I mean, it's kind of oddly placed, just like right before the Code arc, but you know.
No, it is very much oddly placed. I'm not gonna disagree with that. But I'm just saying, like, at least it's not some just random like. I don't know, some mecha filler or some robot episode.
I feel like it's only placed there because they're way past the timeline and they're just like, well, if we don't do it now, we're never going to do it. We might as well just do it. Otherwise, we're just not going to do it. So I'm glad they at least did it.
Yeah, like Fairy Tail, it did. It was so weird. Fairy Tail did this thing where it adopted Zero. So Zero is like the founding story of the guild, right? And it's like they did it as a spin-off like with kind of the anime, but they realized it was so central to the anime that they redid it. They put it in to the actual anime as well in season 3. Like it's its own thing and it's in the anime, so it's done twice. Like I don't know, because there's definitely an option to do that where they just don't put it in the main series, but and it wasn't needed in Boruto. I guess that's my argument.
Binging Boruto, especially because it wasn't as big in Naruto. It was there in Naruto, just not as big. Rewatching Boruto, there's so many episodes that end, and then the next episode just recaps that episode for so long. It's like the first 2 minutes of every episode is what we literally just watched. Like every
So that's
episode.
not. Yes, that's true. But if you've watched any other shows with recap, it can go on for like 5 to 7 minutes most of the time.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
how many.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
not a
so in
Boruto
comparison,
problem.
for me, that was like, oh, it's not that bad. But I can understand how that would be bad if you don't watch a lot of shows that have recap because they're long.
Yeah, it's a problem in Boruto, but it's not a Boruto specific problem. It's just something funny I realized.
Yeah.
Sometimes like they reanimate it, which is actually extra interesting. Also like redub it, different music, everything. It's just like a different scene in some cases.
Dang, I didn't realize all that. Because
Yeah.
usually I just skip it, but
Yeah, like literally like Delta when she first shows up, she has completely different dialogue at the end of the episode compared to the beginning of the next episode. Which is hilarious.
that's so interesting.
And then like when Koji first goes to fight Jigen, that's like a really long one, like a 3-minute scene, but completely reanimated, different voice acting, everything. It's crazy.
I never
Saying
understood
the same things,
when
but it's like
shows.
different pacing even.
Interesting.
I never understood when shows do something like that. There are many shows who do that, and I think, or a flashback with different some a little different dialogue. And I think it's a flashback where you don't have the same words.
The stupidest one is the war arc when they flash back to Zabuza, and instead of Kakashi like carrying him to Haku's corpse, he just walks up to it and lays down.
Oh,
it's so derpy the way they animated it too. It's like an NPC in a video game.
Oh my gosh.
So bad. Oh,
And there's a similar thing in translations. Also, when I read a German translation, for example in Boruto, and there is a flashback to something from a earlier chapter, then there sometimes a word is kind of different. And I always ask myself, is the original also so that the word they choose is different, even if it's a flashback, or is it just lost in translation?
Sometimes it's because when you're translating chapter by chapter, you don't have the context for what's going to happen next. So they might go back and like retranslate the thing in a way that more fits with the current context now that they know what the context is, because especially it could have been like a character wondering about something or theorizing about something, and they didn't have, then their theory comes true and then they have to reformat it because the way that they translated it before wasn't as like accurate to whatever theory it was, since they didn't have that context.
Unless you're Viz and you never go back and fix anything, including the typos.
Bruh.
The
Shout
same
out
is
Omnipotence.
with the divine tree in Amado's explanation. They in the German version they also always call it divine tree and also göttlicher Baum. But now in Boruto Tulu Vortex, the divine tree is more important, and they are called Shinju now, Hito Shinju. And now they are called menschliche, göttliche Bäume. Also don't call them Shinju. They call it like Amado called the tree in German.
Just tree?
Even if Shinju is easier. Like Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan.
I feel like it's gone the opposite way, to where I could see them being called just trees at first, but over time they'd be called human trees.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I always called them, because it's always Hito Shinju, so I always called, in my translation I usually put like humanoid Shinju, but lately I've just been putting Shinju.
Getting back to the topic though, I see why you're okay. So there's two different angles I could see coming from it, but both angles I do disagree with you. I want them to get to the high stakes villains quickly in Boruto. I don't need a Remon arc. I need the next level Otsutsuki. Okay, I need an Ishiki. And to have an Ishiki, I can't have the kids fighting them, because I'm just, power scaling is just going to be thrown out the window. Shout out Chocho versus Mamushi. We can't be doing that. Even then, they're scaling up these characters way faster than they realistically should be, but I'm willing to accept that as the compromise. You're going to give Mitsuki his OP Sage mode, make him the strongest character in part 1, literally, fine. I don't even care that he doesn't use it. Give Boruto Karma, that scales him up. Okay. Sarada, she's just going to scale up very quickly, so we're just going to ignore her for this. So, okay, you need Naruto and Sasuke to deal with these threats, but keeping that in mind, that's the physical fight. You're still, from Ikimoto and Kodachi's perspective, they're doing a really good job narratively keeping the kids relative throughout. Kawaki's the vessel that Jigen's after. He's literally the target of the entire arc. You're having, even like every moment where the old Jin is relevant, they're making the new Jin relevant. In the Delta fight, if they throw Himawari in the air, Kawaki's the one that has to save her. Boruto admittedly doesn't do anything here, I'll admit. That's like the one time I'll fully admit Boruto's just sidelined during the Delta fight. That's the one time I'll admit he just is silent. He doesn't do anything at all. He talks to Kawaki, it like annoyingly in a way that frustrates the entire audience, as Kawaki gives necessary exposition about Delta. For example, he explains her eye beams. Delta never does that. That's Kawaki doing that. So it's good that he's there. That's the new Jin that's doing that. And again, the Himawari and Kawaki relevance, that's obviously important. Technically, Boruto being there is important for like the Kawaki stuff with the vase. After Kawaki sacrifices himself to save Naruto, the vase stuff is important with Boruto there. But getting away from the Delta fight, then you have the Jigen fight. Yeah, they're literally not there. It's just Naruto and Sasuke. But Jigen is obviously fighting for Kawaki. He's not only there for Kawaki from the get-go, when he literally shows up in Naruto's house, but even when they teleport to the other realm and they only are there fighting Naruto and Sasuke, at the end, Jigen is still talking about Boruto. He's bringing up Boruto, making Boruto relevant, even when Boruto's literally not there. He's like, oh yeah, it's not just Kawaki I'm after. Now it's Boruto, your son. Oh, isn't that interesting? Uzumaki Naruto. Like, they're doing these things to keep the next generation relevant at every stage in the game. So even you get like the Ishiki fight, and you got like Boruto, he's being very relevant. Not only is he the one that teleports Ishiki away, Naruto, Sasuke, they don't do that. That's Boruto. And then, even then, it's technically Boruto versus Ishiki there for a couple pages before Naruto and Sasuke tag along. Like, that's a 1v1 till Naruto Sasuke join Boruto. But then you have Boruto figuring out that Ishiki's not going to kill him. He's doing the compressed Rasengan to save Sasuke, and then he's doing the kunai to his throat to save Sasuke. And then, yeah, the thing with the arm, I'd argue that was pretty good. That even gives Borushiki a reason to come around. And then, obviously, Borushiki's making everything there relevant. And then once Kawaki gets there, Kawaki's the one that finishes off Ishiki narratively. It's not Baryon mode Naruto. He can't finish the job. It's not Sasuke. He's been down. So you do need the next generation, even power-wise, to finish off these Otsutsuku's to a degree. And again, they scale it because of karma, so there's not really a problem there. So I think every stage in the game, the next generation was relevant, at least in this arc.
I agree with you, but notice how you're coming at it from like a power scaling perspective, and Japan doesn't really care about power scaling like at all.
Well, I approached it from the first perspective just to get it out of the way. That's how I typically, I should probably do it backwards, but I typically start with like the worst arguments and work my way up to the best arguments. Yeah, so that was me just addressing the power scaling to get it out of the way. But like my true argument would be the narrative argument, that they are there and narratively relevant throughout, regardless of the power scaling.
No, and I agree with you. They did try to make them relevant, which I appreciate. I just feel like it could have been done in a slightly different. I don't know. I don't want to be the person that's like, oh, I could rewrite it better. Like I don't think that this was done badly. I just don't think it was done in a way that made me happy, if that makes sense. And I because again, because the focus was shifted, I guess. It's very hard for me to like formulate a response. I'm sorry. Because the focus was shifted away from Boruto and Kawaki, and even though they did get the payoff, I feel like they didn't really like Kawaki. Yeah, no, because it just kind of felt underwhelming, I guess. Like the whole end of him running out of time and Kawaki using the Shadow Clone was great, but like then not why, but like I guess the Naruto's whole sacrifice just felt like a time stall. Like I don't know.
Well, that was just necessary for the plot in terms of that side of the story. It's obviously necessary for Naruto's portion of the thematic development of the story of that arc. But that's just to get Ishiki to the 5 minutes so that Kawaki can do his thing. but that's obviously necessary for the arc as
Exactly,
well.
but like I feel like because they Naruto and Sasuke made Ishiki so weak to the point that Kawaki and Boruto could kill him, which is good. But like it just doesn't hit the same for me as something like Boro, where Naruto was completely removed and the kids had to figure out a way to beat him on their own. And then like I don't think the stuff with Boroshiki afterwards was fantastic because obviously it just kind of like removes the whole importance of them fighting Boro and like the satisfaction of them winning, and then he just turns into Boroshiki and destroys everything. Although that was really important for
Because that was
later
what I was going to
developments,
mention, yeah.
like
Because I feel like you should have that critique if that was the case. Obviously, I think that's a good
100%,
example,
yeah.
though, of like the narrative versus the physical fight. They narratively defeated Boro, but then the physical fight was different.
Yeah, so like because I feel like they could have, if they were gonna show Boroshiki, they should have had them fail. But I feel like they wanted to give Sarada that moment, so they gave her the moment and like allowed her to quote unquote defeat him and succeed at the thing that she was trying to do, but then made it just so it wasn't enough. And that's just kind of sad to me. Like I feel like if they were gonna let Boroshiki be like the epicenter of the payoff of that fight and like have him be like the quote unquote winner, then they should have had everybody else like just completely miss to the point where like everything looked completely hopeless and not give them that hope first, because that would escalate the tension until the climax instead of giving you a false climax and then saying, psych, no, that wasn't the climax, actually here's another one that's just going to be really overpowered, him just slamming everybody around, and then it freaks Sarada out because she's like the only one that's conscious. But like I don't know.
Yeah, my only stupid thing with that is how did nobody notice the big rampaging monster loudly stomping towards them? Come on.
Bruh, literally.
I know that Kawaki says he's not a threat anymore, but like they're all just gonna turn their backs to him as if they couldn't hear him anyway. It's like I don't get it, but ignoring
And see,
that.
like the emotional payoff of that moment was really like good for me. Like that is another one of the Shipper's big like I
Boroshiki?
guess moments. Yeah.
With Sarada? Because she does see
Yeah.
Boroshiki, obviously. I don't think
Because
it'd
she
be the
sees him in
Boroshiki
the
moment. I think
hospital
it'd be
afterwards.
the talk after. Okay, yeah, that's what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, basically. But I mean, like, as well as like him being like trying his best to get like Kawaki and Mitsuki are swatted to the side. He doesn't do anything, and he drops Naruto the second Sarada gets like squeezed and kicks the arm and looks at her again, because he's always like whenever Sarada is in danger, he always takes his eyes off the enemy to look at her. Which is another like physical body language thing that a lot of shippers point out that the Borosumi fans are like, that doesn't count for anything.
That's good.
But yeah, like he takes his eyes off and then he gets slammed into the ground and she's like, no, and then he gets like he becomes this monster, and they should have put a flashback to the Chunin exams of her dropping to her knees in fear of Momoshiki in there, I feel like, which they did not, which that would have been such a great moment for that to be there, because that's like when you think deeply about it, like she's seeing that again, and she's seeing the person who protected her in that moment become the terrifying thing.
Oh my god, you're making it speak if I did that then. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
See, it's such a good arc. Like it's still such a good arc in terms of their development as well, which is why I can't say it's bad. But
My
yeah,
one
so like
caveat is, did she like immediately realize it's Momoshiki, or she just didn't realize what's happening? Because she does say, "Oh, Boruto's becoming a monster. What's happening?" and all this other stuff.
I think it's the moment that he makes the giant Rasengan, because he's towering over Boro in the exact same way that Momoshiki towered over them
He's also
with
doing
the
like
giant
the
Rasengan
hand
above his
thing
head.
of like making a small thing in her hand that gets much larger. It's like the exact same sequence in a way.
Yes, and then he throws the giant Rasengan and beats the crap out of Boro, and she's like, "What the heck is this monster like doing?" And then she's like freaking out in the hospital later, and they're just like, "Oh, Sarada, it's fine. Just like focus on yourself and rest up, so that when so that you can be there for Boruto when he needs you." And that's the whole like that's part of the reason why Sarada doesn't ask and she doesn't pry into any of these things, because she's like waiting for Boruto. Like that's a part of light novel 4 as well, of her just waiting for him to tell her, and he never tells her, and then she figures out after he's already like dying. Same thing happens in the the continuing arcs where they're just like, oh, Sarada, don't worry about it, it'll be fine. And she's like, ugh, like I wish Dad would remember sometimes that he's my master too. But she's saying all these things because like Boruto is completely leaving her out of the loop of information, her and Mitsuki both, and they're just sitting there watching him like talk to Sasuke and train with Kawaki and do all these things, get karma and do all these things, and they're just like they can't do anything. Like it just builds up to the point with her Mangekyo unlocked to the point where she's like super frustrated, and then the bomb gets dropped on her that he died, and she's like, what the flip, and then runs away and is like, okay, I'm gonna go like make sure this doesn't happen, and then tries her best to like still be understanding of Kawaki in the position of like not seriously fighting him, but then Boruto's like, no, he's actually gonna kill you, and then gets the ice cream. Like anyway, sorry, just went on a whole
sorry
long
for
rant.
pointing this out, but you're just proving why this arc didn't sideline its side characters, and in fact this arc is peak for its side characters.
What do you, like are you talking about like, because okay, again, the issue that I have is not the part where Sarada and Mitsuki are like talking to Kawaki and all that stuff. That stuff is good. It's just the fact that they spent so long on this fight.
Well, earlier you said 4 volumes, and I'm assuming you were referencing the whole arc, but do you mean just the Ishiki, or do you mean like it's extra bad in the Ishiki arc, but it was bad throughout the whole arc, at least the pacing?
The pacing, just this fight. So the fact that this fight lasted for so long.
Okay, so
is
it's
what I'm talking
just
about.
the Ishiki fight.
Yes.
Well, that's definitely not 4 volumes.
I thought, I could have sworn it was. It's 2, 3, or 4. One of the two. I said 4 as an exaggeration.
You
probably.
have to be mixing up volume with chapter.
No, it was definitely volumes.
It's chapter 49 till 54.
Miss
See?
Ed,
Okay,
it's not 4 volumes. That's like 30 chapters or something ridiculous. That's not
That's 12
long.
chapters. Or 16 chapters, that would be.
The whole arc is I think...
Bro, the Ishiki fight is like 3 chapters tops.
5. He's in Konoha in 49, and he's dead in
5
54.
is gonna include the Konoha section, like probably freaking Koji's in there if you're going 5, through the Borushiki stuff, probably returning to the village, and probably the code stuff at the end.
I swear it was longer than that. Why do I remember it as being so long?
That would be a very long fight.
It's not. It's 1 episode in the village, 1 episode of Naruto and Sasuke vs Ishiki, 1 episode of Baryon mode, which, by the way, it's only half an episode because the other half is Kawaki.
Really? Is
Even
that all
Sauron
it is?
says no. It was very quick.
Why did it feel so long then?
I don't know. Maybe you just hate the Naruto parts of this arc.
I don't know, man. I remember that being like super long. I just remember being so bored with no. Because
Ignoring
I think
he's
even
the
the cold fight is
protagonist
longer.
of the arc, by the way.
Interesting. Okay, I've got to take back my critique then because it's shorter than I thought it was.
Like, maybe you could argue that Sasuke's too relevant, but is he really? He doesn't even fight anyone before Jigen.
No, Sasuke really doesn't do that much.
Exactly. He's the first one out in the Ishiki fight. Like, he doesn't have a Baryon mode upgrade or anything. Technically, he fights for Ishiki. Naruto doesn't do that, but,
Even
okay,
Naruto
well, thank
does
you
not.
for pointing that out. I guess I definitely have to take that back.
Well, I think something that's really important that we haven't really talked on, I just mentioned a minute ago. Naruto is the protagonist of this arc. Like, Kawaki's the main character, but Naruto's the protagonist because Jigen's the antagonist. It's Naruto and Sasuke fighting over what it means to be a father for Kawaki.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you consider that, then
when you put it that
Naruto
way,
needs
it
to
sounds
be
so much better.
We have a whole video going over this. The actual fight with Ishiki in the anime is 2 episodes, and it's 2 half characters in the manga. Chapters, he probably means. Yeah, okay, keep in mind, yeah. It's 2 half chapters because those 2 chapters, half of both of those chapters, are also just the Kawaki scenes. So...
Why do I remember this being so long?
It's not 4 volumes!
I swear, it was like... Why do I remember this being so long? I don't
know how you got the 4 volumes.
I don't know either now. Like, I swear, because I remember, like, when I was like putting it on my shelf, I was looking at the covers and I was like, oh my gosh, they were still, did this really last for this long?
Yeah,
Like,
it's not the war arc.
bro.
What are we doing here? I mean, I wish it was, but...
Oh, I don't want a war arc for war. I mean, we're kind of already getting that with the Shinju, but at least it's emotionally interesting.
Okay.
Because of the sidecast in the next generation in this arc, I want to point out that Sumire also starts to become
An actual character.
yes, and her analytic skills and observing skills are highlighted in this fight at the end.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's more of Amado just doing it and her piggybacking on what Amado says, but
Yeah, genau, but she's the first and the only who understands everything Amado says, even before he says it. And Amado
just asks
compliments her on
why,
that.
though, does she not? She's like, she prompts him to start explaining, and then he does all the explaining, and she's like, a collective consciousness?
Yeah, Amado explains things, and before he comes to the punchline, Sumire
Punchline?
spells out the punchline, and Amado compliments her on that and says, good skills, good, I don't know the English word,
No,
deductives.
it's just funny. I know. You're good.
I feel like I don't remember her getting a compliment for her.
Dat toch Amado...
No, Amado does do that. So
he does?
Are you referring to the scene where she's like scoping him out and then she confronts him and says, wow, gotten yourself in a bit of trouble? That's like in like chapter 60...
I thought you guys were talking about the Mamushi stuff all the time.
62?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Two Blue Vortex. Were you talking about
consciousness, right?
Like,
wait, are you talking about something else? Maybe I misunderstood what you're saying.
I think,
I was talking about the Ishiki fight.
Okay,
Oh,
I
okay,
have no
okay,
idea.
okay.
What collective consciousness are you talking about?
I thought we were on Two Blue Vortex.
Oh, did Farino not say it? I thought I was saying that to Farino, not to you.
No, I was talking about the Ishiki fight.
I don't know. I'm confused. Start over.
Okay, I'm confused.
I lost the plot at punchline.
Hold on.
So I think the point was in Ishiki fight, Sumire becomes more of a character because she's finally complimented for her intelligence, and on top of Amado breaking things down, she comes to understand things.
That's another thing. Without Amado, Sumire doesn't exist in the manga. She just stays at Katasuke's lab that one chapter. So you have
really
to thank
does.
Amado for that one.
It's so unfortunate because it's really I guess you can't be surprised because that she's not much of she doesn't have much presence in the manga because she is originally an anime original character. She was created by the anime production staff like Haruki Yamashita. And
okay, thank you for pointing that out and actually recognizing that fact. Everyone tries to slam me when I say that.
She was not created by Kodachi. It was created by the anime staff. I think the only thing that Kodachi did in regards to Sumire was I think he might have picked out her name. I think
do you
that's
have
what
proof?
he did. Yeah.
Do you have any source
you can
that he's made for the anime?
There's multiple
tweets. It's just tweets. I'd have to. You can find it on his
link the tweets or something like that. I want to read them.
No,
that is interesting though because
I can link
Kodachi
them.
worked on the anime, so how do we know exactly what he did unless it was like stated?
Yeah, Kodachi was supervisor of the anime.
I'm gonna go to his Twitter.
The biggest argument for this, even without all the like basing it off of tweets, is that Sumire didn't come into the manga until after her introduction in the anime. She wasn't in chapter 700. She wasn't in the movie. She wasn't in the manga at all up until that point. Even though they showed the academy classmates in some of the scenes, it was just Shikucho and Metal. And then she also, this isn't a very strong argument, but she's also only has as much merch, like even a little less merch than the anime onlys. So, like, Denki, Iwabe, all those characters, Metal has more merch than Sumire does in Japan. Yeah, so, like, the other thing was the light novels. Everybody's like, oh, the light novels. Well, she's in the light novels. They weren't written by Kishimoto or Ikimoto. The art was drawn by Ikimoto, but they were mostly written by Team Barrel and Kodachi. So even though you get her whole the story, that also came out months after she was introduced in the anime as well. Light novel 3 was because
they were likely written around the same time though when it came to like the collection of like because the anime was in pre-production and then it comes out and then the novels come out a little bit after, but they probably were written around the same time. They were probably using the same source.
Probably the same with the Boruto
Relatively,
movie and the
but
novel.
well, the movie novel was actually used as a script. There's interviews where Kodachi like states that
Yeah.
he wrote the script of the novel, and then Yamashita-san, who's the other guy, took the novel and made that into the screenplay. Even though they were published at the same time, you have that like understanding. But if you look at Light Novel 3,
Technically, they
like
were
it
published
feels
a
like
day
it
apart.
elaborates. Well, it feels like the light novels elaborate on what happens in the academy and go farther, and then Kishimoto took some of what happened in the light novel into Sumire's character in the anime and incorporated her into that shoujo trope like position of where she is girl number 2, and then like they have like for the light novels as well, because the anime took like the conclusion of the light novel and like made her into like, you know, happy like Hinata-esque kind of this, I don't know, this character that doesn't have any of the girl number 2 aspects. The manga really plays up the girl number 2 aspects, which is
Yeah,
why
it really does.
Yeah.
She did not have that much. She didn't really have much of that in the anime until the manga decided to push that forward, because in like even in like the Jugo arc, Sumire and Boruto don't have any of those type of dynamics. He doesn't really seem to have. Maybe there's a minor crush there, but it's nothing too explicit. Her crush doesn't really fully evolve until like until the manga portions,
I mean, you could
and that's
argue
like
she had a crush at the end of arc 1. Like, she's saying how Boruto saved her, and she's like sparkly eyes and all this, and she's talking about it.
But that could just could be amusement over being helped by a friend. It can't.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that's more like what it was, because she doesn't realize that she has a crush on Boruto in the anime until episode 220. That's when she actually realizes it.
I mean, that's just the anime timeline, obviously different from the manga, because manga she
In the
does it at
manga,
hour.
yeah, it's definitely much earlier. Yeah,
she's introduced to be like Sarada's rival directly. Her character introduction page is the line like, take care of Boruto and everyone else for me, and like, it certainly bothers me. Like, she's directly pitted to be Sarada's rival.
Those lines would be so odd for anime Sumire to say.
I
She's not like
know.
that. So I'm pretty sure. I think that is actually why they ended up cutting out those scenes in the anime. People hate that they cut it out in the anime now because Ikimoto ended up referencing those scenes.
Well, that's Ikimoto's version of Sumire. So Kodachi and Ikimoto have different versions of all of the characters, including Hinata as well. But I'm gonna go over that in a video eventually that I get to it. But like Ikimoto's
anime
Sumire is so different.
Yeah, the anime version of Sumire, she's not catty like that. She's a bit more reserved. She's a bit more shy. She's not like super shy like Hinata, but she would never be that out front with something like that. She doesn't talk like that, like at all. So that scene was completely removed from the anime.
To be fair,
unfortunately, Ikimoto did reference it. So I think what the anime is going to do is that they're going to do a soft recreation of a scene like that once the anime comes back. But it'll be because it's easy to slip back in. It doesn't need to be in the out arc. You can slip it back in. They'll probably do like a soft recreation of that scene.
To be
since
fair,
it does need to be referenced.
You're right. Sumire's, I guess, quote unquote, true personality now isn't like that. But her Onbu dad, secret, fake, real first personality was
like
able
that.
to be like that. Yeah, so they could use that as a way to get there.
That was a response that I heard from people that I interacted with, who disagreed with me. But like that was like you said, it wasn't. That was her like posturing. That was her like inflating her personality so she can achieve what she was trying to achieve. She was denying her true personality, which is that more like soft-spoken, reserved type character.
Which is why it would be hard to even get there as a way to get there, let alone that would just be weird as like, how would you even write that to be the reason why she could be like this now?
Also, Sarada and Sumire have a bit more of a bond, had a bit more of a bond in the anime, so like her talking to her like that just wouldn't make sense.
See, I was gonna ask earlier, so Miss Anne, do you not like the rivalry between Ino and Sakura?
No, I think that's fine. If you watch my shoujo tropes analysis later, I do talk about the rivalry with Ino and Sakura and how it was just like it was done more to develop Sakura as a character than to actually be a rivalry over Sasuke. Because one of the things that anime does is it introduces these girl number twos, quote unquote, to up the tension, even no matter what trope you have. Like they can come in at the end, they can come in at the middle, they can come in at the beginning and be a rival for throughout the entire show. But like a lot of times in shonen, the quote unquote girl number twos or the girl rivals that are introduced are not quite as played up, especially in the guy rivalry stereotype, which is what Naruto is, because it's the main focus is around Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura. But like, and then comes in and for like a little bit, and then the other thing is like with Karen, like the girl number twos in shonen where or anything where it's guy rivalry tropes, the girl number twos are like so much more inflated. My gosh, like Karen or Ojol from Yume no Patissiere, where they're just like obsessive to the point that it's just like, what is going on here? But like, so like, I guess the thing with I if she was going to be a proper rival, she would have obviously had interactions with Sasuke, because I go over multiple anime where like the girl number two is given the chance to interact with guy number one, who is the main guy, specifically after girl number one realizes her feelings. So like probably this is going to start happening in Boruto soon, is my prediction, where Sumire gets more chances to interact with Boruto because Sarada realized her feelings, and we're already starting to see that with the making of the sword and him going up to her separately and all this kind of stuff, and probably going the first time that
I
she
don't think
calls her.
that's very necessary in my opinion, because as long as they have the same goal or obstacle, then to a degree it doesn't matter. In fact, especially you see this with intangible goals. Both Naruto and Sasuke wanted to be Hokage. They obviously can't literally interact with the concept of a Hokage, so they can only fight over it. But that means that, like, for example, Lee can have Neji as a goal, but he doesn't have to interact with Neji to grow in power to the point that he feels confident in surpassing him, etc., etc.
Well,
Naruto doesn't have to fight Sasuke until the end of the series.
I'm just saying, like, it's part of the trope for this to happen
Oh,
usually.
sure. Okay. My bad.
But yeah.
but that's to say, because I don't think that Ino needed to have interaction with Sasuke, and because this is a
No, she
Naruto
didn't.
sequel, I don't necessarily think that Sumire is going to have many interactions with Boruto. Or at least I wouldn't point to the trope as a reason why, if you look at the history of Naruto. That's not to say Ikimoto's not going to do his own thing. In fact, meme aside, I think arguably Ikimoto loves to do his own thing in comparison to Kishimoto. He just hates doing what Kishimoto did, so he's probably going to, just to spite Kishimoto, and Naruto's going to do his own thing. So I agree with you there, but you know.
But yeah.
You look at Naruto. Because I would say Ino and Sakura's rivalry is written so well, in my opinion. I loved it. Every time I mention Sakura, it just gets crazier and crazier how much I love the character. I'd argue Ino versus Sakura, and keep in mind, this is everyone's least favorite fight in the entire franchise. I'd argue this is top 5 fights in Naruto Part 1. Ino versus Sakura, top 5 fights in the entire Part 1.
I would agree.
Let's go!
Because okay, even though the actual fight isn't that interesting, it's the emotional stuff behind it that makes it interesting.
Yes, you get it! Oh my god!
That's what I like about fights. That's the only part that I actually like about fights.
Why does literally no one else in the entire world understand us, Miss Anne? Oh my god.
What do you mean? It's like, do people genuinely? Because I don't know the Naruto fandom, so like, do people just not like? I'm sure they don't. Never mind. I'm not even gonna bother.
There's not a single American that understands story. Everyone hates Code because he loses.
That's dumb.
I know. All Americans are dumb, besides me.
I feel like there's some that understand, especially people that come in my Twitter DMs. I'm trying to attract those types of fans, man. I'm worried. Like, I am very worried for if like I don't want just like a lot of subscribers, or for people to like share around my videos to the point that they become like that I start attracting like the normal fans, because I know they're just gonna crap on everything that I've written.
To be fair, I don't think there are normal Twitter fans. I think those that you say understand, I don't think they actually understand. I think they just chose a side of the aisle that coincidentally works out, and they're actually crazy. They don't know why it's good. They just think it is, and will emotionally, irrationally think so.
Oh.
By the way, Naruto versus Sakura versus Ino is literally Naruto and Sasuke's entire story in a single episode.
Yeah.
But people just ignore that part.
The whole trope thing as well, that's part of tropes because, you know, Sakura are rivals and Sasuke and Naruto are rivals. That's like part of how they develop in that specific trope, which is why it mirrors itself anyway.
I also wanted to ask earlier, ignoring Naruto the Last and the end pairings, let's just say you don't know who ends up together. Do you think the romance in Naruto is still poorly done, or is it better?
It's still poorly
Still
done.
bad.
It's according. Okay. You have to once you watch my trope video, I think it'll make more sense. Or if you read the little sections that I have, because you don't have to watch the whole thing, because I go on so many side tangents. But
But I don't think tropes make a story better or worse. I think they can make a story better or worse. But I don't necessarily think girl number 2 being any specific role in Naruto. That's setting up a structure, but it's not doing anything with the writing.
So what you're expecting, basically, like, how did it defies, like, if I didn't know the end, I mean, even before, because I read Naruto right after, like, in 2015, I want to say. So I was reading it right as the end was finishing up, like right as it was wrapping up, and like in I remember my first impression was like, oh, because at that point I had still seen a good 150 200 shows ish, to the point where like I thought that he was just defying the trope, and that like Sakura wasn't going to end up with the Dark Prince character, but she was going to slowly fall for Naruto, which is what a lot of the Sasunaru or not Sasunaru fans, yeah, that I think thought. But when I got to the end, I was like, oh, so he didn't defy the trope and he just did it normal, and that makes it even worse because it, like, there was no development. Like, they just didn't have enough time. There wasn't romantic tension. Like, the romantic tension, all of the romantic tension in Naruto is between Naruto and Sakura for the most part. They don't have romantic tension in any of the other quote-unquote pairings.
You mean
so
in
there's
Shippuden?
no
Specifically?
Well, in part 1 and Shippuden, because Hinata's confession, there's romantic tension there for her one-sidedly liking Naruto, but there's no tension from Naruto to her until that moment when she confesses, and then they just like ignore it after that. Like, it's just like, oh, she did that thing, and then there was a thing, and they're not gonna address it again until like the very end. Like, what do you mean? I don't know. It was just done like, if it was a regular romance like thing, there would have been more scenes for Naruto and Hinata to interact, and I know they did in the filler, but I was reading the manga, so that doesn't really count. And like, there wasn't enough tension, or there wasn't enough buildup. There wasn't enough like I don't know how to describe it, but I guess because tension is what moves a story forward usually, unless you have like a very, very slice of life terms of plot, and knowing that Hinata was in the guy number 2 quote unquote position, if you reverse the trope, where she's just kind of this side character that's like given chances to interact, and slowly she waits for him to like stop liking girl number 1 and fall for her. If you know that going into it, then it's a lot better. But because the anime was centered around Naruto, you want Naruto to have the romantic payoff that he wants, and he doesn't get it, because the whole anime he's like Sakura, and then he's suddenly like, oh, Hinata, yeah, sure. Like, it's like,
man, I thought there
all
was
the tension there.
I thought there was plenty of build up and payoff. Again, ignoring the final shit, at least between Naruto and Sakura. We could disagree with that. I doubt you're forgetting.
Oh, I
scenes
do
you're
think.
used.
I think there. Wait, so you think that there was a romantic buildup between Naruto and Sakura?
Yes, because Naruto was constantly in the position of quote unquote girl number 2, where he was being forced to watch like Sasuke and Sakura interact, and he princess held her, and there was like all this stuff where he like saved her and did all this other stuff that would have been tropey in shoujo to like ship them. Like,
Yeah.
if you Yeah, so that's where the
Absolutely.
romantic tension would have come in a traditional shoujo, is these scenes where he's like watching her like, you know, like this other guy. And one of the tropes I explain is the backwards one, or like during an action shoujo, usually they'll have this thing where like the dark prince character usually ends up going on a journey with the heroine to save the light prince character, because the light prince character is the one who turns like evil and becomes the main antagonist of the show. And like they go on while they're on this journey, her feelings shift from the dark prince guy to the light prince, or from the light prince, frick, she likes the light prince guy in the beginning, they're like mutually in love or whatever, and he does something evil and she's like, oh no, and then she becomes friends with the dark prince guy and they go save the light prince guy, and then the light prince guy and the dark prince guy fight at the end, and then she ends up with the dark prince guy who she fell in love with over the course of their journey, slowly through much convincing, is usually how the trope goes. But in either way that the trope goes, because the slice of life one is different, where the light prince guy is just kind of there and he's just kind of like, it's more like what happened in Naruto. But because they were using both at once, you don't really know which one it's going to be. And all of the development and the tension, again, was for Naruto, who was the light prince guy. But regardless of the trope, right, she always ends with the dark prince guy, which is why I was like, are they pulling like a Snow White with the red hair, where they do the reverse and just have her end up with the light prince guy despite the dark prince guy being there, because that's so uncommon. It's super uncommon, which was why I was like, maybe they're doing that, and then they just didn't, and I was like, oh, so it was just done badly.
Yeah, by the way, I'm so sorry for making you reiterate all of your videos that I haven't seen yet, because I plan to binge watch them, but I haven't done that yet. But I will, because I plan on it. Eventually.
I'm sorry they're all so long. I wish I could condense them.
Well, again, for the sake of not making this a 20-hour stream on this exact topic, I will just disagree and not elaborate on why, so that we don't have a back and forth. Instead, I'll move on to ignoring Shippuden, looking at specifically only part 1. Was the romance done well there?
It was better. I'll give it that.
Okay,
because Sasuke wasn't. Sasuke acted more like a typical Dark Prince guy. He had moments where you could tell, like, especially in the manga, where he subtly liked Sakura. Like, you can kind of see that from a romance perspective if you're reading, like, part 1. But then, because he, like, splits off, and it's like, you still, reading the manga, I was, like, it was, like, kind of a toss-up, as to who she would end up with. Because
it's important to keep in mind, the reason because I do want to add this as a caveat. If you leave off just Naruto the Last in chapter 700, you don't know the pairings, but you've seen all the development. The only thing you're missing is a payoff. Leaving off at part 1, this is important because you're leaving off knowing there's more development to come. You're leaving off in the middle of the development, quote unquote, so you know that it's not done yet. So it's important with that context, keeping that like frame of mind, I guess, in mind.
Yeah, so like part 1, right? Part 1, it's done better because, again, it follows the trope a little bit more clearly, because you have Naruto like getting romantic attention from Hinata with like the medicine thing and like the whole like her face turning red and all this other stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, I see that as a possibility. And then they just scrap that, and then they're like, oh, let's have Naruto and Sakura interact for the majority of this thing and completely sideline Hinata and tell her confession. And then it's like, what? Well,
obviously, they did Sakura and Naruto way before Hinata. So it's like they do Sakura, then Hinata, then Sakura again. In that way.
Yeah. So like part one you can say, because again, I'm taking into account that the fact that the manga wasn't split up into 2 parts as well, so it was my first experience. But if you just take a look at the time when they're children before he goes off to train, it was done in a much better like way, where even though Naruto's the main character, you can kind of tell he's the one who's going to lose in this rivalry with Sasuke. But yeah. And then Hinata was just like completely sidelined.
To be fair, the chapter numbers and the literal physical mangas aren't separated, unlike Boruto. But it's very clear in the story. Kishimoto literally says outright that like a new story is starting now at the time skip.
Yeah.
It's also being like written in that way, but ignoring that. But okay, I'm glad that you at least liked part one's romance more, because I think that's probably the best, better than Shippuden. But again, I do think there's plenty of moments in Shippuden that you're probably not forgetting, but I could see if you are forgetting. Again, not to go over every tiny thing, like every single detail. I think
no, I know there was some developments with Hinata where he I think he like bent over her and she was like backed up against a tree or something. There was that scene. There was like her stalking him was only in part one, wasn't it?
Was that not filler?
Well, that's something important to add, is that you're talking
I
from a
don't think
manga
that was real.
perspective. I'll add that obviously, as an anime fan who watched the anime first and likes the anime infinitely more than the manga, I'm an anime guy, so I'm including the anime where it's a lot more Hinata and Sakura interactions both.
Yeah, so there's this. Man, I'm trying. Hinata's so hollow without that one episode in the anime. Episode 166 in Shippuden. It was directed by Toshiyuki Suru, and he added an entire Hinata backstory and tied it back in with Naruto. He made that so good. She is so much worse without that.
They also
unfortunately it ended up being mute because unfortunately her character doesn't get anything else outside of that. Once that's done, she's done for most of Shippuden. That's what my actual issue was when it came to the actual romance. There was no like build up. There was no actual connection between Hinata and Naruto at all.
Exactly,
Her
the
character
tension
doesn't
is
get any
there.
focus. So whatever romance he was trying to build, he just didn't write it. Like, it doesn't exist. It only exists between tiny moments between Naruto and Sakura, and you would think that's where he was trying to build to, before he realized the fandom does not actually like Sakura much, so he shifted towards Hinata being the main female heroine because she was more popular. I'm pretty confident that's why he did it, because his wife
Anko was
also
pretty
preferred
popular.
this.
Naruto didn't end up with her.
His wife even preferred the Sakura and Naruto pairing as well.
Well,
so I think that he pivoted to Hinata because Hinata was the more popular of the two characters.
I'll be honest, I don't think that's necessarily why. I think from an audience perspective, it obviously makes sense for it to be one way. It's a little bit more fulfilling in that way, arguably. I think Kishimoto cares a lot about these characters. He literally said that each one of the characters represents one aspect of himself. He sees himself in these characters. I think he did it the way he did it because this is the only way for all 4 characters to be happy. If you don't do it in this way, someone gets screwed up.
Yep.
I think that's a big, big reason why Kishimoto did it. And I like these characters too. I want them to be happy.
Why
and
didn't you just put Sasuke as Karin?
They were also talking about like Boruto before the end. So they were talking about like Boruto in like 2013, like having a sequel.
Oh, okay, so I'm glad you. Okay, because I did want to get back. Okay, so you did say your thing earlier, and I wanted to get Soren. You have said in the past as well, and that sort of not contradicts, but like it's a very interesting aspect to what Miss Ann was saying earlier, that they came to correct me the story because I'm probably mixing up details. During the Naruto The Last movie screening for the first time, whatever that's called, the producers or whatever came up to Kishimoto and told him to make a Boruto movie. Yes? Or am I mixing
That's
those
basically
details
what
up?
happened. So Haruki Yamashita and Kishimoto found out that a Naruto movie was going to be produced the day of the Naruto The Last screening. So they started working on it pretty much soon after that. And the Naruto film wrapped up, I think, like a month prior to its screening. So it was like immediate back to work, and the Naruto The Last production was also extremely hard as well. So yeah, that was like in 2014, but they were planning Boruto. I think it was confirmed that they were planning it in 2013.
Well, if you
I
are
have
you basing that on the
interviews
latest?
linked on my page.
Is that the latest Boruto like editor interview?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I would take their word for it. That sounds so bad, but Not saying
No,
it's
I think
bad.
it was just a general idea of doing a sequel, probably, is what he was referring to. And that sequel ended up being Boruto, I think. I think that would track. Yeah, I think that would track.
If you go back, that's I think before the Jubito fight as well.
I think around I don't think that's unlikely because remember, as soon as the Otsutsuki started getting created, I think Kishimoto could have probably had the idea to create a sequel.
Yeah,
And
no, I do
Kage was
think Kage
introduced
was
in
planned around that time.
2013 in May. Of like May or June of 2013.
But at the same time, Kishimoto went on air to say, I think it was at the beginning of Shippuden when he made this statement, that he's writing it week to week and has zero idea what he's going to do with Black Zetsu. He said something like that at some point.
But yeah.
What I've also heard is that the idea of sequel came very late, and first idea was to remake Naruto instead of make a sequel.
That doesn't make sense to me.
This was in a weekly
wait, I
Jump
think
interview.
you're right. I think I did read something along those lines.
I don't think it'd
It
be a
was a
remake. I think
Kishimoto
whatever that
interview.
is, I think that turned into Naruto Gaiden. Because that doesn't really make sense.
It was
No, no,
it was gonna be a
it was
Naruto manga project.
It was a Kishimoto Ikimoto interview, and Ikimoto explains when he heard of a sequel and that he is the artist, and he explained that he himself thought always he would make a Naruto remake, and they came very lately to him and said he was making a sequel.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty confident you're correct about that. That's how I remember it too.
I have the
remember
link.
reading that a
Link to
few like a year ago. I'm trying to find the Sumire thing, by the way, but the person who linked the tweet got deleted. So I have to actually skim through Okio Kadachi's tweets to find it, and which is hard to do because his account is in Japanese.
Oh,
I'm sure
you
Miss
want
Ann
to send
can
it
find
to me
it
and I can
real
look
quick.
for it?
He has 100,000 tweets.
Oh my gosh. No, what the heck?
Meanwhile, I probably have like less than 100.
I think I have 24K,
That's a lot.
but half of them are retweets.
Yeah. By the way, Miss Ann, I was thinking about it. It's interesting how you like the first arc more than the Kawaki arc, and I was thinking about it. Obviously, the being the Boruto the Momoshiki arc, the
manga arc? Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
the movie arc, yeah. The manga arc, yeah.
I'm an
20
anime
different
guy.
names,
You gotta specify.
Yeah, and I was thinking earlier because obviously, so you were referencing how like the next gen was sidelined, and I get that, especially compared to the first arc. And yeah, because you start off and immediately you have Naruto. Well, technically, you have chapter 700. That's Boruto and Sarada focus, both of them together. Then you have Naruto Gaiden. Sarada's the main character. Then I think you have the Boruto movie after that, where Boruto's the main focus. Then you have the Mitsuki one-shot after that, where obviously Mitsuki's the focus. Then I think at some point in there, I think it was released as the movie special. You have the day that Naruto became Hokage, technically Himawari focused, if you want to count it like that. So it's not just introducing
But
all
Sarada's...
these... Oh, yeah?
Sarada and Mitsuki are still in it. Or at least Sarada's in it.
Yeah, so the
They could be
Gaiden
in it, but they're
and
not like
the
really
in
doing
the
anything. Like Chocho's in it.
Yeah.
In the background.
the day Naruto became Hokage
It's also 10
and
minutes.
the Sarada thing were all released in the same year. Actually, did they hold on? I need to double check.
I think the Sarada thing came first. Naruto Gaiden.
Sarada Gaiden is spring 2015. Or
Yeah.
2016, my bad.
Oh, 16. Okay, then it came after the movie.
Well, no.
No,
Is
the
it 15 or 16?
Gaiden is 15. The Gaiden is 15.
Okay, I think.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the movie came out 15 as well.
The day Naruto became Hokage came out in 2016. Okay, I did think so. It came out after, yeah.
Oh, really? Because I thought it was released alongside the movie as a special, like as a bonus DVD offering. Yeah, it is. It's on the DVD. So I guess the DVD was released
the DVDs
afterwards.
didn't come out until after the...
Remember, the film came out in October.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I got it.
I was gonna say I can go upstairs and check, but you know that cockroach. I'm still
Pretty
scared.
sure, but I think the manga version was released in 2015. Because remember, it was that is a manga adaptation. Kishimoto did 3 one-shot chapters. He did one with Naruto and Hinata on a date, and he did.
I don't remember that. Have I never seen that?
You've never seen it?
Naruto and Hinata on a date? What is this?
Yeah.
Link
He
that.
did that after
I'm,
Naruto ended.
I'm gonna read that.
Yeah, he did Naruto and Hinata on a date, and then he did the day Naruto became Hokage.
Yeah.
These were like one-shot chapters, and then I think he moved on to the Sarada Gaiden.
Bro,
But
link
we're-
me the
I'm gonna
date. I'm
double
gonna
check
ruin
here.
so many people's days with that.
What?
The Naruto Hinata date. See, guys, it does exist. Oh my god. But that's to say, it's introducing the next generation as the main characters. They're the focus, they're the protagonists of their arcs. And it's doing that first and foremost. But even then, like, it's not like Sarada's the one that defeated Sheen, you know, like, it's still Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto. She defeated the weird bug thing. Hey, maybe that's why you like Sarada.
Huh?
In Naruto Gaiden, Sarada's the one that beat the weird, like, Shin bug thing.
She was also tiny, man. That was more about her emotional development than it was her fighting.
Well, yeah, exactly. But that's my point, is that it's narrative focused is the point there. But again, is that technically she didn't even like defeat the main bad guy. But then also
But
thinking
she was
about
in
it,
it the whole time.
well, yeah, but I mean, I guess aside from the 2 chapters that isn't actually 4 volumes, Sarada wasn't there for the Ishiki fight. I'll give you that.
Sorry. Sorry.
Oh,
Everybody
so
else
no, it
did.
was released. So the day that Naruto became Hokage and the manga, so they released on the same day. They were both part of the DVD package. So you get the one-shot chapter, and you get at least that's what it says on Wikipedia, on Narutopedia.
Brain.
I've heard the one shot chapter was in movie theaters for every movie guest.
Yeah, because I have the DVD like copies with some of the stuff that came, like the booklets and everything that came with.
Right, oh my god, you're unlocking an over-decade-old memory. They gave specific, like, special stuff at the Japanese screenings of the Boruto movie when it first
Yeah.
came out. Oh my god.
I have a lot of that stuff. Actually, I just ordered something today. Boruto and Sarada's like turnaround sheets. They came with the like you could get sheets from the movie. They gave out Boruto, Sarada, Naruto, and Sasuke, and I found them on the internet for like $5, and I was like, absolutely, I want this.
Sarada Gaiden came out first.
Hmm?
Sarada Gaiden came out first.
I told you.
Before the movie. You are
Yeah.
correct.
Let's go.
You were correct.
I'm
Because
so
the movie
good.
came out 8 months after Naruto The Last came out. I can't believe that film ends up so disappointing. Because that film has so many. That film needed more time.
Why am
Whatever.
I the only one in the world that likes Naruto the Last? I'll never understand it. Ignoring that.
It's
No,
not
I'm saying I
bad.
like the
It was
Boruto movie, and I wish it had a.
needed that.
I'm talking about the Boruto movie. I wish it had a larger production time because
Only
so
if
many
it
parts of that
needs
movie
it.
look rough.
That cares at all about the movie. Anything.
I don't like
Naruto
Naruto
whatsoever.
The Last. I don't like it. I like parts of it.
Only proving my
Do
point,
I?
Sauron. Only
Do I
proving
like
my
parts of it?
hyperbole to be true.
I think the movie looks good.
For me, the last movie is like the every other Naruto movie. It's something nice to watch, but not more.
Man, you guys hate
Yeah,
this franchise.
yeah.
You hate it with a
Hey,
passion.
the
Oh my
Boruto
God.
movie is the best Naruto movie.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Okay, I will agree with that though.
Yeah,
Not
let's
close.
go.
Not close.
On
Not
my
close.
rewatch, yeah, I agree. But
No,
getting
I
to
didn't
the
like the
point-
Naruto. I didn't like the Boruto movie when I first watched it in 2016, because I hated Boruto as like a concept of a character, and he irritated the hell out of me. Keep in
That's
mind,
funny.
I think I was like 11 or something. So
Dang.
But yeah, anyways, back to my point. So I originally was thinking, okay, Miss Anne probably dislikes the Kawaki arc because every other arc up until this
Wait,
point
you
has
dislike the
been...
Kawaki arc?
I
I
don't
didn't know
dislike the Kawaki arc. I just disliked how long, from my perspective, how long the verses get. Like,
Because you know what
Wait,
was right at
you
the tip of
only
my
dislike
tongue
the
there.
Ishiki
Before.
section? You only dislike the Ishiki section?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the 4 volumes.
Well, okay, and it's also that I don't like. It's also not that I don't like the Ishiki section as a whole, because I do like the payoff with Kawaki, and I did like Kurama's death scene, and how all that was done. But like, it just felt unnecessarily long when
Bro,
I
there
was
must be like
watching it at the
2
time. But apparently,
pages of
it's
the
not
Mario
that
mode
long.
fight that just felt like an eternity for. I don't understand what else it could have
Well,
been.
Is it because like
episodes
the
is it?
next
Can you check on
generation
that
was
for me?
shafted until like after the code arc ended?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had an issue with that too.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I think everything Code Arc
And I
onwards
mean
has
like
a lot of
the
issues.
next generation. The next generation. Not Boruto and just Kawaki. I mean the next generation. The generation that came from the characters who were part of Naruto. That's what when I say next generation, I mean them. Not Kawaki. He's not included. I mean the offspring characters. And for majority of the for quite a portion of the manga, the next generation was shafted. It was
Yeah.
just Boruto and the Kawaki show.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Maybe that's the 4 volumes that I'm thinking of.
I mean,
You
to
were
be fair,
thinking
the
of- you were
irony
thinking about
there,
the 4 volumes.
the
You were
irony
thinking
there
from
is that
chapter
Boruto and Kawaki are the next
45.
generation.
You were thinking about chapter 45 probably until like chapter 68. That entire
See,
time.
there you go.
Which
In terms
is
of
where
what?
Sarada
The end of the Code arc? Because
Mitsuki
that's not
do
Ishiki.
nothing.
That's
No, it's not the Ishiki
that's
arc,
4
but
volumes at least.
I
That
do
might be
think
5.
she was probably thinking about that entire section though, because they don't do
Yeah.
anything until chapter 68.
But the
Thank you,
Ishiki stuff
yes.
ends like chapter
69.
54. So your problems with it are the Ikimoto parts. Let's be real. Let's be real.
Okay, sure, we can phrase it that way, but either way, I wasn't
You
insane.
praise us like that.
Oh, this is
The Ikimoto part.
We've converted another one.
I already expressed that I disliked when Kodachi left the manga.
I'm okay with it.
We've spread the good word.
I think Kodachi. You know what?
Sorry, are you making a point here?
Anyways.
Okay, so back to my point. So the first couple arcs are introducing the next generation. Every one of these arcs are. And the Kawaki arc is until really Naruto and Sasuke step back up into the real big focus. And that technically sidelines some of the characters that we thought up until this point were going to be the focus, because they had been. They were not only introduced as such, but they literally were as such. Not just an introduction, but they were so. But then I got to thinking, that's not actually the case, because the thing that you said you liked more for this very reason, the Boruto movie, so that has Naruto and Sasuke throughout it very predominantly.
But they're also helping Boruto and Sarada along on their journey of character development, and in this, they're just like taking over.
But they're the ones that realistically defeat Momoshiki, and they're the reason Momoshiki's defeated, which would
And
be the
that's
same as
perfectly
Ishiki.
fine.
Well, but that'd be the same
I
as
didn't have an issue with Boruto, or not Boruto, with Sasuke and Naruto defeating Ishiki. That wasn't my problem.
Well, but also Sarada and Mitsuki weren't there versus the Momoshiki fight.
I mean, but Boruto was still developing, and it was for a very short part of the movie that they went off and fought. It's like one section in the book, and then
Okay, but we can't use the "it was very short" argument, considering the recent developments of what we found out about the Ishiki fights.
Okay, the Ishiki fight was the start of the sidelining of Sarada and Mitsuki. That must have been what I remembered. Thank you, Sarada, for pointing that out.
I would agree that Ikimoto ruined that, but that's, besides that.
Because, like, they were getting consistent development, and then it was just like, Kawaki. We don't care about Sarada and Mitsuki anymore. Kawaki.
Yeah, Ikimoto really dropped the ball there, didn't he?
I remember a tweet that I saw back in like 2021 or something that like Kodachi was like, no, not 2021. That's 2018. Kodachi was like, yeah, I have a lot of plans for Sumire.
Where was that?
I think I'm about to go find it.
No,
I
but I
didn't know
agree.
that.
But I think that based on what you just said, I do think that what you just said describes both arcs. It's not just one. I think that Boruto develops just as much and does just as much, and I think both fights are just as short in both the versus Momoshiki and versus Ishiki.
No, because his coming of character moments have a much longer lasting impact in part for the movie fight, and it like fully comes full circle with the beginning of what Boruto started as. Like, and also the other thing about that is too, like, like Sarada and Mitsuki are sidelined, but they also send him off, and they're there to welcome him back as well. Like, they send him off. Like, he says in the movie novel, Sarada, make sure to watch over the village for me before he leaves. I don't think he says that in the manga or the.
Okay, yeah, no, that's
he
just
like,
bad on
puts his fist down.
Ikimoto's part. the aftermath
But-
there, I'll give you that. Because yeah, the movie does do that both before and after. So yeah, I'll give you that for sure.
So it was like more satisfying of like, okay, we know that these characters are going to be sidelined, but then it was just like, oh, they're gone now. Bye.
Yeah. To be fair, I mean, okay, the problem there, because the Boruto movie, you have to consider going into it what the focus of is on the characters. And for the Kawaki arc, I mean, it's in the name. The focus is Kawaki. For the Boruto movie, the Chunin Exams arc, the focus is also on Sarada and Mitsuki. Keeping that in mind, cutting back and forth during the Ishiki fight to Kawaki is basically the same thing as the before and after with Sarada and Mitsuki with the Momoshiki fight. It's the same focus on the quote-unquote side characters with the relation to Boruto even.
Is it though?
I think so. It's doing as much focus, it's spending as much time, it's putting as much respect to the characters, in my opinion.
I don't think it is. I don't know.
Maybe it could just be like a 2v1 thing, but to be fair, Mitsuki isn't really doing too much there, regardless.
Poor Mitsuki, man. Mitsuki has so much potential. Mitsuki deserved better.
Literally the strongest in part one.
If you only read the manga, boy, Jesus, Mitsuki.
That's why you don't be a manga only fan of Boruto.
Bro, I have so many manga purists getting down my throat when I said that it was okay that Mitsuki in the anime is a different character than he is in the manga. As long as the anime is able to recognize that they made a different, is able to remember that they made a different character, they can segue him into the same position that he is in TBV, just from a different, slightly different lens. Because in TBV, I mean, quite frankly, he's kind of just relearning what he already learned in the anime, which is kind of funny to me.
What did he learn in the anime?
I think the only exception to where it's practically unwatchable between anime and manga is the design of Ishiki and sometimes Jigen, to where they look so low quality or just way too clean. Like they belong in SpongeBob rather than Naruto, as opposed to the manga where they look so dirty and gritty and rough and cool. It just looks so much better. Just fits the more mature adult, darker style they're going for.
So, if you're wondering, so in the anime, basically Mitsuki learns to value himself a lot more as like an individual person, not just like not him in relation to Boruto. He learns to actually like have other values outside of just Boruto. Because before that, he started believing that maybe he was conditioned to be this way by Orochimaru because he planted Boruto's picture in his mind. He's like, okay, maybe I was like kind of forced to be this way. Maybe I was always meant to be attached to Boruto, and I don't actually have my own free will. He discovered that he did, and then from that point forward in the anime, he became less attached to Boruto's hip. He still liked Boruto, right? But he valued himself a lot more. What the anime even does, the anime even does a scene that is very different from the manga scene, and people got irritated by that when I was talking about it on Twitter. In the manga, Mitsuki's basically like teasing Boruto about wanting to go on this mission because Boruto's like, I don't want to go on this mission, it involves scientific ninja tools. Scientific ninja tools are really bad. Mitsuki's just like teasing him about like Sarda, and he's attached to the hip with Boruto in that scene. But in the anime, he's like, in the anime, Mitsuki's like, I don't actually care what you do or not. I'm going to do whatever I want to do because I'm my own person. I'm not doing what. I'm no longer attached to the hip the way that I used to. It's just basically the gist that he was. Basically the gist of what he was saying in that scene.
Bro, I recognize that exact line on my rewatch. Because in case you didn't know, Soren, I'm rewatching Boruto right now. I'm up to the Ishiki fight. Well, I'm about to get there. I'm at Koji versus Jigen.
It's interesting that Mitsuki makes this development in the anime. In which point in the story is this? Is it
the arc begins. Oh, that line I reference is in the Owl arc. It's in episode 182, but the arc begins in the arc begins in episode 71. That's when Mitsuki starts his journey. So basically, the anime. So you know, like a baby chick cracks out of an egg, it sees a mother chicken, and it becomes attached to the hip.
Yeah.
So the anime uses the whole. You know when Mitsuki breaks out of the shield, in like the anime, when he after he leaves the Orochimaru prison, the first thing he sees is Boruto. So the whole like shield is representative of like breaking out of the egg, breaking out of the shield. And they use that to go. Mitsuki gets confused as to whether or not he was conditioned to behave that way,
well,
and
also
whether or
the
not
other
this
half
is
of
an
it would be
entire
talking
thing.
to Onoki at the end of that first episode, and what
Yes,
the will
that
of
too.
stone means to Mitsuki.
Yeah.
It's like those two things are what made Mitsuki leave, not just one or the other. You need both of them combined. Both are equally as important. But yeah, no, I'm glad that you're saying that, because on rewatch, bro, that arc is a 10 out of 10. Like, if you just ignore the slow parts, if you binge it, it's so much easier. It's so much quicker, obviously, than waiting 20 weeks to finish it.
The second half. So for me, the first quarter was strong. The second quarter was weak. Then the third and fourth quarter are strong.
That's fair.
It's that second quarter that's like, ooh, damn.
I think it's easier if you're not devoted, fully 100% focused on it, but you're like having it on.
Maybe it's actually a fifth. Maybe it's actually a fifth, not a fourth. Because I think it's 3 episodes.
But I'm glad you say that, because that arc is a 10 out of 10, but it's not just that arc. It's other things as well. Like you said, the Mitsuki cat episodes, that one line in the Owl arc.
People hate those episodes, but I value that. Once I rewatched parts of the anime back in, like, I think, like 2022, because the anime was not in a good spot back then, so I was rewatching parts of the anime. I was like, damn. I see what they were trying to do. I really see what they were trying to do here. It sucked to watch those episodes when they were airing. I'm sure for the people who were watching Boruto at the time. I wasn't watching Boruto at the time in 2019. So I'm sure those episodes sucked at the time, but I really liked what the anime was trying to do with like Mitsuki just trying to develop more of a personhood.
The anime only stuff is so good with Mitsuki. Like, in the first couple episodes, Mitsuki writing the fake note for why they're gonna be sick at school, and so
I love that scene. It's so funny. Because he's just so socially inept. He didn't realize.
But at the same time,
when you read the
go ahead.
When you read the novels, it comes in like full. Oh my gosh, Mitsuki is great in the novels. I wish I should translate those for everybody, but I'm so lazy.
At the same time, though, Sauron, you could argue that Mitsuki's actually hyper-aware and did that on purpose because he wanted the adults to know or whatever. If anything, maybe to protect Boruto.
It's ambiguous.
It is, and that's the best part, by the way. But it's so clear that any time Boruto needs to have a moment with someone and Mitsuki's there and someone else is around, like Chocho, Mitsuki will just like make up any excuse to get Chocho away so that Boruto can have his moment. He's so analytical. He's so understanding. He knows exactly what's going
those
on.
Scenes. You know that one scene where like he wraps his hands around Chocho. It's like, come on, Chocho, over here, over here, over here.
Yep.
I know,
Your delusions are developing.
But then at the same time, you have other
Mitsuki has
scenes.
like this massive sarcastic moan. He has it in the manga too, but The anime has way more moments of it. He has this massive sarcastic bone and like this teasing bone, especially between like Boruto and Sarada.
Especially Sarada, but yeah, Boruto too.
I love
Because
it.
anytime he's like, "Oh, I'll protect you too, Boruto," and Boruto's like, "Oh yeah, right on cue, Mitsuki." Of course you'd say that.
Yeah.
But with Sarada,
Like-
I don't even think she understands it. I think she just thinks that Mitsuki's aloof. Because, like, Sarada will say something, and then Mitsuki will say something in response to that sounds dumb.
Is that so?
But isn't? Yeah, but then Sarada was like, obviously I was being sarcastic, Mitsuki. Ugh. It's like,
Oh,
did
were we?
Mitsuki not understand you? And he's just that hyper unaware? Or did he actually understand you and you don't understand
No,
Mitsuki?
he smiles with his eyes closed. A boy knows exactly what he's doing.
Bro, this is so obvious from the movie novel. If I know you, I need to do a Mitsuki part.
Please include the Polaris breakdown with it.
Imagine if like the
Real?
manga actually did like an arc for Mitsuki, but then after the whole omnipotence thing, because of the whole thing that involves like a potential person that he trusted betraying Boruto, attempting to kill him, he becomes more like, damn. He like kind of regresses as a human being and kind of goes back to a similar spot to where he was before. That would be like a very tragic thing to happen if the manga actually did an arc similar to the anime. That would have actually been like a tragic thing. He kind of has to relearn all the things he had learned in the past. But this time,
I
yeah.
don't want a manga arc on Mitsuki anymore. I honestly, I don't.
No, I'm
think
saying
Mitsuki-
hypothetically, if the manga did an arc like that in the manga,
I don't want
prior
a manga arc
to
on it
that
anymore.
scene.
Oh, prior to okay, never mind.
Prior.
Because I don't think anymore. I don't think it works for Mitsuki anymore. It's not just because they ruined Sage Mode. You know, ignore that he didn't use it against Boro or against Borushiki.
And there's
or
no
literally any moment in part
explanation in
one.
the manga. He has no explanation in the manga.
Exactly.
Zero.
Ignore that he's doing
he
it.
only
not
has
doing
an
it there,
explanation in the anime.
but he's doing it against Claw Grimes. Ignore that.
In the manga, the sage mode is connected to his Mitsuki's anger, to his emotions.
Oh yeah, he was just
Yes.
peachy keen fighting Boro. Yeah, I guess seeing Borushiki, he's just relaxed.
You are correct, but there are times where in the manga he should have absolutely used it, like against he. There is no.
He can't use
Like-
it without getting angry.
Wait, is it connected to his anger? Because I feel like the only references towards it.
Doesn't
the
use
only
it
reference
now.
in
Doesn't use it
the-
versus Shoujoji when he learned Shoujoji was trying to kill Boruto.
Who's
Like,
Shoujoji?
I feel like it's him being
Oh my
highly
God.
stressed, not him being angry, right?
Well, no, I think it's just something he can turn on or off whenever he chooses.
Also, the first time we see it in the manga is halt at the moment where he is truly angered, and the next time we see it, or he's permanently now in anger, is again against Boruto in TBV, and after his revelation with Boruto and the sun, and you don't need a sun. After this point only, Mitsuki uses the sage mode freely.
Actually, I think in
Isn't-
the anime he only uses it when he's angry too, except for like the full thing. He only uses it when he's angry.
In the
Except
shonen exams, he uses it
for except for
like
against Chino, where he uses the
Yeah.
the aura.
Yeah.
That's it. Every other time he's really angry. When he was with Urashiki, Boruto was potentially about to be killed. He was angry against
Orochimaru,
shonen
he
exams
did it obviously.
with Mushiki's attack.
Yeah,
It's
Mushiki's
only
attack.
like a light switch.
No,
where he turns it off.
He goes horn. He uses a horn.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
and then
you said-
against the main antagonist of the Mitsuki arc, he uses it there when he was very angry. And then the Deepa fight, he uses it there when he was very angry because when his entire team was about to be killed. And then high stress situation in the second half of the second Deepa fight, he uses it again. So I really think it's just tied to him being angry or stressed.
Yeah, I don't think anger. I don't think it's anger. Can't be.
I could have sworn there was a line in there about Orochimaru saying that if Mitsuki used Sage Mode, that he wouldn't be able to see Boruto anymore.
There is. He can activate
Yes.
it whenever he wants. He chose not to
Yes.
activate it in the tuning exams.
He did activate it in the shonen exams.
What I mean is
Urashiki
the
stole his chakra.
exams, not afterwards, because the
Oh, he's
Momoshiki
talking
fight
about
isn't.
prior to. He was going to use it. He was thinking about
Shinki.
using it against Shinki,
Yeah.
but he decided not to because Orochimaru would have removed him from.
He didn't use it on the tribunes by Momoshiki's attack, and Urashiki stole his chakra, and he got out of the sage mode.
No, he does use it there too. We're not saying that he didn't, but
okay.
the line that we're referencing is prior to that scene.
Yeah.
And the one shot with Orochimaru and also Mitsuki's origin story, there he's also anger, which triggers his sage mode.
Sure. But I think it's just like KCM for Naruto. Mitsuki can just activate it whenever he wants.
But
He's
yeah,
just not
it would have
allowed to
made
be kicked out of the village.
Like if they need like, hold on, my brain farted. I don't remember what I was gonna say. You go.
Sorry.
Sorry.
He has no emotions. He's a scientific human, and his only emotion is anger through his sage mode.
Well,
and no
that's
love.
objectively
Because of
not
Ada,
true.
he learned love.
First of all, you contradict yourself by saying he has no emotions, and then his only emotion is anger.
Yeah, okay, he's usually has no emotions. He's very numb in his emotions.
Okay, being
But
numb
anger
in
is
your
a very
emotions
strong
is not
emotion.
the same as having no emotions. Mitsuki has emotions. That was the point of the Mitsuki retrieval arc.
He just misspoke. Calm down.
Yeah, the retrieval arc.
Listen, I'm not gonna allow the misspeaking. Mitsuki has emotions, gosh darn it. I'm not gonna hear otherwise.
Yeah, he has emotions. He's very numb.
Yeah, he
in
was
his
very
emotions.
limited. He was kind of inept. He didn't.
I don't think
See,
that's
this is
fair
again-
either.
again, this
no, I
is
don't
why
think
I
that's
like
fair.
the anime. You
Mitsuki,
get to see.
Mitsuki's good at hiding it. He can like not show it on his face, but he has the emotions as much as anyone else, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe.
This is kind of why I liked the anime yet again, because the anime shows the development of Mitsuki slowly developing more emotions.
I would say it's similar to Sai post Sai's arc.
It was like he was like developing like as like a human being. He's becoming more and more human. He was developing more emotions. Because Mitsuki didn't even dream prior to
Exactly.
the Mitsuki arc. He didn't dream.
By the way, was it implied that dreaming was just like a one-off thing from like Rare, or does he dream as much as anyone else like in the current day? Do you know?
I think once he just started dreaming, he just started dreaming.
Okay.
I think that's more so what the implication is.
That's fair. It's kind of weird he didn't dream before. I kind of wonder why. Is that like a thing that like expresses humanity in Japan?
I don't know why he didn't dream before.
Sam, do you know if that's like a Japanese thing that's going on there?
I'm thinking maybe there's something to do with astrology that I don't know about in like dream foretelling, because they are into like believing that your dreams have specific meaning. So like, but I don't know.
Anything in the Polaris lyrics that might lead us?
I remember translating Polaris. Like I was doing that for I was commissioned to do it. So I remember translating them like I was in like I must do this thing mode, and when I get into school mode, I kind of forget what I translated, so I don't even really remember like fully what the lyrics were in the first place.
I have a school mode too. I just won't eat and only do it for 13 hours straight, and it will be completely fine and easy.
Yep.
Maybe Mitsuki always dreamed, but he never recalled his dreams.
That's interesting too.
And his sudden care for the people around him, because he became more emotionally attached to the people around him, made him want to recall his dreams more. So he had like a subconscious desire to want to remember his dreams.
It's possible.
That could be what it is.
But I feel like the story is not implying that. I know it's obviously not said, but I feel like the story also isn't implying that, but it could be. I have to go back in with that interpretation. That's an interesting idea, though. I'll have to recheck that out at some point. Okay. Anyways, back to a previous topic, unless anyone else had something to say on this.
Okay, so I did find the tweets. It's not. I did find the Sumire tweets. There are pictures though. I can't find the actual tweets, but they are pictures of the tweets.
Did they say the date?
Yeah, this. Oh, I already knew what the date was. This is in 2018. Here you go. Oh, why isn't it posting? I think I'm glitching. Here. There you go. Click that Facebook post, and they posted images. So Kodachi apparently says that he had plans for Sumire, which will be shown in the anime format.
I'm gonna screenshot this post.
Yeah, in fact, I'll just. Oh wait, no, I don't need to link you because he already did. Okay. But Sauron, did you want to read it?
You know I'm not a good reader out loud. I can only read well inside.
Well, Miss And, I guess he's gonna make you do it.
That's fine. Where do you want me to start from? Because you're scrolling through it.
Probably
Very
tweet
cinematic
was-
scrolling.
Probably, I guess.
It's very good scrolling.
There? Okay. Translation, tweet number 1. I must thank you for the great number of fan arts to Sumire on your birthday. It would not be the same / it would not be a bad understanding to add that I myself the name as Sumire, but its creation and design sette was the start of the script Uezu-san Makoto Uezu and all the others, the staff of Piero, with the direction, supervision of Abe-san, and the great management / oversights efforts of Yamashita-san. Oh, he's still working on the anime? Tweet number 2. We have several ideas about Sumire, which we will be able to show in the anime format and the manga format. Really, thank you very much for the support you provide.
Okay, tweet number 2. This implies Kodachi could be involved.
No, remember, this is a tweet from 2018, remember?
Oh.
It was a tweet from 2018. Yeah, that's why when you said Yamashita was involved, it's like, yeah, of course.
Can you scroll down to the...
Yeah, that's what I was
picture of
curious
the
about. Like,
Japanese one?
what?
Yamashita stopped being the director in 2018. This is a tweet from 2018. Go to the actual... Those are the screenshots of the tweet.
Gotcha. I'm also screenshotting that as well, just in case. And no, I do not feel like reading this in Japanese. 'Cause no one's going to understand me.
I would understand.
Hey, it would be fun.
What is this? Sono ue de
よろしかろうか
Suda.
は、
What is...
その上で、
That is
すみれ
Oede?
にはまだ、It's like even more than that. すみれはまだ、いろいろとアイディアがありますので、I'm reading it anyways. Wow.
Hey, I tricked you. I got her.
できれば良いなと思っています。Oh, he just says like it would be good if we could show these ideas because he's thinking of various ideas, but thank you for all the support.
Happy birthday.
But he doesn't know if like they're actually going to be able to implement them or not. He just has various ideas.
Okay, that's a different... Okay. That changes the meaning of what I meant.
Okay.
If you look at...
So, similar to Sarada's 3 Tomoe and the Himawari rescue arc that were ideas that aren't going to happen?
The Himawari rescue arc was never an idea. The third Tomoe Sarada
It was an idea to the fans. Let me have this one.
No, I'm only going to give you the one that was actually an idea by the series composition team.
What other ideas did he say? He said more than one idea.
アイディアがありますので、いろいろとアイディアがありますので、so he has various ideas.
Oh, I meant like to Sauron, just in general. But I'm
Ah,
glad you
go,
translated that
go.
anyway.
The only one that comes to mind right now is that Honda had an idea for a third Tomoe Sarada arc, but it was in reference to a request from a fan.
Well, didn't he say that he was gonna like make a whole arc around Sarada's third Tomoe awakening?
No, he technically just
Somebody
kind of
said
implied
that.
that he had an idea of doing that.
Hmm.
It just obviously didn't come to fruition, of course.
Okay. Yeah, because Bleach had to exist. Ugh.
It had nothing to do with Bleach.
I'm gonna blame it anyway, Sauron. I'm mad. I'm pointing the finger. You're gonna have to deal with it.
The only thing that you have to blame for Bleach for is that during Bleach's inception and key animation phase of the anime, it had to steal some of Boruto's animators so it can continue going at a decent pace.
Stop keeping me
The
grounded.
production pipelines.
Let me
had to
be
mix a little bit.
irrational here, Zara. Oh, I ended the share screen, but I'll restart it anyways.
Maybe the arc would have. I don't know. I don't think.
なんだそりゃ。
She should have just
Listen,
awakened in the Boro fight.
Zine.
マジで何これ? Oh, sorry.
I have no idea either. I'm just gonna close out whatever that is.
Pick Japanese words.
Your voice is different in Japanese.
I know.
My voice is different too.
You're steeper.
Everybody says that.
Oh my god. Okay. Anyways.
I noticed.
Oh, go ahead. What did you notice, Sauron?
Anyways.
You noted something?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, back to the previous. Okay, so Miss Anne. You were describing Sumire. No, you were not describing. Well, you were at some point, but not the topic that I was thinking. So you were describing Borushiki as happening after they succeeded in defeating Boro, and you think it would have been better if they had failed to defeat Boro, if Boro had beat them. So it's more of like a drastic, desperate scenario where Borushiki is emerging.
What I mean is I didn't like that they had the whole false hope trope being included.
Well, especially since the hope taken away from them was just ridiculous in the way they did it. It's completely their fault, entirely their problem.
I would have liked it better. So what I think if I were to rewrite this is Sarda swipes the core, crushes it, and Boro acts like it's some sort of big deal, and then he's like, "Psych, that wasn't actually important at all." Ha ha ha.
No, I don't know if I would like that because that would just like retroactively make the Boro fight all year. Not really, but kind of.
Who was it that like acted? I don't. Maybe that wasn't Boruto.
Well, I think one thing you could do is rather than saying Boro is literally not a threat anymore, they realize they have a small amount of time. So Kawaki's panicking, trying to rush Boruto and hurry everyone up so that they can free Naruto, since the whole like portal thing they had to like do that took time. It's like they can see Boro in the background running towards them as they're trying to free Naruto just in the nick of time. But it wasn't just in the nick of time because they freed Naruto, but not in time for Boro to catch up. And now he's going to kill them before they can escape. Probably be a better way to do the exact same thing. Getting away from that, but still the same topic. So, so you were saying that this is like where it's the false hope because they beat Boro, but they still failed in the end. So would this be like as opposed to like the opposite idea to where it is what you were saying, like the desperation of something needs to happen because they're going to fail? Would it be similar to, for example, Demon Slayer Season 1, Episode 19, to where Tanjiro does beat the bad guy at the end of the episode, same with Nezuko, but the next episode you find out, he didn't actually do that at all. The bad guy took his own head off and is actually full power still, and Tanjiro can't move, and this is the worst scenario. And then other guy comes in.
From the way that you described it, I guess Demon Slayer is okay, maybe? I don't know.
I thought you said seen Demon Slayer. Was I wrong? Did you not see Demon Slayer? I thought you did.
No, I did, kind of. But I saw it while it was coming out, and then I dropped it on episode 19. And then I picked it back up later. But like,
sorry for the spoilers.
You dropped it on the episode that makes everybody fall in love with Demon Slayer.
I know.
Which is hilarious because episode 20 was better, in my opinion.
No, it's that episode 19 is the... It's when the production goes crazy.
Yeah, it's when the animation looks pretty.
I mean, like looking at it in retrospect, I do really like the art style, but my little sister just rewatched it and she has very similar anime tastes as me, and she's like, it wasn't awful, but it wasn't great.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
I dropped Demon Slayer after season 3, like episode 5 or something, 6 or something.
Yeah, at
Demon
that point for
Slayer-
me as well, it was another one of those shows that there was so much hype surrounding it that I started watching it originally
Yeah.
for the hype, and then like while I was watching it, I was like, there are better things that I could be doing with my time, and this feels kind of like a waste of my time, so I'm just gonna stop.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say it has bad pacing, but I will say it has almost like filler or like slice of life similar to My Hero Academia, to where sometimes it's just being a literal kids cartoon and other times it's progressing to serious actual anime and it's not seeing it at the same time. So I feel like you could pretty easily make a fan edit that just like cuts the series in half and is actually good, because when it's good it's actually good, but when it's not good, that's the part you remember. That's the problem.
Here's the demon, who are really evil. They actually have like a really tragic backstory. We want to make you feel really bad because we're about to kill them, right? But so you just like, oh, we're gonna do that over and over and over again, aren't we? And the answer is yes, yes, we are. We're gonna do the same thing over and over. Just like,
But-
okay.
But
Demon Slayer-
I just wasn't too fond of that. I was just like,
So I had
In my
two.
opinion, Demon Slayer screams Naruto. We are always empathetic with the enemy, and he's also a human, and his life was bad.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like that as well, but you know.
I just don't like how it's executed in Demon Slayer, because it's always right before they died. It was always like literally right before.
Well, that's when the
But,
demon
like,
can't
we want
do
you to feel
anything.
like really, really bad right now, so you feel bad when they die a little bit. I'm like, okay.
I don't
This
even
feels like a
know. I don't know how much it's trying to make the audience feel bad and how much of it is a moment for Tanjiro.
Yeah.
I feel like that is a distinction right there. But I wanted to start with that example because it wasn't
I don't think it ever
Boruto.
really has much, especially once you get to the other thing, I don't really think it actually has much effect on his character anymore.
I don't
when
even
it
think he
comes-
does it very much towards the end, the second half, or whatever you want to call it. More so
I'm
towards
talking
the beginning.
about one of the first two big demons that they fight, like
Yeah,
that
that's
are
gonna be
that
like
have like
season
the
one,
numbers on
probably.
them.
I mean,
That
it
was, like,
happens a little
season-
bit in season 2, but you know.
Entertainment District arc.
Yeah, it happens there, but it's mostly fine. But ignoring that.
Yeah, sorry.
It's fine. Plus, again, there's some demons that he's non-sympathetic to, and he's just gonna kill him and not talk no jutsu them afterwards. So I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Technically same with Naruto, but ignore that. So I had two examples. Demon Slayer was just one of the examples. So the other
best
example of something to where something changes in a fight because the good guys are in a desperation scenario where they're losing and obviously going to lose would be, as opposed to the Boro fight where they win and then the false hope is taken away from them. The other example would be the Sarada versus Ryu, where everyone is going to die versus Ryu, and then Sarada brings out her Mangekyo Sharingan as a result of that.
I think that was cool. I liked that a lot.
Okay, so you like that as
I did.
opposed to the Boro fight because of this reason?
Well, okay. The Ryu thing was also a lot more symbolic because she dropped the kunai, and the kunai was like the thing that she had been using to like every time she went to protect Boruto, she had a kunai in her hand, and then she dropped it and it was like Mangekyo. So that was cool, and then there was also like it did upset me a little bit that Araya and Yodo were so like kind of almost useless. There was like obviously the stuff with Araya's sword doing stuff, but like I feel like it could have been a little bit longer, maybe, if I guess like in comparison to the other Boruto fights. Maybe it's just because it's the manga. It just felt really short. So I didn't like that.
It is actually longer than most
It is?
Boruto fights. Yeah.
Okay.
Most Boruto fights are around one chapter.
Well, Sauron, are you
full chapter?
yeah,
one full chapter.
Okay, so are you accounting for the fight itself or just the chapters with the fight? Because they're cutting back and forth between like 3 to 4 different scenes in every chapter.
I think if you take full panel space, it is longer than most Boruto fights, which are usually one full chapter long, like 40 pages.
Where would you consider the start of the fight? Because is it when they meet up with Ryu or whenever they like actually start fighting?
once Ryu starts a confrontation, and he's like, I realized what y'all were doing, and like stuff like that. That's
There's
when the fight
no
starts.
way it's longer than most Boruto fights.
What Boruto
It
fights do
felt
you
really
think it
short.
might be shorter than, if you had to think about it?
The
Boro
Boro
fight.
fight is 3 chapters long.
No, I said majority, right? Like the Boro fight's I think actually the longest Boruto fight.
Exactly.
Maybe to this
The
day.
code fight. I
But
think,
it's
the code-
longer than the Owl fight. It's longer than the Owl fight.
Well,
It
the owl
is
fight
longer.
felt like it didn't need to be that long though.
The owl
Yeah.
fight is 2 different fights, to be fair. Technically 3 different fights if you really want to consider, you know.
It's 3 stages, I guess. Because it starts in the cave, and then it moves to the open
like,
field. Then
yeah.
it moves to the forest. Then it moves back to the open field.
Then you have the
I guess it's 3
drones after they
stages.
defeat Al, and then it's like the second round. But to be fair, if you're gonna do that, then the Boro fight is technically 2 to 3 different fights, depending on how you want to consider it. So
Yeah. Yeah.
and same with Ishiki, a bunch of other fights there. So
I could be wrong though, but I'm pretty sure it is longer than most Boruto fights.
it doesn't feel that long. I guess it could be.
I'll check right now.
I guess to go
mean-
back to your question though, Oodie, I feel like when a character like when you're in a desperate situation is when you should unlock a new power. So like or like by training. So those are the 2 situations in which I think like new powers should be brought into the manga as like a manifestation, right? But like I guess for the Borishiki thing, because it made the Sarada payoff feel like it was kind of worthless. That's the part that bothered me, not necessarily just the way it was structured with like the whole false hope thing, but because it was one of Sarada's most hype moments in NNG, and then like she just got like she wasn't actually the payoff of the arc. It was Borishiki.
Yeah, for
Oh, I finally
clarity.
understand.
Oh,
See, I wasn't here prior to this, so I didn't know what you were talking about. I finally understand what you were trying to say now.
well,
I
for-
didn't realize.
For
Yeah.
clarity, a lot of the topics that I've come back to tonight were to disagree on an aspect with Miss Anne. I wasn't doing that with this one, just to make that clear. So I don't disagree with anything that you were saying here. It was more so just out of curiosity to get your perspective. And again, that's ignoring Yodo and Araya being bad, because that wouldn't really play into the structure here. It was more so to get your opinion on specifically the aspect of a new power emerging out of a victory compared to a defeat, and how that like changes the 2 different scenes, or like if you would even compare those scenes, or if you would consider them like incomparable in a way.
Yeah, I don't really think they're quite comparable. The other thing that does Sarada do Chidori again? Is that like her only moment of using it in NNG? I don't think she does she?
In Naruto Next Generations, that's
No.
the only
Wait,
moment.
are you? No, that is the only moment, unless you're talking about the anime where she uses it twice.
Yeah, no.
She uses it only once in the manga. That's the only time she ever uses it, because after that she's sidelined.
Yep.
Which is so unfortunate. She so easily could have been in the code fight. Could have been doing more in the prophecy arc, especially in the 3rd arc that doesn't exist. So sad.
But this might be random, but I do actually agree with what you had to say, that I think I wanted more out of Ryu and Ryu, what? I wanted more out of the Sand Kids.
Yodo, Araya.
Why am I not
Yodo,
remembering their
Araya.
names? Yeah, thank
Yodo
you.
and Araya, yeah.
I think it would have been better to actually reintroduce them into as characters while they were actually in the Sand Village and they were going on a mission to go try and find Boruto, which is why they were in the caves, and then they get confronted by Matsuri. I think that would have actually been a better reintroduction of their characters to reestablish them into the manga, which is actually what I want the anime to do. They didn't do that because they wanted it to be like a shock that like Gaara got captured and stuff. I want all that gone. What I want the anime to do is that I want them to showcase that scene, but then do a flashback on how we got there, and we reintroduce the Sand Kids that way, so we can get further connected to them prior to them their interaction in the Ryu battle. I
Bro,
would
it's so sad because
much prefer
Ikimoto
that.
didn't even take the easy path. He wouldn't even be lazy with this. He just did nothing. Like, the easy way would just be linking them to frickin' Gaara, making us care because we care about something from the past that they're linked to. They don't even do that.
The anime needs to do that and should do that.
Well, I think the
Also,
anime needs to go beyond that. Just make them characters on their own. They don't even need to link them to Gaara, just like the manga. Just make them good.
No, I'm saying just do both. Just do both.
Yeah, you could do
It doesn't
both
have to
as
be one or the
well.
other. Just do both.
No, I agree. But I think the harder
in their
path would
own
just be
isolated
make them
episode first, prior to don't just do it off screen. Do them in their own individual episode first. Get us reconnected with those characters.
While
They've
we're
showed
at
up in the
it-
anime 3 separate times prior to this in 3 different ways.
Okay, sorry. So you said in the manga it doesn't need to be longer. Would you like them to extend?
I didn't say it didn't need to be longer. I just said that it was longer than most Boruto fights.
No. I wasn't getting to the... Would you like them to extend the Konohamaru versus Matsuri fight in the anime?
It's not
I
a fight.
feel like that was
It's
long
not
enough.
really. It's not really a fight. That's kind
Then
of
the sequence, whatever word you want to
If
use.
you said sequence, I would be like, what I would prefer is they add more dialogue between Konohamaru and Matsuri prior to Boruto defeating her. That's what I would want. I am not. Again, I don't think I think it's just a jarring transition, going from he fails to want to kill her. He fails to want to kill her in this capacity, and then she stabs him, and then suddenly he gets unstabbed. He tries using a bunch of jutsu, and then Boruto does. It's just weird. So I just want more dialogue prior to her getting killed by Boruto. I want an actual like conversation or something along those lines.
My fear would be that also in Ikimoto's manga, every sentence has more value, has a reason for existing, and I fear that the anime makes so much filler sentence or sentence that are just there to be there, that this high value conversation goes lower.
So the
if you
fight
know what I mean.
begins right here. So let's see in terms of page count. Sometimes that is actually true. You're not wrong. Sometimes they do actually do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Bro, I haven't eaten lunch yet. I didn't even realize it's like 5:30. Oops.
Yeah, I sort of kept you here
Oh,
a
it's
lot
5:30
longer than you
PM there.
probably thought. My bad.
Is PM evening or morning?
PM.
Is it
PM
evening?
is
I guess I'm
evening.
just
Yes.
the worst at
Evening.
finding this. So
It's evening. 5. That's 9 pages.
I think you guys are gonna get to come on a walk to me with
So,
me to 7.
Ood, eventually, I do want to have a discussion with you as to what episodes in the anime you think are like, not right now, is like the best.
That's a banger picture.
Look,
finally,
like
Jeez,
best looking anime episodes. I'd
So-
like to discuss that with you.
Oh, I'm
in the
totally
future.
down. I like the show Joji part you mentioned earlier. I'm glad you agree. You're very excited about that, Sauron.
That was a sneeze.
So, Sauron, what you're saying, if the anime did this, you're gonna call it bad.
I would call it a bit strange. Because unless the anime changes how Matsuri gets defeated, then like what is the monkey's just gonna get summoned and then Boruto does the thing anyways? Like I don't know.
Why can't they just fight a little bit before Boruto shows up? Who cares?
Bro, my fan base brain would be all down for that, but I'm just saying that might be a little strange.
Would it still fit with Jura's explanation about love is what they made lose the kill?
So Sauron, you don't want Konohamaru to ever do this again. Just to clarify.
That's not what I'm saying, bro.
So if you see this, you're gonna complain.
It's not what I'm saying.
So, yes or no, do you want Konohamaru to do this against Matsuri in the anime?
If you're asking me, would I be gassed? Yes. If you're asking me, do I think it'd be strange? Yes.
All I heard was yes.
Bro, I'm gonna be gassed no matter what action Konohamaru does. I like Konohamaru. Like, what?
Well, he's very cool. Yeah, no, these are like the two jutsus I really want to see. I'm telling you, for a good month, I was hyping up this fight that Konohamaru was going to do these things from the Ramon arc, and he just never did. And I blame Mikimoto for making me think that for a month. That was so hyped.
I wonder if he even knows these exist, because it's only in the anime and in the video game.
You're making this worse.
I know Kadachi knew things existed in the anime. I don't know if Mikimoto's watched it. No, actually, he watched he did watch some anime battles. This is a reference to one of interview he had in 2018. He was like, he couldn't watch some of the anime battles because he's out showing my work. I remember.
I think he watched every episode. He said something like, "I watch it every Sunday" or something like that.
Bro, he probably watched it once before the interview because of the interview.
Okay, sure. You're Ikimoto hate boner, bro.
It's out of control.
100%.
You can't help yourself.
Like a year or two ago, it spiraled beyond what I could. I can't help it. I need an intervention.
16, 17.
It's ingrained into my subconscious. If I become a Shinju, this is my true persona. Okay, I definitely had more topics.
Boruto fights. Maybe y'all were right. It's 53 pages and that's without the Sarada thing.
Oh,
without
there
the
you
Sarada.
go. I'm
Without
guessing
the Sarada
that's
section, with the Sarada section, it's like 80, but without it, it's like 53 pages. So I think it probably is around the same length as other Boruto fights.
okay.
I'm so confused on whether or not Yodo actually died.
Remember when they ruined Sarada for my birthday?
Bruh. You guys are never gonna let that go.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, it's still frozen.
Oh wait, did I ever show you one of my Boruto colorings of like Lux Silva's artwork?
I would love
you
to
color
see
stuff?
it. Are we getting a
Here's one of them.
dynamic duo team up right now between Sauron and Miss Anne? Remember, Miss Anne, how I was gassing up Sauron and wanted you to meet him for like months?
I don't remember that actually.
Oh,
Why would you ever gas me up? That's ridiculous.
Well, this isn't why, but it's just wouldn't point it out. Well,
I do feel I vaguely remember that.
I'm
now
not
that
very
you
good.
mention it.
I'm not very good at coloring, but I do want to show you anyways.
But you're very good at Boruto. Just in general, at all things Boruto.
It's anime style coloring.
Yep.
So
Sauron is the encyclopedia of Boruto.
I was like, you were just when you were pulling quotes from your brain, I was like, holy cow.
Yeah, you know,
you can find the original artwork
too.
down below by Lux Silva. Love that man.
Oh, I know him. Yeah, he's cool.
Yo, wait. Did you color that?
Yeah. And then I didn't do the background. I composited it, but
Gotcha.
I colored the actual character.
That's cool.
Oh, Are you gonna do the other two? Do you know?
Probably at some point.
Oh, this one's so good. Wow.
I will be. I don't think I'll do that one because I think he colored it himself.
Okay.
I think the one I'm going to do. I think I started it like last week. I think I'm gonna do this one.
Look at Mitsuki here. I'll do this one. Do it. Oh yeah, you're right. He did do that. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna do. I think I'll do this. This drawing of Ada here.
Oh, that'd be cool colored. I don't really like this knot
Yeah.
color, not gonna lie. I don't know, the shadow makes it look like a whale.
A whale?
I don't know, narwhal, some sort of fish. What is with the shadow?
Bro
Wait,
called
you
the
made me
canonically
choke.
most attractive woman
Jesus.
a whale.
The
Bro.
most attractive woman.
You're trying to kill me? I almost choked my water.
I said canonically most attractive.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Notice how I did not say most attractive without the canonically part.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The shadow here really looks fishy. Pun intended.
But no,
see it,
I
yeah.
think I like how that came out. I liked it. That's nice.
Please
I
do
was
the
like, oh,
Mitsuki.
wow.
The Mitsuki would look so cool. Heck,
You
I
like
almost read it myself.
I came up with my own original colors for
is this
Boruto since
code?
I don't love
that's cool,
the
too.
colors of the anime. The shades that they use, I went for slightly desaturated colors.
I was gonna say I noticed that.
Am I crazy, or is the Roman numeral on the wrong side of his face?
It is.
Okay.
No, it's right.
Is it mirrored?
Is
The
it mirrored?
picture?
Oh, it probably
It might
is.
be. I think
Yeah,
it
the
is.
picture's mirrored.
Okay, that makes sense.
Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but hopefully it only takes like less than a minute.
Okay. That's good, dude.
Okay. She's such a great addition to your bond.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm sure she'll say thank you.
What else?
Thanks for noticing. I like her too. She's pretty cool. This one is so dirty. It's kind of cool. It gets like back to like what I was saying about the manga. The manga doesn't really do this, but it's like kind of similar. Like not afraid to be rough.
Repeat what you said?
This is like dirty, but like in a good
Hold
way.
on,
It's like rough, like the manga.
I'm lagging.
It has some grain to
Damn it,
it.
I'm lagging.
You know, it's not presenting a rainbow in the background or anything. It's like rough. Especially the shadows are cool too with this. I like the lighting on it.
Alright, can you repeat everything you just said? I was lagging.
I like this.
Damn it, I'm still
for various reasons. Oh, this came out nearly on my birthday.
I would so love to understand what you're saying right now. Why am I lagging so much?
To
Damn
be
it.
fair, Sauron, you could rewatch the stream. Go find the start. Welcome back, someone who isn't lagging.
I
A
exist.
bit of Juan, but the ears look something closer to what Yamashita or Koda would draw. You've got a really nice style. It's neat getting to see just your drawings. I agree. Well, welcome back.
Yeah, because he usually does animations. That's what I was referring to. So it's nice to just get to see like his pure drawings in later appearance form.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you look at his ears are inspired by how Yamashita draws ears. They're very pointy, almost like triangular like shapes. I really like how that's done. And then also his face shapes are similar to Yamashita as well.
You know what this? Okay.
He's definitely more inspired by people who've worked on the anime than Ikimoto's art style.
I was gonna say because Yamashita-san did the whole like movie, like, directing, screenwriting stuff.
The face shape reminds me of the face shape of like that one iconic panel of Momoshiki holds Boruto. You guys know the one. This one. Yeah. Be nice if any of these images had a close up, but I don't know why it's just not doing that.
Bro, what does that mean?
What mean?
Are you talking about the
Momoshiki.
close up in chapter 64?
This me?
Chapter 64?
Probably not.
Bro,
You said
why
don't,
am
so
I
I'm just
lagging
gonna
so much?
trust
It's
you and
pissing me
not.
off.
Oh, well, I guess it definitely is. Jeez,
Chapter
yeah. Oh, this is like the coolest thing Boruto's ever freaking done. It's like the best thing ever. It's
That
so
one
sad.
singular artwork.
I mean, kinda. It was just fan art, but it's still cool. But yeah, no, I really like this in the manga. It's sad that this was like 1 second of just a panning still shot in the anime, but it was cool still.
I thought it was still. Yeah, you wanted it to be animated.
I don't know what I wanted from the anime. I feel like it just doesn't adapt well into the anime. Realistically, I don't even. It belongs in the manga, but I feel like it doesn't even. It feels like it works much better as a poster than it does as some random manga panel. Maybe even like a volume cover could look cool, but I think just like a poster would work well.
I feel like there is a poster of that.
Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because turns out, Miss Anne, you're not wrong. There is a poster of this. There's a False Perfections poster on this. So if I go to art, okay, this is art. So if I go to posters, I go to, is it season 1?
Oh.
No, it's season 2. Okay. Well, you're about to be spoiled a little bit on season 2 here. Oh, where is it? No, is it not there? Season 3? Oh, did I not do it? Well, it's somewhere. It's definitely somewhere. I don't know where it is, though.
In the manga, this Momoshiki panel starts with the
I
hair
guess
of
it is this.
Momoshiki.
Okay, well, congratulations. I'm leaking the board. No, this definitely isn't it. I don't know where it is. This, like, has a very similar vibe, though. But, yeah.
Whoa, that's so interesting.
There's so much detail to this.
I'm like looking at it. I'm like, man.
Yeah, this is technically, I think this is your first technical art piece that you're seeing for my series. It's like, pretty cool.
Yeah, I've seen some of the animations. Is on the right? Have I met that character yet?
This is the evil woman, Stella.
Oh.
And then obviously you got Michael. Then you got the angel, Angelica. Yeah. Isn't it so cool?
It is.
Okay, I want to just double check CGs, because, like, what is this? I don't know what that is.
Did you name Stella in book 1? Because I feel like you didn't.
No.
I think she was just the evil woman.
It's not gonna be those. I don't know where it's gonna be. I might just have to find it later if it even exists at all. But I feel like it should exist somewhere. Oh,
Is this your project?
It is. Thanks for noticing. Even though making it painfully obvious.
Finish this.
Well, I finished a couple things. I'm working on a couple more things, but yeah. I can't find one of these here. Technically leaking like everything, but you know, ignore that. Oh, these are all so cool though.
Yeah, I wish I finished this coloring.
I did
I
not
like the
draw
idea I
most
was
of these
going for,
myself.
though.
I drew some of these myself, but most of these, no. To be fair, you're not really seeing any of these.
Damn, I wish I finished this one. I just didn't want to.
Hey, it's your character. Hey, how cute. How cute. I'm also technically leaking that you're ignore that as well. Okay, yeah, I don't know where this is, so I'm gonna have to find out later, maybe. But anyways, hey, False Perfection poster inspired by this. I think it is. I think it is that movie poster that I just showed was taking inspiration from this, but only kind of.
What are you referring to? Oh, don't you have a movie? Don't you have a thing that took inspiration from the key visual of the Mujana Bandits art?
I'm so glad you asked. Yes, I do. But yeah, so first of all, okay, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, I do think this might be the thing that I was thinking of that is taking inspiration from the Momoshiki Boruto thing. Anyways, so okay, I'm gonna find it first. I guess Mujina Bandits. Would it be a PV?
KV.
KV. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes a lot more sense because KV doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, this
key visual.
What is PV?
Yep, done by.
Okay, let me not do Facebook because I don't
promotional
feel like
video.
Again.
I'm pretty sure.
Promotional
that's a
video.
poster.
Promotional video. Okay. Oh, here we go.
That
key visual is KV is key visual. PV is promotional video.
Okay,
art done by
That's
Tatiana.
all the posters that you can get on Midicody right now. I was looking and I was like, oh, because there's like a big stack of posters, and I was like, oh, I should get this, but it's expensive, and I didn't feel like it.
This is like the coolest thing ever. Okay, so
Nishio
really take this
cooked
in,
with this.
because
Freaking love this one.
yeah, this is freaking awesome. In fact, it's so awesome you wouldn't believe what I did. Isn't this so cool though? I'd argue this is better than the Boruto one. It's also like literally the exact same style. It's so cool. Like just comparing the two, back and forth. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Like technically it's missing Boruto, Mitsuki and Sarada here, but like that's also like narratively a point. But like, oh my gosh. So cool, so good.
That's years old now.
Literally.
You showed me that back in 2023.
I probably made it back in 2021. I've been working on this thing for a long time.
Ages.
But it's coming along. Actually, in case you didn't know, Sauron, the first movie has like been done for like a year or two. Not really, but like I've just been working on the sequels, so there's less time in between releases. But yeah. But getting away from that.
Oh, Ood.
Yes.
You wanna? Oh.
You know. Well, yes, Sauron, you were considering saying something?
Nah.
Oh, now you just gotta say it. I can't wait to hear what it is that you're gonna say.
Nah. It's something stupid. I was just like, do you want to see
Sauron,
my...
you're making it way more needy for me to hear it.
How did you just dip into a southern
dumb.
accent?
He was just like, I was like,
Oh,
you want to
stop,
see
you're making me
like
prove the meme.
a drawing from like the anime of Jigen done by Masayuki Kota, and then I was like, do you want to see it, but like the base drawing without all the compositing on it? Because I was like, oh, well, let's see what it looks like without it. I did coloring for it without all that stuff on it, but it's okay.
Well, we have to see it.
Yeah, I'll show you now. Thank you for asking.
Okay, so you said it is by who? Honda Jigen. And this
No,
is
I'll
gonna
show.
work.
I just got it pulled up right now.
Oh.
I just have it pulled up.
This definitely wasn't the Honda Jigen I was thinking of.
I said Masayuki Kota.
I was gonna say that. That wasn't even close.
Masayuki Kota.
I put it in the chat.
Him.
No, Masayuki Kota.
You know, he looks really different from the way I remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I put it in the chat. Not this chat. The other chat.
Of course, I had to get a ping in this chat.
And then you can see the coloring I did of the base drawing down below. In Kaganashi style, it's no shading.
Yeah, I like when Jigen looks good instead of
Caillou.
Yeah, all these look good. Yeah, I don't like when he looks like this.
Yeah, that was done by, I'm pretty sure that's Shiyuki Tanaka.
Like, why does this exist?
Bro, this is what you call being stretched really thin. Okay.
In fact, I bet I can make it worse. Oh my gosh. This actually kind of looks good too, but not really.
I kind of like
this
that
does look
one.
good.
Okay.
I do like this one.
That's Haraki Lamaki.
There's one in particular that I'm thinking of, and it's at like the worst moment to have a derp Jigen. It's when Jigen first shows up in Naruto's house.
You're talking about in episode 203. That was all corrected by Kazuya Sato, who has consistently like the worst art corrections in all of Boruto. He's consistently bad.
Yeah, more like incorrected. This isn't it, but this is one of them. Oh my gosh.
this is his art corrections.
Ugh. It feels like the face doesn't even belong on the body. Like he drew it separately.
The thing is, he drew some drawings in 175 that I really love. They're like in between frames that I really like, but he's consistently not good. He does. I think he did about a third of this episode. So this entire section he did. Every drawing is his.
This one isn't the worst, but like it's still kind of bad. Him coming through the portal doesn't look too bad, honestly. It looks pretty good. Right here.
No, it doesn't. Don't lie.
It's trying to be nice. Like, looks good here. Well, I mean, looks decent here. I mean, well.
The reason
it's a cool scene.
So Kazuya Sato, he's not very good at like his drawings aren't very good, but he does a lot of art corrections and he can do them very quickly. So he's very reliable because yeah. And some of these I'm sure aren't even corrected, and this is just like the base drawings.
Look at the karma.
Looks like it's gonna jump out. It's just even
The one that
Kawaki looks
people loved-
derpy here.
The one that the drawing that people go when he activates his karma. People love to
Oh,
people like to
that's
credit
weird,
that
okay.
to a lot of people like to credit a lot of these drawings to Tatsuya Nishio because they don't know that people don't actually when they do art corrections in the anime, they use his character
This looks
design
cool.
sheets only. That's done by Koda right there.
Yeah.
That one. He does one shot and then he's done.
Of course.
How do
He
you,
really- he
how
likes-
do you know all of this?
He's the encyclopedia. He knows infinitely more than
we have a
this.
lot of discussions on Twitter where we just go over lots of drawings. We like compare them over to Naruto drawings that we know are confirmed to be by them back in the day. It's just a lot of cross-referencing.
This looks
It's all-
ugly
it-
too.
Yeah,
It's
that's-
just
that's
because
not
the
him.
karma. Because you compare this to next episode when his karma is activated, it's literally a different design. Literally.
No,
a
the
different
design is the same. The drawings are just superior.
No,
And he
it's
also looks like a
different
panda.
though. It's just that superior.
The drawings in this episode are done by Lamaki and Ichi, you know.
Can I
Like
just get,
go
a close-up
to
on
when you
Jigen?
activate yeah.
Because I don't want Curse Mark 2 for obvious reasons. Man, this episode like 0 close-ups on Jigen. Okay. It's different, bro. It's a different art style.
No, it is a
different
different art style. It's because it's a different person. But the design of the karma is the same. Like it's not it doesn't have like the dots on it like the manga version does.
I had something just like a second. Right there. Okay. No, it's literally a different design. Come on. You can't say these are the same character.
No, I'm talking about just the karma. I guess it's a little different. Like the one of the karma is a little bit bigger.
Told you. Yeah. Okay, so which one is the one here?
So the one
It's not gonna be over here, it's gonna be over here.
Oh, so the one that people love to meme is the one where he's about to shoot the blast.
Well, it's definitely not
Slightly before
here.
Slightly before this one. Slightly
Okay,
before here.
it. Probably not.
Close up. It's like a close up shot.
Yeah, because like I noticed it when I was watching it, as if I hadn't seen it a million times
Is
before.
it
'cause people memed
is it in the images of Jigen that you can find? I wonder if it's just there.
It would be a lot easier to search. I'm also just gonna type Boruto and remove the X. That was a typo. Oh, by the way, just comparing the. Oh, to be fair, that's Curse Mark 2. Same for here.
See, that's
but-
Ichiro, you know? His art's great. His art's
Yeah.
like massively inspired by Harifumi Suzuki from back in late Naruto Part 1.
Oh my gosh,
He did a
so good.
I love Yuno. Yuno's great. That's the drawing I'm talking about
Okay,
right there.
this right here. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
Kazuya Sato for you. You want to know another art that want to know another scene that he ruined? I really hate dogging on him because he does a lot of art corrections. So he's really stretched thin, but he's really
Bro,
quick. That's
put
why
him
they
on the
keep.
Ramon arc. Why is he at
But
Jigen's versus Arrival versus Naruto?
bro, when you're stretched thin, you need people. All right.
I'd rather them just
Here.
not animate it. Just skip the part. We have the manga. Okay, I'm
Look up
lying,
Boruto activates Karma Boruto anime.
By the way, this is like the coolest art of all time. But okay, so what is it? Boruto activates Karma anime.
Boruto anime, and then I'm going to show you. There's this Twitter mutual on Twitter that I have. Their name is Amiza. He reanimated the scene in Tatsuya Nishio style, so he it's so much better. The drawings are far superior.
This one looks a little bit derpy, but this is
that's not though that one.
Yeah, it's
I actually kind of like that drawing.
Yeah, it's not really meant to be
It's
paused
in
on anyways.
207. It's in 187 when he's like activating the karma.
Is this fan art too? Yeah, I guess it is.
That is fan art. Yeah,
That's
that
cool.
definitely is fan art.
Okay.
187.
187. Did you not say 207 or?
No, I did not say 287. I'm sure. Yeah. Those drawings there.
Just all of them?
Yeah, he does that entire scene. I'm
Okay.
sure you can even find a video. Oh, there you go. Boruto uses karma.
Against Kashin Koji, yeah.
Activates karma. He does that entire scene, and he like butchers it. He like really butchers it.
Yeah, let me just do this and then mute it. And then I guess play it on 2x speed, just in case it does anything, but from right here it doesn't do anything. But, you know, I'll also scroll up and down, just really make it, you know, copyright free.
Yeah, like that drawing's just not great.
Towards the end here?
Especially in comparison to the manga, yeah.
Because, yeah, it's not doing it's just like a lightning effect on top of a moving image.
Also, just talking about like Boruto's face.
Yeah.
That mouth, though.
Yeah.
Looks like Luffy with the nose and everything.
Looks like a whole burger fits in.
Do you have the link to the reanimation?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and this one I won't have to do ridiculous things to.
But for now, go to the Jigen thing I was talking about. Look at the base drawing. The I sent you.
Yeah, okay.
Because I really like the drawing, so I wanted to see what it looked like without all the shading and stuff. I did a coloring of it down below if you want to go find it.
Did you use like a tool to make this?
A tool? No, I just drew it.
Okay. So you drew this. Okay.
Yeah, I traced it.
I think there is a tool that you could use really quickly if you want me to show you.
There is in most art softwares you can extract the line art, but I think it has to be like manga.
It's very buggy. It only works for like stuff that's not colored.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, let me just try here. Because if I go to PicMonkey, my favorite thing of all time that nobody uses.
I do like tracing. Tracing is fun though.
Tracing is fun. I'll give you that. If I create new, I guess I can just quickly go down to the Jigen one. JJJJJJJ Jigen. Okay, Jigen. So if I go to effects,
PicMonkey is like a pretty old software, right?
But it gets updated and get to edge sketch. Yeah, literally the same thing. That's what you just did. Quickly.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't have been useful.
That's cool.
Right?
That's cool, but that's clunky.
You can even like do this. Oh, that's laggy. Wow, you never see this website lag. You can even do this, which is very cool.
That is
nice.
cool. I do like this. I'll be using the same. This
Oh,
is
you
kinda
know
cool.
what? This reminds me of what that part 1 Naruto ending does, where it's like the water painted of the girls at the beach or whatever, and it's like revealing the color as it goes around. You know what I'm talking about?
Mhm. Yes, I do know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, because of course Sauron
Of
does.
course I do. Of course I do. But no, I really like Masayuki Koda's drawings. Always been a fan. Back in
We also have
Naruto,
this. This is
back in
what I was
Shippuden,
trying to say the name of.
I was able to notice that there was always this art style that had like kind of like egg-shaped faces that I always really liked. And I didn't find out who it
Oh,
was
that's
until like 2021, and I was like, oh, that's the guy. I love that man.
This is cool
I
too,
will.
just messing around with this.
No, this is cool. I need this. This is cool. This is good because I might actually be using this for Kamui's video for like some dramatic visuals. Ooh, link that to me. This is cool. I like that.
Right? Yeah.
That's actually really cool.
Okay, if I just link whatever link this is instead of just the PicMonkey default link, I wonder what's gonna happen. I doubt it's gonna open to the thing for you, but it's probably just gonna open regular PicMonkey or say error. Would you like to go to PicMonkey?
Yeah, but look at the base drawing coloring that I did. It's scroll down. It's in the comments. I wanted to see what it looked like with like no shading, but still colored. But like literally zero shading. And the base drawing is really good.
Compared to the original, yeah. I'm not gonna
It's
lie, the
crazy how,
shading
like,
is what makes Jigen look cool.
Oh, I like it in general.
No, it does look cool, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, even in the manga, he looks awesome in the manga. Really, really good in the manga. It's just the line style. I love it in the manga. But the shading's what makes it next level.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It dramatically changes the tone of the feeling that he's trying to evoke there.
Exactly.
But I just wanted the base drawing. I was like, what? Because I do like shadowless drawings in anime. Naruto did that quite frequently, like in the episode 86 in Naruto Shippuden with Kakashi versus Hidan and Kakazu. There's a lot of shadowless drawings in that episode.
They also used. I have like the paint that they used to use back then.
Okay,
It's like
Nachi.
color paint.
Also inspired.
Oh, that's inspired by the panel in chapter 47.
Yeah.
No, 46. 46.
I don't know. Jigen does this a lot.
He does do that a lot, yeah. But yeah, Koda was the one that directed 192.
Nice. Yeah.
192.
Well, I definitely had another Sumire topic to go back to, but I kind of forgot what it was.
I'm a huge fan of Sumire.
It might not have even been Sumire, which might be what is leading me off of the correct trade.
I used to be a fan of Sumire. Not anymore, really.
Shout out.
I just find her kind of boring now. That's it.
When you say fan of Sumire, do
It's
you
just
mean
boring to
because of
me.
the anime?
Yeah, I did mean because of the anime.
Yeah. That's the problem.
No. Just it's not much other than the triangle of Boruto, which is actually, quite frankly, been some of the only recent Boruto content I've actually read, is the Sarada Boruto Sumire. I like romance, so I can't help myself.
Yay, friend.
Bro, that's why I've been engaged in the conversation. Your conversation about the show stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah, I like romance stuff. I like romance stuff. So I'm like, I'll read this section. Why not?
Mitsuki's love stuff in Two Blue Vortex has been some of Mitsuki's best content ever. That talk with Ada, I loved that from Mitsuki. That was so good.
That is actually, I like that scene too. Didn't we talk about that scene?
Oh, we've talked about every scene for hours. It's us, Sauron. Of course we did.
Here's the reanimation, by the way.
Oh, sweet. Okay, let's see it. You have it somewhere, Josh?
I'm going to put it here. I reincorporated the reanimated scene. It's like 10 seconds long into the original scene. So it's like it's seamless. I don't know if you'll even notice.
Interesting. Okay.
And you can even go, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna mute the music. Sorry that I have to do that, but was it right there where it cuts in?
No.
No. Oh,
You'll notice it when you notice it. You'll notice the close-up shot.
yeah. I think
It's like a
the
close-up shot.
fire effect might have looked weird on Twitter. Might be why it looked like that. But let's find out.
The reanimated scene is
Now.
very soon.
Oh, was that normal Konohamaru right there? Now?
Right
okay.
there.
Okay. Now it's pretty obvious. But it looks
His
awesome.
hand, though.
Oh,
In
man.
the anime, it doesn't actually move at all. It's just a still frame.
I wish we had this
which was really unfortunate.
Because that was cool. Koji
He
has
animated
so
it
many
to the
cute
breasts
scenes.
as well, so like every breast is there.
And the clothing. Oh my gosh.
Dang.
But
especially like this part here.
The hand, though. I'm sorry.
It's okay, not everything's perfect.
I think the clothes in the breath is really cool. As soon as I saw the hand, I was like, oh look, the art struggle of the hand.
Hands are hard.
They are very difficult.
Yeah.
Hands are hard. I just really like how he animated his face moving.
Yeah.
In the close-up shot.
Oh, I just noticed another really bad thing is the necklace, the way it sways back and forth. Look at this thing. What's happening
Oh
there?
gosh. No, I can't unsee that now. Hey, at least it moves. The anime version doesn't move.
That's true.
I would take something moving over it not moving at all.
It reminded me of
Also
like
the
those
headband.
remind me of like a 1930s cartoon. The way they like move as they dance or whatever.
The headband shape looks very interesting.
Yeah, the pointy end is so small.
It reminds me of one of those like troll faces. Just so derpy. Curved. Yeah, I'm hopeless with remembering this topic that I wanted to bring up, so I guess all well to that. But I know we have been going for 6.5 hours.
Oh no.
Miss Ann can't stand to look at me any more than 6.5 hours. So I think for her sake.
For her sake?
Yeah, you know, this is
definitely.
just me trying to apply some empathy here.
Why am I being thrown under the bus? What did I do?
You know, some
She hasn't
charity
mentioned- I
work.
don't think she's actually said a single thing yet. I don't think she's.
Well,
I
Sarah,
don't
there's
know
no
if
need to
she said
point
anything.
fingers or anything.
Huh.
You know, I think we can all take some self-responsibility once in a while. Right, Sauron?
Hmm. She hasn't said anything.
Well, you know, one
And it's
thing
also like,
or
you know,
another.
like 6 p.m. for me, and it's like 5 a.m. for all you guys.
That is another aspect.
Yeah, I
that
was
could
gonna
be
stay up
heavily
this late anyways.
contributing.
I didn't eat dinner until 3. Well, until 2:30, and I didn't finish eating dinner until 3:10. I'm a slow eater.
Such is the life of an artist.
I gotta eat slow, otherwise I get acid reflux.
See, I feel like
I have the same issue.
So it takes me 40 minutes to eat anything.
I feel like
Not
I
anything, but it takes me 40 minutes to eat a full meal.
until I
I
remember.
just eat fast and then take heartburn meds.
No, I can't eat fast. Also, I do enjoy actually eating slow. To be honest, I do enjoy it. So I didn't mind eating. Once I figured out that I got acid reflux, like around 4 years ago, I was like, I don't actually mind eating slow. It's fine. It's okay. Eating slow is fun.
Interesting.
But no, Ood, definitely want to go over the best looking Boruto episodes in your opinion one day in the future.
I would be happy to.
I want to know what's on your list, and I'll tell you my list, obviously.
And I promise I won't say only 189 like everyone else.
I feel like I don't
It
even
is.
know what episode.
I do
they are,
think
though.
it is the best looking episode in the series, but
that's besides
there are other good episodes.
Can
There's
180
other
or
good
sorry,
stuff.
can 175 count just because it has the most cuts of any episode?
189 does actually.
Does it?
I'm
I
pretty
didn't know
sure
that.
it does surpass it.
I feel like it can't because I recently rewatched both episodes. 175 had so many.
No, that's in terms of like cuts.
Yeah.
Right. 175 has a lot of cuts.
Yeah.
189 I think has a lot of actually probably maybe not because 189 has a lot of continuous cuts that just don't end. That are just like one cut.
Yeah, exactly.
And pretty much the entire episode moves too. 189
might have the
pretty
most
much the entire episode
frames,
moves.
maybe.
Yeah. Has the most
But-
frames. Most frames, I meant.
Okay,
Most frames.
okay, yeah. Not most
175 Dev probably has more cuts.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it does actually have more cuts.
For sure. I can say that with confidence without needing to look it up.
No, I think that is true. Yeah, 189 has the most frames. Because the episode almost never stops moving.
What was legendary about episode, I think it was 216, the episode before Baryon mode?
Oh, there's many good sequences in that episode too.
Yeah, what was it about that episode, though, that was like the record for something or the other?
Oh, there's no record in 216. It's
No?
just a nice looking episode. No.
Okay. Oh, maybe that
Yeah.
was the episode that everyone was talking about, like, took the most time of the arc, probably. Had the most care put into it. Or maybe it had the most workers on it.
Oh, okay, so that would be a reference to the entire 3-episode stretch.
Oh,
So
the whole
216,
3-episode,
217, and 218.
Interesting. You know, I think you're right. Okay.
It's
It
a
was
reference to
just
the whole
216.
stretch.
Yeah.
It's Koda, when he talked about it, referenced the stretch of the Naruto and Sasuke battle in terms of like comparison of how much effort and work and time and had to go into it to pull off that many episodes back to back like that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to talk about the most boring part of Boruto for too long. I don't want certain people to fall asleep over here.
I'm still awake. Even though I fell asleep for the last 2 podcasts, I'm still awake.
Let's go! And this is the longest one by far. Now that's true redemption right there.
Wait, if it's been 6 hours, you've been here since 12 a.m.?
Well, technically
1 a.m.?
7.
I mean, 1 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, to be fair, she's been not in and out. She's been here, but she's been doing stuff.
Yeah, I originally joined and I was just planning on staying until I finished cleaning my apartment because I needed to clean his cockroaches. And I don't want to get any more invite anymore. So I like vacuumed and did laundry and all that kind of stuff. And then we started talking about, I brought up the thing and my controversial opinions. And then we started talking about that. So I just existed.
I love the terminology you used there.
My very controversial opinions.
Yes. To be fair, I feel like this was the perfect stream to do it, considering it is the 10th anniversary. Shout out Sauron, who recommended us to do this.
It is not the 10th anniversary. I already told you. It's not the 10th anniversary.
Yeah, for some reason they pushed the 10th anniversary 8 days later. I don't know why they they're gonna be a little late on it, but weird how they did that.
So I have this quick. You have to not be streaming because it's a song, but you're about to end stream anyways. I have this quick AMV that I want to show you, Kamui. I mean, sorry, Ood.
Well, I'm sure you want to show him too.
I'm so sorry. No, because it's not complete yet.
Okay.
And so now I'm not done with it. I was originally done with it, but I'm actually revising it. So it's not actually complete. I'm revising it. But it is a Boruto and Sarada AMV. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yay.
Before
I'm
that, and
excited
one
to see
last
this.
desperate attempt to remember what I wanted to bring up for the past 30 minutes, what are some of the topics that we talked about tonight that we haven't come back to yet? Just start like listing
We
them
were
out.
talking about manga versus anime Sumire, if you were talking about the Sumire one. And how Ikemura has different versions of all his characters than Kodachi does. And I was also talking about her role as girl number 2, in terms of shoujo tropes and her rivalry with Sarada. We also talked about her in becoming more of a character in Ishiki, the Ishiki arc with Amado, and like her realizing stuff. And her intro page being centered around Boruto, and like her introduction to the manga being very Boruto centric. In terms of like her feelings and how that was just completely ignored in the anime. We talked about. I tried to keep my mouth shut for most of it because I was going through in the conversation, the chat, I was showing all of the Sumire fans like propaganda crap that I've had to correct.
Propaganda.
And how annoying it is to deal with them. Or not Sumire fans, but Boro Sumire fans, because regular Sumire fans are usually just fine.
Why are they annoying? What do they say?
If you go back through the chat, it was a lot of stuff. Like they translated a Borosumi fan tried to translate Light Novel 3, and they added a bunch of stuff. Like not only did they add like Hinata saying something about like liking Sumire and wanting her to be with Boruto, they added like Boruto like sobbing in her hospital room and tears, just like completely upset and stuttering and over himself and all this like garbage that didn't even exist. And then just other stuff of them just being like, well, this word in Japanese means this thing, and compared to Sarada's word, that it's completely different. And it's like, you have to actually look at the context of the manga. And somebody arguing that Sarada's feelings weren't romantic with me for like several posts, like 2 days straight of just this argument of, oh, I just don't understand why she didn't use no kotoga. Like just stupid, ridiculous, out of context garbage that yeah. The whole thing with omoi versus the kanjis being used, otome gokoro, they argued that couldn't be for like a girl's romantic feelings. There was another argument more recently that I just did where I was talking about the word yodai and how that's like more used in like professional context, and that it didn't necessarily imply that Sarada was not Sarada, that Sumire was worrying about Sarada, and it kind of came off as a little bit more cold, or like more something that a professional would use in an emergency situation instead of like worry for a friend. And the other Sumire fan that tried to combat me, the Boro Sumi fan, that apparently knows Japanese, had this whole Chat GPT breakdown where she spelt the word wrong and used the wrong reading of the word.
Oh,
I was like,
God.
bro. Anyway, yeah, that's some of the garbage that I've had to put up with, and people sending me DMs of just like, oh, people are saying like because she's like hugging Boruto's sword, the words are different than Sarada hugging Boruto, and is like, you want me to show you the actual Japanese definition, because the one of Sarada hugging Boruto is a lot more intimate. Ugh.
Okay.
Yeah, all that garbage. Sorry, I just went on a long rant, but
Okay.
It's a very
Well,
emotional topic, yeah, for many readers.
don't
that's why I try to keep my
remember.
mouth shut.
Don't remember what the topic was. I feel like it was something along girl number 2, but I did the Eno point, so it wasn't that. I feel like maybe I did talk about it, which is why I can't think about it, but I feel like it didn't. Because it was something I wanted to say when I was talking about Demon Slayer when I first brought it. I was like, oh, I gotta remember this, and then I didn't remember this. Of course not. But on the bright side, while you were talking, as you can see, I pulled up anime versus manga Ishiki to show the clean, the squeaky clean, soaped up version of Ishiki versus the manga version that looks infinitely better. There's no rainbows behind him in the manga as opposed to the anime.
Oh my
Rainbow?
gosh.
What are you talking about?
It's the
What rainbows?
concepts.
No, I don't know what you mean by rainbow.
Ishiki looks like he goes to the church, its local church in this one.
Huh? I agree, they are quite different, yes.
Ishiki is ready to go to the prom on the left.
I guess
Why
you're
does he
just
look-
mean like
why
he
does-
looks dignified as opposed to villainous.
Ishiki looks so much better on the right.
I still like
Yeah.
the left. But
The
I
left, this
agree,
is
let's
even
put
a
it on the
bad
right.
version of Ishiki, I'm not gonna lie.
No, there are much worse ones
Exactly.
in the anime. That one is done by Yuno, but he
Anime manga.
Oh my gosh, I
corrected,
chose the
like, a
wrong
third of
word!
he corrected like a third of that episode.
Okay, this is it. Please tell
yeah,
me this
that's
isn't.
you wanna that's Kazuya Sato.
It's teenage Ishiki.
Literally.
You can see how does that face not look familiar to the Jigen 203? This is how you're able to clock stuff. That one's also Kazuya Sato, the one that's right, right beneath that one.
This one, yeah.
Also Kazuya Sato.
This is
it's
Asian
so easy
Ishiki.
to clock. It's so easy to clock. This is how you can recognize art styles.
Oh no! What did they
Now
do
it's
to
also
my
Kazuya Sato
boy?
too. That one too.
Bro, when are they gonna fire this man? Don't actually, because I don't want to be responsible. Like, come on, be good. Okay, this is pretty good, but it's kind of it's kind of
also
flat.
good.
It's really flat.
Yes.
Like a pancake out here, but
Hey, it moved
His
well.
nose. Look at the nose.
That is a crazy nose. That is a villager nose.
it's a little fat here. I'm not gonna lie, but like compared to the manga, it's probably because it's trying to be very close to the manga here.
No,
Even
that
then,
is just a tracing of the manga.
this is one of the better looking Ishikis, and even then, it just doesn't compare to the
You
manga.
do realize they are the same thing, right?
But the manga's like 10 times
They
better.
just traced the panel.
Yeah, but the manga's better.
But also the line work in the manga is much better.
It is. It really is. As opposed to the anime, where it's just like straight singular lines, as opposed to the cool, sketchy dots they do, or whatever. The different widths of the pins. Oh, it's so much better, so much better.
You're talking about line weight.
I am.
Yeah.
I gotta look at the difference here. It's too clean, too professional, too dressed up.
Dressed up. Acting like bros putting on the fashion show over here.
Yeah, I like my Ishiki to look like he needs a bath.
He needs a bath. Bro, somebody was talking to me the other day about how all of the people who got like put into the trees, how bad their breath probably smells.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Ada's breath canonically smelled.
I mean, Mamushi, yeah.
Okay, but this one does look pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
That's
this is really
not from
close.
the anime.
You're making this all worse, Sauron. This one is from the anime.
I don't know why do you consider that one good? But
No, this isn't from the anime. This also looks really good, though.
Why do you consider that one good when it's literally just the same clean thing? It doesn't have the other things that you want in it.
This no,
It's
it
still
isn't.
clean.
Sauron, this is manga. This is just they just colored the manga. They literally did.
Yeah.
I can tell.
That's what the other one did too. They just went for more clean line art.
No, they didn't.
Yeah,
Well-
they literally did. It's the same drawing.
Yeah, but they changed the line art.
Yeah, but the drawing's still the same. The other guy changed the line art too.
It's not about the drawing. It's about the aesthetic.
I think you're losing.
I can see what you mean by the aesthetic. I see what you mean by the aesthetic.
Well, Miss And,
But the drawing is the same.
I agree that Sauron is losing his mind, but some things we just keep to
No.
ourselves, okay?
Talking about you.
Listen, we don't say the quiet part out loud to Sauron here. You don't want him to go crazy on you.
So for the part 2 of the anime, for like CDs for the character designs, I do want them to go for slightly more. For somebody who doesn't like Ikimoto's art, I digress. Anyways, I do want them to go for line art that's a bit more rough, that has a bit. There's certain animes that have like gaps in between lines, like thinner, and they'll do thicker lines. I want the anime to do something along that line too, which is what Ikimoto does. But in its own right, I still think it's nice.
Okay, Sauron, I never want to hear you say I don't like Ikimoto's art again, because I like Kodachi's Ikimoto art. Okay? The backgrounds in Kodachi's manga.
It does not exist.
The backgrounds
not
in
exist, he
Kodachi's
just
manga
made that
look so good.
He just made that up.
So
what is he
good.
talking about?
It looks so good, the backgrounds.
Yo, what he said was wild. Kodachi Ikimoto art.
Kodachi's
I think-
Ikimoto manga, yeah.
I think many Kodachi fans want to give Kodachi so much credit for almost everything,
bro,
and also the art.
It looks so good when Kodachi was working. Now he has to spend all his time writing the story instead of drawing the backgrounds, and it looks so bad.
Bro, what was that picture?
Bro, there's still decent I don't
This
know.
one?
Whatever, bro. Whatever.
Yeah, probably
there
drawn
was
by
this
Ikimoto
there's
after
this one
Kodachi left.
page in Ikimoto in one of the Boruto chapters where he draws like an entire village in like a tiny panel. It is crazy.
Oh my god!
He draws like an entire
I
village.
know.
Bro, that panel was awesome. It was awesome.
Exactly. Like he's doing that in early Boruto. Why can't he
No,
do it
he
now?
did.
No,
These
it
are
was in
later,
TBV.
later chapters.
Ikimoto does it the same like Toriyama. He does draw backgrounds, but only when they not disturb the eye. Also, if they not ablenken, do not direct the eye at a point where it should not be.
See, Kamui
Yeah,
knows
there's,
where
like-
these panels are. I need Kamui to find the panels for me.
Y'all love
I
to like.
remember- I-
Y'all
I-
love
I have it
nitpicking
saved.
Ikimoto panels
find
to
it.
where like things look weird. I was like, yeah.
He's the
It's gonna make me
brains
feel
and I'm the
off-drawings.
brawn. Okay, he finds the stuff.
Toriyama did have the same critic that he has very few backgrounds, but it's an artistic decision.
Can't believe this is official, by the way.
Bleach did the same thing too. If you've ever read Bleach.
I
No,
don't read.
certainly not.
Wow, look at the
Found it already.
background of this panel. Isn't it so detailed? I love the background here.
It's an artistic decision.
Bro.
Sorry, it's my
Yeah, he
translation.
decides this a lot.
Why would there be backgrounds in this panel? That would be weird.
Yeah, why would there be backgrounds in this panel or this panel or like 99% of Ikimoto's panels?
These are legit all
yeah, you don't need
close-up
backgrounds
shots. Why
here.
would there be a background? Bro.
There you go.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
This
What are
is
we doing?
not a whole village. This is not even close
No,
to
wait,
the whole
okay, look at the picture I just sent.
village. I don't want to because it's going to prove your point.
Ah, no,
Bro, an entire village.
Fine,
And it looks awesome.
fine. Good. You
Also, because of I can tell there's certain like entire village, one panel.
Oh,
Right there. And it looks awesome.
it's kind of small.
and I would even say that
And it's just one random
Ikimoto-
small panel. Just one random small panel.
Yeah, like I
Yeah,
feel
I would
like if
even
it's not blown up, it's not really detailed. Like if you zoom in on it, it's gonna look pretty bad. Okay, not gonna lie, it does look pretty good.
Bro. I'm like
I would
he's
even say that
stretching- he's
Ikimoto
stretching.
they drew the whole panel.
But it
That's
is just
even
like a
to give,
bunch of
because I drew
squiggles.
the panel, the cover of Naruto chapter 700. That's more detailed than the village in the background when Naruto's standing with his Okage cloak.
Yeah, but at the same
Bro.
time, it's just like a lot of lines everywhere.
That's manga, yeah.
That
Like
is
especially
kind of how...
like look how bad it looks over here. Like he didn't even try.
rage bait.
Oh,
Anyway.
okay. Oh yeah,
Not
sorry, because this building in
Not
particular looks real
successful.
nice,
Not
huh?
successful. Not successful.
No, but that's not fair because it's just some random shot of some random like village or whatever. But then you get to like Kodachi's
Did you-
village.
Did you read Dragon Ball?
No, I don't read. I just watch stuff.
Okay, because the Dragon Ball manga is exactly the same, with many speed lines, less backgrounds.
I have the Dragon Ball manga and it's actually down here instead of upstairs.
Oh,
See, this is a
I'm-
problem. I'm
I've-
not gonna be able to
I've
look
never,
at
I've
that.
barely consumed Dragon Ball.
That's pretty cool. Mello would agree.
I watched it once when I was like parts of it once when I was like 5.
It was probably Dragon Ball Z too.
It was coming on something. I was in somebody's bed.
What the heck is happening?
Even Araki from JoJo comments on this artistic decision. There's a page in his book about Toriyama where he explains that Toriyama is very good at guiding the eye, even if it means to sacrifice the background.
Oh, I guess there's no way getting around. I'm just gonna have to look up Boruto colored manga here.
Wait,
And then
why?
just go to chapter like 10 or whatever, or 9 even. Just go find a good background. Because you guys just don't believe me, apparently.
Go find a good background.
See, is this Tuple Vortex? Because that's not gonna work. Because obviously
is
there's
Tuple
not going to be
Vortex.
anything good in Tuple Vortex, so I have to go to the...
But what if there
Market
is?
Restorations.
But, like, what if we do find some backgrounds?
No, it's just
I'm
gonna
saying
look
he
like
doesn't draw his
sketchy.
backgrounds as much as he used to. I can't. I think that probably is the case. But what he does.
Thank you. Proving my point.
But all the panels
Literally
you pointed
agreeing with
out would make
me.
no sense to have a background in. Like they're all like action shots.
Wow, the bloom on this is so heavy. That is crazy they added so much. Anyways.
The bloom's only on the background.
The bloom is so much on Ada too. What the heck?
Yeah, it is. That is a lot.
But this is not what I was hoping for. I have no idea how to search.
What are you
this
searching
looks
for?
Cool though. Naruto Next Generation chapter like 9. It's not even close.
You can just look up
Wait,
read
why
Naruto
not-
Naruto Next Generations online
Go to
free.
Weeb Central. Go to Weeb Central.
Yeah, but I'm bad at it. Is the problem?
No, look up Weeb Central, boy.
Lead Central.
Weeb Central.
Which chapter? Chapter 9?
Bro, Weeb Central.
Can I do it? Okay.
No, the website Weeb Central. You did Boruto Naruto Next Generations manga plus Weeb Central. What are you doing?
I don't like searching in general. Ask Kamui, he knows this.
Boruto Naruto Next Generations. That.
I'm getting frustrated. It's making this harder.
Bro, that's how I type.
Okay. So ignoring the characters who are the worst thing of all time, if you look at the backgrounds, first of all, this is just like the best, most amazing panel of all time, but ignore that.
Yes, that's great. I agree.
Like, these backgrounds are immediately better. Look at the trees. Ikimoto doesn't do trees like this anymore.
Go to the Boruto manga today. Go to the Boruto manga.
Ikimoto doesn't do ground like this.
Oh, why don't you go to the Boruto manga today?
I just want to, because you gotta compare. Also, this looks pretty cool.
Yeah, so pull up the Tripu Vortex today. Keep this open.
Probably chapter 8, by the way. Why don't you pull it up and then link it? Oh, this looks so good. This looks so good. Well,
No,
the characters don't
start
matter.
Here is weird.
Yeah, it's a little bit warped, but again, the characters aren't what I'm focused on. It's the backgrounds. That's what matters. Oh, also, this looks really good.
Yeah,
I reread the first because
Bro.
I found out that a lot of people just don't know like a lot of the younger cast in the Boruto manga actually look like. A lot of them think that they look like really mature and they're like very detailed. That's not true. So I've been rereading a lot of like the first 15 chapters of the Boruto manga, so I can like compare and contrast to certain shots in the anime and stuff. Since people love complaining about art style, so that's been my main reason for
Son, I've cased my
reading the first 15
clothes.
chapters.
You've cased your clothes?
This is good. This is good.
I told you. Literally.
It's good.
Better than anything in Tuple Vortex.
Is it though?
Yeah. Any background? I think so. That's not even me hating, because that's not even me saying the backgrounds in Tuple Vortex are bad. Well, that's aside from me saying that. But I think this is the best panel if you compare this to anything in Tubular Vortex in terms of backgrounds. Thoughts?
Wouldn't this be like wouldn't this be a good example of like foreground and midground, not background?
Oh my gosh, Sauron! Oh, this is an example of a character. It's an example of a villain.
Oh wait, why is there no background in that
This looks
Momoshiki
cool
one?
too. This looks so cool.
Yeah. That is good.
They're doing a stylistic choice with the Momoshiki thing there. You don't
Well,
have to
there's
worry
no
about
background
it.
in any of those either.
No, there's
Interesting.
smoke.
No
There's
backgrounds there
background.
either.
It's background. It's smoke.
It's almost like he's
Oh,
done
look
the
at all
same
these
thing
buttons. Wow.
with all of his action throughout the entire manga.
He was still
and it's
learning at
not
the
any
time.
different.
You gotta excuse him.
No, there's nothing to excuse. It's fine.
It was a stylistic choice.
There's nothing to excuse. It was never. It was always okay.
There's not speed lines.
Wait.
It's just because I'm going really fast. That's why it looks like there's speed lines. Better than anything in Tubular Vortex.
Remember this.
His early Boruto, a lot of times it was kind of a Boruto himself was very Nishio inspired sometimes.
It looks
in some of these
good
panels.
from the back here, yeah. From far away.
Talking about the way he draws Boruto's face.
You know, ignoring that. This doesn't look bad. It's a little clean, despite being dirty, literally. But it looks pretty good.
No, I like it.
It's very
Reminds
cute.
Reminds me of Nishio.
This whole thing. Also, both Naruto and Sasuke look pretty good here. Naruto looks a little bit different with the clothes, but Sasuke looks good compared to normal for these chapters.
What was that noise?
Zara just does stuff like that sometimes. You'll just have to get used to it.
No, not sometimes. Let's be honest here.
A little bit more than sometimes, but you know.
I do like I do that throughout the entire day. I never stop.
Yeah. So I have zero idea what chapter the village panel that I'm thinking of that Kamui loves is on, but it's pretty
do it
good.
low, I'll
This
do
is
it
so
high.
good. Too. So good. So detailed. You just can't do stuff like this nowadays. Oh, looks
Are
so
you
good.
sure? Okay. So, are we gonna actually go to True Vortex today?
He's probably not going to.
No, only
I highly
Kodachi.
doubt
I mean, I've asked you to link it. I don't
No,
know
this
why
is
you guys aren't linking
Kodachi's
it.
influence. Yeah, you're correct.
He's afraid of being wrong.
If you guys don't want to link it, then fine. I've
Bro,
done my
you're
job.
it's you know the manga's on the same site, right?
I'm just gonna go to like a random chapter here
Link it.
and hope it's in the village.
The Kodachi chapter.
Oh my gosh,
Link
better
it
than
by-
all of Tubular
by-
Vortex. He just doesn't do stuff like this.
I feel like he literally did though.
It's Kodachi's Ikimoto. It's a different Ikimoto. Bro.
Right.
Bro. Iconic.
We gaslit this. Like he doesn't still do stuff.
That's
like
not even
this
that
today,
crazy.
you
It's
know?
just cool. Like, he doesn't do stuff like this.
But Bro,
He's just rage quitting you. Don't fall for it.
Yeah,
Okay, this
I
one
gotta
was
re-
okay.
I
This one
gotta
was kind of a
recognize-
troll, but like it is more detailed than what he would normally do. He doesn't do stuff like this with the windows and stuff. Like this door is way more designed than normal. Like everything about this just has more detail than what he would normally do. Tell me I'm wrong. You can't.
間違ってるよ。
You're just saying stuff.
違うんだよ。
Okay, in the Japanese raw, does it have the kanji here?
Probably.
Because in the
I don't
anime
know.
it does.
I would assume.
Yeah, I mean
This
this
is
looks like it's
super glue.
added on.
Super
Six.
glue.
Super glue.
Shout out Minato. Okay, the Minato card looks infinitely better in the manga. Or sorry, in the anime.
Mhm.
Anime Minato card is so much better. Oh my gosh, freaking JoJo.
ああ、忘れちゃったそれ。
The Naruto card looks the exact same.
Do you know what's interesting in this scene? Is
The background?
I need it's not here. It's not here. Ah,
お前だ。
Background? Background? Proud.
Even the base looks good. Look at that.
It does. It does look good.
Yes,
Great.
it actually has depth. The thing that
It
Ikimoto
really
refuses
does.
to
It's
now.
actually really good.
Right?
Also, the Ikimoto doesn't do today, huh?
Bro, better than all of Two Blue Vortex.
Alright.
Come on.
Alright, bro.
Find me a single panel better than that.
ちゃんと見るまでずっと日本語を喋るよ。通訳してね。
Probably not.
Does he insult you in Japanese?
Ay, bro.
I mean, I'm just saying, no one's like, this is the closest we have. Come on, compare the two. It's not close. It's not close. It's not. It's not. You're laughing because you know I'm right. It's not close.
Bro, TBV chapter 5.
It looks so bad in comparison. Post the panel, Fabrino, if you're there, apparently.
Yeah.
Sauron, you know I'm right. This is so much higher
So
quality.
you're saying that he just doesn't do backgrounds anymore at all, right?
I mean, do you count this as a background?
Do you count this? Do you count this as a background here?
This is a foreground and a midground.
Is that like
See,
a background?
Sauron, I could use it against you too.
No, it's a foreground, midground, and a background. The background would
Oh
be
wow, yeah, those mountain rocks in the wow, yeah, really got me that one. Wow.
You're... No, I'm talking about the panel I sent in chat. Since you're like, he just doesn't do panel, he doesn't do backgrounds anymore. It's all just like flat. There's no like, you can't tell anything else is right there.
I mean, there's not any backgrounds down here.
Why would there be backgrounds there? Why?
Why would there be backgrounds
Would that
here?
not just be distracting? Because, bro, I feel I can't. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can do this.
I mean, if you compare the two, it's like night and day, to be honest.
Like, is this not? I really
It's
like
such a
this.
beautiful background.
I really like this panel. Right there.
I mean,
this entire full page.
Code looks cool. In fact, just to prove a point really quick, Sauron, would you say that Code looks menacing here?
I don't find Code to be menacing, so I can't.
Well, that wasn't the question. Do you think Code looks menacing here?
別に特には
I guess you could have picked an angle that would have been more menacing. I would have actually preferred like a shot that's like from behind. Oh,
is Code menacing here? In this right panel?
Oh, I actually really do like this.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be so cool in the anime. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so cool. The finger shots, right? Oh, that's gonna be good.
So he does look menacing here?
I don't know if he looks menacing, but he looks cool. It's a cool choreography right there.
Well, Fabrina, you'd agree he looks menacing here, right?
He looks, his attack looks menacing.
Miss And, will you please tell me that Code looks menacing so I can have my point?
いや、何も言わないよ。お前はもうなんか。
We've broken Miss And. She's in.
終わったの。もう喋りたくない。
She's in Nihongo only mode.
飽きてきた。通訳してね、全部言ってることは。まあなんかあんまり、なんだろう。雑感って感じがするけど、別に悪党的には見えないと思う。多分。
Well, I can't lose my golden opportunity here. So, Miss Anne, while you're in Japanese only mode, I'm gonna need you to do a Japanese only outro.
嫌だよ。
Well, for everyone who doesn't know Japanese, that means, what? I'd love to.
お前な
No, the opposite.
So, Miss Anne, take it away.
することはできないんだ、お前。
Oh,
はい、
anime
生本
fans,
先
we
生が
know
大
what
好き
you
そ
got.
れが以上です。
Ich habe Ikimoto gehört.
Perfect.
あ、池本先生って言えば言った方がよかったね。ごめんね。先生、つけてない。もう、ちゃんとリスペクトしなきゃ。
さようなら。
バイバイ。